Hello and welcome to Let's Read The House of the Dead by Fyodor Dostoevsky. This video presents the second half of the project, comprising part 2 of the book, an additional story entitled The Peasant Marey, and then my own concluding comments. If you would like to access the first half of the project, or if you would like to access the entire project in the format of a playlist, enlarge the video description below, and you will find links there to accommodate you. Otherwise, stick around, and we will continue with our book. The House of the Dead by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Part 2. Chapter 1. The Hospital. Soon after the holidays, I was taken ill and went into our military hospital. It stood apart, half a mile from the fortress. It was a long, one-story building painted yellow. In the summer, when the buildings were done up, an immense quantity of yellow ochre was spent on it. Round the huge courtyard of the hospital were grouped the offices, the doctors' houses, and other buildings. The principal building consisted only of wards for the patients. There were a number of wards, but only 2 for the convicts, and these were always very crowded, especially in the summer, so that the beds had often to be moved close together. Our wards were full of all sorts of unfortunate people. Our convicts, soldiers of all sorts awaiting trial, men who had been sentenced and men who were awaiting sentence, and men who were on their way to other prisons, all came here. There were some, too, from the disciplinary battalion, a strange institution to which soldiers who had been guilty of some offense or were not trustworthy were sent for reformation, and from which 2 or more years later they usually came out scoundrels such as are rarely to be met with. Convicts who were taken ill in our prison usually informed the sergeant of their condition in the morning. Their names were at once entered in the book, and with this book the invalid was sent to the battalion infirmary under escort. There the doctor made a preliminary examination of all the invalids from the various military divisions in the fortress, and any who were found to be really ill were admitted to the hospital. My name was entered in the book, and between 1 and 2, when all the prisoners had gone out to work after dinner, I went to the hospital. The sick convict usually took with him all the money he could collect, some bread, for he could not expect to get rations at the hospital that day, a tiny pipe, and a pouch of tobacco with a flint for lighting it. The latter articles he kept carefully hidden in his boots. I entered the precincts of the hospital, feeling some curiosity about this novel aspect of our prison life. It was a warm, dull, depressing day, one of those days when an institution such as a hospital assumes a peculiarly callous, dejected, and sour appearance. I went with the escort into the waiting room, where there were 2 copper baths. There were 2 patients with their escort in the room already, not convicts, but men awaiting their trial. A hospital assistant came in, scanned us indolently with an air of authority, and still more indolently went to inform the doctor on duty. The latter soon made his appearance. He examined us, treated us very kindly, and gave each of us a medical chart with our name on it. The further description of the illness, the medicines and diet prescribed, were left for the doctor who was in charge of the convict wards. I had heard before that the convicts were never tired of praising the doctors. "They are like fathers to us," they said in answer to my inquiries when I was going to the hospital. Meanwhile, we had changed our clothes. The clothes we had come in were taken from us, and we were dressed up in hospital underlinen and provided with long stockings, slippers, nightcaps, and thick cloth dressing gowns of dark brown color. lined with something that might have been coarse linen, or might have been sticking plaster. In fact, the dressing-gown was filthy to the last degree, but I only fully realized this later. Then they took us to the convict wards, which were at the end of a very long, clean, and lofty corridor. The appearance of cleanliness everywhere was very satisfactory. Everything that caught the eye was shining, though perhaps this may have seemed so to me by contrast with the prison. The two prisoners awaiting trial went into the ward on the left, while I went to the right. At the door, which fastened with an iron bolt, stood a sentry with a gun. Beside him stood a sub-sentry to relieve him. The junior sergeant of the hospital guard gave orders I should be admitted, and I found myself in a long, narrow room, along two walls of which were rows of beds, about 22 altogether, of which 3 or 4 were unoccupied. The bedsteads were wooden and painted green, of the kind only too familiar to all of us in Russia, the sort of bedstead which by some fatality is never free from bugs. I was put in the corner on the side where there were windows. As I have said before, there were some convicts from our prison here. Some of these knew me already, or at least had seen me. But the majority were prisoners awaiting trial or from the disciplinary battalions. There were only a few who were too ill to get up. The others, suffering from slight ailments or convalescent, were either sitting on their beds or walking up and down the ward, where there was space enough for exercise between the 2 rows of beds. There was a suffocating hospital smell in the ward. The air was tainted with unpleasant effluvia of different sorts, as well as with the smell of drugs, although the fire was kept almost all day long in the stove in the corner. My bed had a striped quilt over it. I took it off. Under it was a cloth blanket lined with linen, and coarse sheets and pillowcases of very doubtful cleanliness. Beside the bed stood a small table with a jug and a tin cup. All this was tidily covered with a little towel put ready for me. Underneath the table was a shelf on which patients kept a jug of kvass or any such thing, and those who drank tea a teapot. But very few of them did drink tea. The pipes and tobacco pouches which almost all the patients, even the consumptive ones, possessed, were hidden under the mattresses. The doctor and the other attendants scarcely ever examined the beds, and even if they did find a man smoking, they pretended not to notice it. But the convicts were almost always on their guard, and went to the stove to smoke. It was only at night that they sometimes smoked in bed, but no one ever went through the wards at night, except perhaps the officer of the hospital guard. I had never been a patient in a hospital till then, so everything surrounding me was perfectly new to me. I noticed that I excited some curiosity. They had already heard about me and stared at me without ceremony, and even with a shade of superciliousness, as a new boy is looked at school, or a petitioner is looked at in a government office. On the right of me lay a clerk awaiting his punishment, the illegitimate son of a captain. He was being tried for making counterfeit coin, and he had been for a year in the hospital, apparently not ill in any way, though he assured the doctors that he had aneurysm of the heart. He had attained his object and escaped penal servitude and corporal punishment. A year later he was sent to T to be kept at a hospital. He was a broad, sturdily built fellow of 28, a great rogue with a good knowledge of the law, very sharp, extremely self-confident, and free and easy in his behavior. He was morbidly vain, had persuaded himself in earnest that he was the most truthful and honorable of men, and, what is more, had done nothing wrong, and he clung to this conviction to the end. He spoke to me first. He began questioning me with curiosity, and described to me in some detail the external routine of the hospital. First of all, of course, he told me that he was the son of a captain. He was very anxious to make himself out a nobleman, or at least of good family. The next one who approached me was a patient from the disciplinary battalion, and he began to assure me that he knew many of the gentlemen exiles, mentioning them by their names. He was a gray-headed soldier. One could see from his face that he was romancing. His name was Chekhounov. He was evidently trying to make up to me, probably suspecting I had money. Noticing that I had a parcel containing tea and sugar, he at once proffered his services in getting a teapot and making tea. M. had promised to send me a teapot next day from prison by one of the convicts who came to the hospital to work. But Chekhounov managed all right. He got hold of an iron pot and even a cup, boiled the water, made the tea, in fact waited on me with extraordinary zeal, which at once called forth some malignant jeers at his expense from a patient lying opposite me. This was a man called Ustyansev, a soldier under sentence, who, from fear of corporal punishment, had drunk a jug of vodka after steeping snuff in it, and had brought on consumption by so doing. I have mentioned him already. Till that moment he had been lying silent, breathing painfully, looking at me intently and earnestly, and watching Chekhounov with indignation. His extraordinarily bitter intensity gave a comic flavor to his indignation. At last he could stand it no longer.
"Oh, the flunkey! He's found a master!"
he said, gasping, his voice broken with emotion. He was within a few days of his death. Chekhounov turned to him indignantly.
"Who's the flunkey?"
he brought out, looking contemptuously at Ustyansev.
"You are a flunkey,"
the other replied in a self-confident tone, as though he had a full right to call Chekhounov over the coals, and in fact had been appointed to that duty.
"Me a flunkey? That's what you are. Do you hear, good people? He doesn't believe it. He is surprised."
"What is it to you?
You see, the gentleman is helpless. He is not used to being without a servant. Why shouldn't I wait on him, you shaggy-faced fool?" "Who's shaggy-faced?" "You are shaggy-faced." "Me shaggy-faced?"
"Yes, you are."
"And are you a beauty? You've a face like a crow's egg, if I am shaggy-faced."
"Shaggy-faced is what you are.
Here God had stricken him, he might lie still and die quietly. No, he must poke his nose in. Why, what are you meddling for?" "Why, well, I'd rather bow down to a boot than to a dog. My father didn't knuckle under to anybody, and he told me not to.
He would have gone on, but he had a terrible fit of coughing that lasted for some minutes, spitting blood. Soon the cold sweat of exhaustion came out of his narrow forehead. His cough interrupted him, or he would have gone on talking. One could see from his eyes how he was longing to go on scolding, but he simply waved his hand helplessly, so that in the end Chekhounov forgot about him. I felt that the consumptive's indignation was directed rather at me than at Chekhounov. No one would have been angry with the latter, or have looked on him with particular contempt for his eagerness to wait upon me and so earn a few pence. Everyone realized that he did this simply for gain. Peasants are by no means fastidious on that score, and very well understand the distinction. What Ustyansev disliked was myself. He disliked my tea, and that even in fetters I was like a master, and seemed as though I could not get on without a servant, though I had not asked for a servant and did not desire one. I did, as a fact, always prefer to do everything for myself, and indeed I particularly wanted not even to look like a spoiled idle person, or to give myself the airs of a gentleman. I must admit, while we are on the subject, that my vanity was to some extent concerned in the matter. But I really don't know how it always came to pass. I never could get away from all sorts of helpers and servants who fastened themselves upon me, and in the end took complete possession of me, so that it was really they who were my masters, and I who was their servant, though it certainly did appear as though I were a regular gentleman, as though I gave myself airs and could not get on without servants. This annoyed me very much, of course. But Ustyansev was a consumptive and an irritable man. The other patients preserved an air of indifference, in which there was a shade of disdain. I remember they were all absorbed in something particular. From their conversation I learnt that a convict who was then being punished with the sticks was to be brought to us in the evening. The patients were expecting him with some interest. They said, however, that his punishment was a light one, only 500 blows. By degrees I took in my surroundings. As far as I could see, those who were really ill were suffering from scurvy and affections of the eye, diseases frequent in that region. There were several such in the ward. Of the others who were really ill, some had fever, skin diseases, or consumption. This was not like other wards. Here, patients of all kinds were collected together, even those suffering from venereal diseases. I speak of those who were really ill, because there were some here who had come without any disease, to have a rest. The doctors readily admitted such sham invalids from sympathy, especially when there were many beds empty. Detention in the guardhouses and prisons seemed so disagreeable compared with the hospital that many convicts were glad to come to the hospital in spite of the bad air in the locked ward. There were indeed some people, especially from the disciplinary battalion, who were fond of lying in bed and of hospital life in general. I looked at my new companions with interest, but I remember my curiosity was especially aroused by one from our prison, a man who was dying, also consumptive, and also at the last gasp. He was in the bed next but one beyond Ustyansev, and so almost opposite me. His name was Mikhailov. A fortnight before I had seen him in the prison. He had been ill a long while, and ought to have been in the doctor's hands long before, but with obstinate and quite unnecessary patience he had controlled himself and gone on, and only at Christmas he had come into the hospital to die 3 weeks later of galloping consumption. It was like a fire consuming him. I was struck this time by the awful change in his face, which was one of the first I noticed when I entered the prison. It somehow caught my eye then. Near him was a soldier of the disciplinary battalion, an old man of filthy and revolting habits. However, I cannot go over all the patients. I have mentioned this old man now simply because he made some impression on me at the time, and in the course of 1 minute gave me a full idea of some peculiarities of the convict ward. This old fellow, I remember, had a very heavy cold at the time. He was constantly sneezing, and went on sneezing for the whole of the following week, even in his sleep, in fits of 5 or 6 sneezes at a time, regularly repeating each time, "Oh, Lord, what an affliction!" At that minute he was sitting on the bed, greedily stuffing his nose with snuff from a paper parcel, so that his sneezes might be more violent and complete. He sneezed into a checked cotton handkerchief of his own that had been washed 100 times and was faded to the last extreme. and as he sneezed he wrinkled up his nose in a peculiar way into tiny innumerable creases, and showed the relics of ancient blackened teeth between his red dribbling jaws. Then at once he opened his handkerchief, scrutinized the phlegm in it, and immediately smeared it on his brown hospital dressing-gown, so that the handkerchief remained comparatively clean. He did this the whole week. This persistent miserly care of his own handkerchief at the sacrifice of the hospital dressing-gown aroused no sort of protest from the other patients, though one of them would have to wear that dressing-gown after him. But our peasants are not squeamish and are strangely lacking in fastidiousness. I winced at that moment, and I could not help at once beginning to examine with disgust and curiosity the dressing-gown I had just put on. Then I realized that it had been attracting my attention for a long time by its strong smell. By now it had become warm on me and smelt more and more strongly of medicines, plasters, and, as I thought, of something decomposing, which was not to be wondered at, since it had been for immemorial years on the backs of patients. Possibly the linen lining may have been washed sometimes, but I am not sure of that. At the present, anyway, it was saturated with all sorts of unpleasant discharges, lotions, matter from broken blisters, and so on. Moreover, convicts who had just received corporal punishment were constantly coming into the convict wards with wounded backs. Compresses were applied, and then the dressing-gown being put on straight over the wet shirt could not possibly escape getting messed, and everything that dropped on it remained. And the whole time I was in prison, that is, several years, I used to put on the dressing-gown with fear and mistrust whenever I had to be in hospital, and I was there pretty often. I particularly disliked the huge and remarkably fat lice I sometimes came across in those dressing-gowns. The convicts enjoyed killing them, so that when one was squashed under the convict's thick, clumsy nail, one could see from the hunter's face the satisfaction it gave him. We particularly disliked bugs, too, and sometimes the whole ward joined in their destruction on a long, dreary winter evening. And though, apart from the bad smell, everything on the surface was as clean as possible in the ward, they were far from being fastidious over the cleanliness of the inside, so to speak. The patients were accustomed to it and even accepted it as natural. And indeed, the very arrangements of the hospital were not conducive to cleanliness. But I will talk of these arrangements later. As soon as Tikhonov had made my tea, made, I may mention in parenthesis, with the water in the ward which was brought up only once in the 24 hours, and was quickly tainted in the foul atmosphere, the door was opened with some noise, and the soldier who had just been punished was led in under a double escort. This was the first time I saw a man after corporal punishment. Afterwards they came in often, some so seriously injured that they had to be carried in, and this was always a source of great interest to the patients, who usually received them with an exaggeratedly severe expression and a sort of almost affected seriousness. However, their reception depended to some extent on the gravity of their crime, and consequently on the number of strokes they had received. Those who had been very badly beaten and were reputed to be great criminals enjoyed greater respect and greater consideration than a runaway recruit, like the one who was brought in now, for instance. But in neither case were there any remarks expressive of special compassion or irritation. In silence they helped the victim and waited upon him, especially if he could not do without assistance. The hospital attendants knew that they were leaving the patient in skillful and experienced hands. The necessary nursing usually took the form of constantly changing the sheet or shirt, which was soaked in cold water and applied to the torn flesh of the back, especially if the patient were too weak to look after himself. Another necessary operation was the skillful extraction of splinters, which were often left in the wounds from broken sticks, and this was usually very painful to the patient. But I was always struck by the extraordinary stoicism with which the victims bore their sufferings. I have seen many of them, sometimes terribly beaten, and hardly one of them uttered a groan. Only their faces changed and turned white, their eyes glowed, they looked preoccupied and uneasy, their lips quivered so that the poor fellows often bit them till they almost bled. The soldier who had come in was a strongly built, muscular lad of 23, with a handsome face, tall, well-made, and dark-skinned. His back had been rather badly beaten. The upper part of his body was stripped to below the waist. On his shoulders was laid a wet sheet, which made him shiver all over, as though he were in a fever, and for an hour and a half he walked up and down the ward. I looked into his face. It seemed to me he was thinking of nothing at that moment. He looked strangely and wildly around with wandering eyes, which it was evidently an effort for him to fix on anything. It seemed to me that he looked intently at my tea. The tea was hot and steaming. The poor fellow was chilled, and his teeth were chattering. I offered him a drink. He turned to me mutely and abruptly, took the cup, drank it off standing and without putting in sugar, in great haste, seemingly purposely to avoid looking at me. When he had emptied it, he put back the cup without a word, and without even a nod to me began pacing up and down the ward again. He was beyond words or nods. As for the convicts, they all for some reason avoided speaking to him. On the contrary, though they helped him at first, they seemed to try expressly to take no further notice of him afterwards, perhaps feeling it best to leave him alone as much as possible, and not to bother him with questions or sympathy, and he seemed perfectly satisfied to be left alone. Meanwhile it got dark, and the night lamp was lighted. Some, though very few, of the convicts had, it appeared, candlesticks of their own. At last, after the doctor's evening visit, the sergeant of the guard came in, counted over the patients, and the ward was locked. A tub was first brought in, and I learnt with surprise that it was kept in the ward all night, for though there was accommodation only 2 steps away in the corridor, it was against the rules for the convicts to leave the ward on any pretext at night, and even during the day they were only allowed to be absent for a moment. The convict wards were not like the ordinary ones, and the convict had to bear his punishment even in illness. Who had first made this rule I do not know. I only know that there was no reason for it, and the utter uselessness of such formalism was nowhere more apparent than in this case. The doctors were certainly not responsible for the rule. I repeat, the convicts could not say enough in praise of their doctors. They looked at them as fathers and respected them. Everyone was treated with kindness and heard a friendly word from the doctor, and the convicts, cast off by all men, appreciated it, for they saw the genuineness and sincerity of these friendly words and this kindness. It might have been different. No one would have called the doctors to account if they had behaved differently, that is, more roughly and inhumanely. So they were kind from real humanity. And of course they knew that a sick man, even though he were a convict, needed fresh air as much as any other patient, even of the highest rank. Patients in the other wards, those who were convalescent, I mean, could walk freely about the corridors, take plenty of exercise, and breathe fresher air than that of the ward, which was always tainted and inevitably charged with stifling fumes. It is both terrible and disgusting to me now to realize how foul the tainted atmosphere of our ward must have been at night after the tub had been brought into the heated room, where there were patients suffering from dysentery and such complaints. When I said just now that the convict had to bear his punishment even though he were sick, I did not, and I do not, of course, suppose that such a rule was made simply as a form of punishment. Of course, that would be senseless calumny on my part. It is useless to punish a sick man. And since that is so, it follows that probably some stern, inevitable necessity had forced the authorities to a measure so pernicious in its effects. What necessity? But what is so vexatious is that it is impossible to find any explanation of this measure, and many others so incomprehensible that one cannot even conjecture an explanation of them. How explain such useless cruelty? On the theory that the convict will purposely sham illness to get into the hospital, will deceive the doctors, and if allowed to leave the ward at night, will escape under cover of darkness? It is impossible to treat such a notion seriously. Where could he escape? How could he escape? In what clothes could he escape? By day they are allowed to leave the room one at a time, and it might be the same at night. At the door stands a sentinel with a loaded gun, and although the lavatory is only 2 steps from the door, the convict is always accompanied by a guard, and the one double window in it is covered by a grating. To get out of the window, it would be necessary to break the grating and the double frame. Who would allow this? Even supposing anything so absurd as that he could first kill the guard without making a noise or letting him cry out, he would still have to break the window frame and the grating. Note that close beside the sentry sleep the ward attendants, and that 10 paces away stands another armed sentinel at the door of another convict ward, with another guard and other attendants beside him. And where can a man run in the winter in stockings and slippers, and a hospital dressing-gown and a nightcap? And since this is so, since there is so little danger, that is really none at all, why a rule so burdensome to the patients, perhaps in the last days of their lives, sick men who need fresh air even more than the healthy? What is it for? I could never understand it. But since we have once begun asking why, I cannot pass over another point which for many years stood out as the most perplexing fact, for which I could never find a solution. I must say a few words about this before I go on with my description. I am thinking of the fetters, which are never removed from a convict, whatever illness he may be suffering from. Even consumptives have died before my eyes with their fetters on. Yet everyone was accustomed to it. Everyone regarded it as an established fact that could not be altered. I doubt whether anybody even thought about it, since during the years I was there it never struck one of the doctors even to petition the authorities that a patient seriously ill, especially in consumption, might have his fetters removed. The fetters were in themselves not a very great weight. They weighed from 8 to 12 pounds. It is not too great a burden for a healthy man to carry 10 pounds. I was told, however, that after several years the convict's legs begin to waste from wearing fetters. I do not know whether it is true, though there is some probability of it. Even a small weight, a weight of no more than 10 pounds, makes the limb abnormally heavy, and may have some injurious action after a length of time. But admitting that it is not too much for a healthy man, is it the same for a sick man? And even supposing it is not too much for an ordinary patient, is it not very different for the dangerously ill, for consumptives whose arms and legs waste away in any case, so that a straw's weight is too heavy for them? And indeed, if the doctors succeeded in freeing only the consumptives, That would be in itself a really great and good action. Someone will say, perhaps, that the convict is a wicked man and does not deserve kindness. But surely there is no need to double the sufferings of one who is already stricken by the hand of God. And one cannot believe that this is done simply for the sake of punishment. Even by law, the consumptive is exempt from corporal punishment. Consequently, we must look upon the retention of fetters as a mysterious and important measure of precaution. But what the reason for it is, I cannot imagine. There can really be no fear that the consumptive will escape. Who would dream of such a thing, especially in the advanced stages of the disease? To sham consumption and to deceive the doctors in order to escape is impossible. It is not a disease that can be simulated. It is unmistakable. And, by the way, are convicts put into fetters merely to prevent them escaping, or to make it more difficult for them to do so? Certainly not. Fetters are simply a form of degradation, a disgrace, and a physical and moral burden. That, at least, is what they are meant to be. They could never hinder anyone from running away. The least skillful, the least expert convict can quickly and easily file them off, or can smash the rivet with a stone. The fetters are no obstacle at all. And if that is so, if they are put on the condemned convict simply as a punishment, I ask again, is it right to punish a dying man in this way? And now, as I write this, I vividly recall the death of the consumptive patient Mikhailov, whose bed was nearly opposite mine, not far from Ustyantsev's. He died, I remember, 4 days after I came in. Possibly I have mentioned the case of the consumptives through unconsciously recalling the impressions and ideas which came into my mind at the sight of that death. I knew little of Mikhailov himself, however. He was quite young, not more than 25, tall, thin, and of extremely attractive appearance. He was in the special division, and was strangely silent, always gently and quietly melancholy, as though he were drying up in prison, as the convicts said of him. He left a pleasant memory among them. I only remember that he had fine eyes, and I really do not know why he comes back to my mind so distinctly. He died at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a bright, frosty day. I remember the glowing, slanting rays of the sun pierced through the green frozen panes of our windows. The sunshine was streaming full on the dying man. He was unconscious and lay for several hours in the death agony. From early morning he had scarcely recognized those who went up to him. The patients would have liked to do something for him, seeing his distress. His breathing was deep, painful, and raucous. His chest heaved as though he could not get air. He flung off his quilt and his clothes, and began at last to tear off his shirt. Even that seemed a weight to him. The other patients went to his help and took off his shirt. It was terrible to see that long, long body, the arms and legs wasted to the bone, the sunken belly, the strained chest, the ribs standing out like a skeleton's. Nothing remained on his body but a wooden cross and a little bag with a relic in it, and his fetters which might, it seemed, have slipped off his wasted legs. Half an hour before his death, the whole ward was hushed. We began to talk almost in whispers. Everyone moved about noiselessly. The patients did not talk much, and then of other things. They only looked now and then at the dying man, who was gasping more and more terribly. At last, with a straying and uncertain hand, he fumbled at the cross on his chest and began pulling it off, as though even that were a weight that worried and oppressed him. The patients removed the cross too. 10 minutes later, he died. They knocked at the door for the sentry and told him. An attendant came in, looked blankly at the dead man, and went to fetch a medical assistant. The medical assistant, a good-natured young fellow somewhat excessively occupied with his personal appearance, which was prepossessing, however, soon came in, went up to the dead man with rapid steps that sounded noisy in the silent ward, and with a particularly unconcerned air, which he seemed to have assumed for the occasion, took his wrist, felt his pulse, and went away with a wave of his hand. Word was sent to the sergeant in charge. The criminal was an important one and could not be certified as dead without special ceremony. While we were waiting for the sergeant, one of the convicts suggested in a low voice that it might be as well to close the dead man's eyes. Another man listened attentively, without a word went up to the dead man and closed his eyes. Seeing the cross lying on the pillow, he picked it up, looked at it, and put it round Mikhailov's neck again. Then he crossed himself. Meanwhile, the dead face was growing rigid. The sunlight was flickering on it. The mouth was half open. 2 rows of white young teeth glistened between the thin, parched lips. At last the sergeant on duty came in a helmet and with a saber, followed by 2 guards. He went up, moving more slowly as he got nearer, looking in perplexity at the hushed convicts who were gazing grimly at him from all sides. When he was a little way off, he stood stock still, as though he were scared. The sight of the naked and wasted body with nothing on but the fetters impressed him, and he suddenly unbuckled his sword belt, took off his helmet, which he was not required to do, and solemnly crossed himself. He was a grim-looking, gray-headed man who had seen many years of service. I remember that at that moment Chikunov, also a gray-headed man, was standing near. He stared the whole time mutely and intently into the sergeant's face, and with strange attention watched every movement he made. But their eyes met, and something made Chikunov's lower lip quiver. He twisted it into a grin, and, nodding rapidly, as it were involuntarily, towards the dead man, he said to the sergeant,
"He too had a mother."
And he walked away. I remember those words stabbed me to the heart. What made him say them? What made him think of them? They began lifting the dead body. They lifted the bed as well. The straw rustled. The chains clanked loudly on the floor in the silent ward. They were picked up. The body was carried out. Suddenly everyone began talking aloud. We could hear the sergeant in the corridor sending someone for the smith. The fetters were to be removed from the dead man. But I am digressing. Breaking in. In my introductory comments, I noted that at a literary event in the politically charged spring of 1862, Dostoevsky's public reading from The House of the Dead, combined with contributions from other figures, stirred up something close to a riot. This is the chapter that he chose to read that evening. We can see that the passage was carefully chosen. Dostoevsky expresses indignation with 2 gratuitously cruel policies, while painting the pathetic scene of the death of the young Mikhailov. He even gets in an ironic comment about the relatively light punishment of, quote, "only 500 blows," unquote, for the runaway soldier. In fact, the punishment for the runaway was relatively light, in that it was not life-threatening. We will be hearing rather more about corporal punishment shortly. End of comments. Chapter 2. The Hospital. The doctors went their rounds in the morning. Between 10 and 11 they made their appearance in our ward all together, with the chief doctor at their head, and an hour and a half before that our special ward doctor used to visit the ward. At that time our ward doctor was a friendly young man and a thoroughly good doctor. The convicts were very fond of him, and only found one fault in him, that he was too soft. He was in fact not very ready of speech and seemed ill at ease with us. He would almost blush and change the diet at the first request of the patient, and I believe he would even have prescribed the medicines to suit their fancy if they had asked him. But he was a splendid young man. It may be said that many doctors in Russia enjoy the love and respect of the peasants, and as far as I have observed, that is perfectly true. I know that my words will seem paradoxical when one considers the distrust of medicine and of foreign drugs universally felt by the common people in Russia. A peasant will, in fact, even in severe illness, go on for years consulting a wise woman, or taking his homemade remedies, which are by no means to be despised, rather than go to a doctor or into a hospital. There is one important element in this feeling which has nothing to do with medicine. That is, the general distrust felt by the peasants for everything which is stamped with the hallmark of government. Moreover, the people are frightened and prejudiced against hospitals by all sorts of horrible tales and gossip, often absurd, but sometimes not without a foundation of fact. But what they fear most is the German routine of the hospital, the presence of strangers about them all the time they are ill, the strict rules in regard to diet, the tales of the rigorous severity of the attendants and doctors, and of the cutting open and dissection of the dead, and so on. Besides, the people argue that they will be treated by the gentry, for doctors are, after all, gentlemen. But all these terrors disappear very quickly when they come into closer contact with the doctors, generally speaking, not without exceptions, of course, which I think is greatly to the credit of our doctors, who are, for the most part, young men. The majority of them know how to gain the respect and even the love of the people. Anyway, I am writing of what I have myself seen and experienced many times and in many places, and I have no reason to think that things are different in other places. Here and there, of course, there are doctors who take bribes, make a great profit out of their hospitals, and neglect their patients almost completely, till they forget all they have learnt. Such men are still to be found, but I am speaking of the majority, or rather of the tendency, the spirit which animates the medical profession in our day. Whatever one may say in defense of these renegades, these wolves in the fold, however one may ascribe their shortcomings, for instance, to the environment of which they too are the victims, they will always be greatly to blame, especially if they also show a lack of humanity. Humanity, kindness, brotherly sympathy are sometimes of more use to the patients than any medicines. It is high time we gave up apathetic complaints of being corrupted by our environment. It is true, no doubt, that it does destroy a great deal in us, but not everything. And often a crafty and knowing rogue, especially if he is an eloquent speaker or writer, will cover up not simply weakness, but often real baseness, justifying it by the influence of his environment. But again, I have wandered from my subject. I merely meant to say that the mistrust and hostility of the peasants are directed rather against medical administration than against the doctors themselves. When the peasant finds out what they are really like, he quickly loses many of his prejudices. The general arrangements of our hospitals are still in many respects out of harmony with the national spirit. Their routine is still antagonistic to the people's habits, and not calculated to win their full confidence and respect. So at least it seems to me from some of my personal experiences. Our ward doctor usually stopped before every patient, examined and questioned him gravely and with the greatest attention, and prescribed his medicine and his diet. Sometimes he noticed that there was nothing the matter with the patient, but as the convict had come for a rest from work, or to lie on a mattress instead of bare boards, and in a warm room instead of in the damp lockup, where huge masses of pale and wasted prisoners were kept awaiting their trial. Prisoners awaiting trial are almost always all over Russia pale and wasted, a sure sign that they are generally physically and spiritually worse off than convicted prisoners. Our ward doctor calmly entered them as suffering from febris cataralis, and sometimes let them stay even for a week. We all used to laugh over this febris cataralis. We knew very well that this was, by a tacit understanding between the doctor and the patient, accepted as the formula for malingering or handy shooting pains, which was the convict's translation of febris cataralis. Sometimes a patient abused the doctor's soft-heartedness and stayed on till he was forcibly turned out. Then you should have seen our ward doctor. He seemed shy. He seemed ashamed to say straight out to the patient that he must get well and make haste to ask for his discharge, though he had full right to discharge him by writing on his chart, sanat est, without any talk or cajoling. At first he gave him a hint. Afterwards he tried, as it were, to persuade him. "Isn't your time up? You are almost well, you know. The ward is crowded." And so on, till the patient himself began to feel ashamed, and at last asked for his discharge of his own accord. The chief doctor, though he was a humane and honest man, the convicts were very fond of him too, was far sterner and more determined than the ward doctor. He could even show a grim severity on occasion, and he was particularly respected among us for it. He made his appearance, followed by the whole staff, and also examined each patient separately, staying longer with those who were seriously ill, and he always managed to say a kind, encouraging word to them, often full of true feeling. Altogether he made a very good impression. Convicts who came in with a handy shooting pain he never rejected nor turned out. But if the patient were too persistent, he simply discharged him. "Well, brother, you've been here long enough, you've had a rest. You can go, you mustn't outstay your welcome." Those who persisted in remaining were either lazy convicts who shirked work, especially in the summer when the hours were long, or prisoners who were awaiting corporal punishment. I remember special severity, even cruelty, being used in one such case to induce the convict to take his discharge. He came with an eye affection. His eyes were red, and he complained of an acute shooting pain in them. He was treated with blisters, leeches, drops of some corrosive fluid, but the malady remained. The eyes were no better. Little by little the doctors guessed that it was a sham. There was a continual slight inflammation which grew neither worse nor better. It was always in the same condition. The case was suspicious. The convicts had long known that he was shamming and deceiving people, though he did not confess it himself. He was a young fellow, rather good-looking indeed, though he made an unpleasant impression on all of them. Reserved, suspicious, frowning, he talked to no one, had a menacing look, held aloof from everyone as though he were suspicious. I remember it even occurred to some people that he might do something violent. He had been a soldier, had been found out in thieving on a large scale, and was sentenced to 1,000 strokes in a convict battalion. To defer the moment of punishment, as I have mentioned before, convicts sometimes resorted to terrible expedients. By stabbing one of the officials or a fellow convict, they would get a new trial, and their punishment would be deferred for some 2 months, and their aim would be attained. It was nothing to them that the punishment, when it did come 2 months later, would be twice or 3 times as severe. All they cared about was deferring the awful moment, if only for a few days at any cost. So extreme is sometimes the prostration of spirit of these poor creatures. Some of the convicts whispered among themselves that we ought to be on our guard against this man. He might murder someone in the night. However, it was only talk. No special precautions were taken, even by those who slept next to him. It was seen, however, that he rubbed his eyes at night with plaster taken from the wall as well as with something else, that they might be red in the morning. At last the head doctor threatened him with a ceton. In obstinate eye affections of long duration, when every medical expedient has been tried to preserve the sight, the doctors have recourse to a violent and painful remedy. They apply a ceton to the patient as they would to a horse. But even then the poor fellow would not consent to recover. He was too obstinate, or perhaps too cowardly. A ceton perhaps was not so bad as the punishment with sticks, but it was very painful too. The patient's skin, as much as one can grip in the hand, is pinched up behind the neck, and all of it is stabbed through with a knife, which produces a long and wide wound all over the back of the neck. Through this wound they thrust a linen tape, rather wide, a finger's breadth. Then every day at a fixed hour they pull this tape in the wound so that it is opened again, that it may be continually separating and not healing. Yet for several days the poor fellow obstinately endured this torture, which was accompanied with horrible suffering, and only at last consented to take his discharge. His eyes became perfectly well in a single day, and as soon as his neck was healed he went to the lock-up to receive next day the punishment of 1,000 strokes with sticks. Of course, the minute before punishment is awful, so awful that I am wrong in calling the terror of it cowardice and weakness of spirit. It must be awful when men are ready to endure twice or thrice the punishment, if only they can avoid facing it at once. I have mentioned, however, that there were some who asked for their discharge before their backs were quite healed after the first beating, in order to endure the remainder of their punishment and have their sentence over. And detention in the lock-up awaiting punishment was without doubt incomparably worse for all than life in prison. But apart from the difference in temperaments, years of being accustomed to blows and punishments play a great part in the fortitude and fearlessness of some. Men who have been frequently flogged seem to harden their hearts and their backs. At last they look upon the punishment skeptically, almost as a trifling inconvenience, and lose all fear of it. Speaking generally, this is true. One of our convicts in the special divisions, a Kalmuk, who had been christened Aleksander, or Alexandra as they used to call him in the prison, a queer fellow, sly, fearless, and at the same time very good-natured, told me how he got through his 4,000 sticks. He told me about it, laughing and joking, but swore in earnest that if he had not from childhood, his earliest, tenderest childhood, always been under the lash, so that his back had literally never been free from scars all the while he lived with his horde, he never could have endured the punishment. He seemed to bless his education under the lash. "I was beaten for everything, Alexander Petrovitch," he told me one evening, sitting on my bed before the candles were lighted. "For everything and nothing. Whatever happened, I was beaten for 15 years on end, as far back as I can remember, several times every day. Anyone beat me who liked, so that in the end I got quite used to it." How he came to be a soldier I don't know. I don't remember, though perhaps he told me. He was an inveterate runaway and tramp. I only remember his account of how horribly frightened he was when he was condemned to 4,000 sticks for killing his superior officer.
I knew I should be severely punished, and that perhaps I shouldn't come out alive. And though I was used to the lash, 4,000 strokes is no joke. Besides, all the officers were furious with me. I knew for certain that I shouldn't get through it, that I couldn't stand it. I shouldn't come out alive. First I tried getting christened. I thought maybe they'd forgive me, and though the fellows told me it would be no use, I shouldn't be pardoned, I thought I'd try it. Anyway, they'd have more feeling for a Christian after all. Well, they christened me, and at the holy christening called me Aleksander, but the sticks remained. They did not take one off. I thought it was too bad. I said to myself, "Wait a bit, I'll be a match for you all." And would you believe it, Alexander Petrovich, I was a match for them. I was awfully good at pretending to be dead. That is, not being quite dead, but just on the point of expiring. I was brought out for punishment. I was led through the ranks for the first 1,000. It burnt me. I shouted. I was led back for the second 1,000. Well, thought I, my end is come. They've beaten all sense out of me. My legs were giving way. I fell to the ground. My eyes looked lifeless. My face was blue. I stopped breathing, and there was foam on my mouth. The doctor came up. "He'll die directly," said he. They carried me to the hospital, and I revived at once. Then they led me out twice again, and they were angry with me too, awfully angry. And I cheated them twice again. The second time I looked like dead after 1,000, and when it came to the 4th 1,000, every blow was like a knife in my heart. Every blow was as good as 3, it hurt so. They were savage with me. That niggardly last 1,000, damn it, was as bad as all the 3,000 together, and had I not died before the very end, there were only 200 left, they would have beaten me to death. But I took my own part. I deceived them again and shammed death. Again they were taken in, and how could they help being? The doctor believed I was dead. So they beat me for the last 200 with all the fury they could. They beat me so that it was worse than 2,000. But yet they didn't kill me, no fear. And why didn't they kill me? Why, just because I've grown up from childhood under the lash. That's why I am alive to this day. I have been beaten in my day," he added at the end of the story in a sort of mournful reverie, as though trying to recall and reckon how many times he had been beaten. "But no," he added after a minute's silence, "there is no counting the beatings I've had. How could I? They're beyond reckoning." He glanced at me and laughed, but so good-naturedly that I could not help smiling in response. "Do you know, Alexander Petrovich, that whenever I dream at night now, I always dream that I am being beaten? I never have any other dreams." He certainly often cried out at night, and so loudly that the other convicts waked him up at once by prodding him and saying, "What are you shouting for, you devil?" He was a short, sturdy fellow of 45, good-humoured and restless. He got on well with everyone, and though he was very fond of stealing, and often got a beating among us for that, after all, everyone stole, and everyone was beaten for it. I will add one other point. I was always amazed at the extraordinary good nature, the absence of vindictiveness, with which all these victims talked of how they had been beaten, and of the men who had beaten them. Often there was not the slightest trace of spite or hatred in their story, which gripped my heart at once and made it throb violently. Yet they would tell the story and laugh like children.
M, for instance, described his punishment to me. He was not of the privileged class and received 500 strokes. I heard of this from the others and asked him myself whether it were true and how it happened. He answered with a certain brevity, as though with an inward pang. He seemed to avoid looking at me, and his face flushed. Half a minute later he did look at me. There was a gleam of hatred in his eyes, and his lips were quivering with indignation. I felt that he could never forget that page in his past. But almost all our convicts, I will not guarantee that there were no exceptions, took quite a different view of it. It cannot be, I sometimes thought, that they consider themselves guilty and deserving of punishment, especially when they have committed an offense not against one of their own class, but against someone in authority. The majority of them did not blame themselves at all. I have said already that I saw no signs of remorse even when the crime was against one of their class. As for crimes against officers in control of them, they did not count them at all. It sometimes seemed to me that for the latter class of crimes they had a peculiar, so to speak, practical, or rather matter-of-fact, point of view. They put it down to fate, to the inevitability of the act. And this was not done deliberately, but was an unconscious attitude, a kind of creed. Though the convict is almost always disposed to consider himself justified in any crime against officers, so much so that there is no question about it in his mind, yet in practice he recognizes that the authorities take a very different view of his crime, and that therefore he must be punished, and then they are quits. It is a mutual struggle. The criminal knows and never doubts that he will be acquitted by the verdict of his own class, who will never, he knows, entirely condemn him, and for the most part will fully acquit him, so long as his offense has not been against his equals, his brothers, his fellow peasants. His conscience is clear, and with that he is strong and not morally disturbed, and that is the chief thing. He feels, as it were, that he has something to rest upon, and so he feels no hatred, but takes what has happened to him as something inevitable, which has not begun with him and will not end with him, but will go on for long ages as part of a passive but stubborn and old-established feud. No soldier hates the individual Turk he is fighting with, yet the Turk stabs him, hacks at him, shoots him. Yet not all the stories I heard, however, showed the same coolness and indifference. They talked of Lieutenant Zherebiatnikov, for instance, with a certain shade of indignation, though even in this case the feeling was not very strong. I made the acquaintance of this Lieutenant Zherebiatnikov when I was first in hospital, from the convicts' stories about him, I mean. Afterwards I met him in the flesh when he was on duty at the prison. He was a tall man, about 30, big and fat, with red puffy cheeks, white teeth, and with a loud laugh like Nozdryov's. One could see from his face that he was a man who never thought about anything. He was particularly fond of flogging and punishing with sticks when it was his duty to superintend. I hasten to add that I looked upon Lieutenant Zherebiatnikov at the time as a monster, and that was how he was regarded by the convicts themselves. There were in the past, in that recent past, of course, of which the tradition is still fresh though it is hard to believe in it, other officers who were eager to do their duty conscientiously and zealously. But as a rule they did their work in all simplicity of heart without relishing it. Zherebiatnikov had something of the pleasure of an epicure in administering punishment. He was passionately fond of the art of punishing, and he loved it as an art. He enjoyed it, and like the worn-out aristocratic debauchees of the Roman Empire, he invented all sorts of subtleties, all sorts of unnatural tricks to excite and agreeably thrill his crass soul. The convict is let out for punishment. Zherebiatnikov is the officer in command. The mere sight of the long ranks of men drawn up with thick sticks in their hands inspires him. He walks round the ranks complacently and repeats emphatically that every man is to do his duty thoroughly, conscientiously, or else. But the soldiers don't need to be told what that "or else" means. Then the criminal is brought out, and if he knows nothing of Zherebiatnikov, if he has not heard all about him, this would be the sort of trick the lieutenant would play on him. One of hundreds, of course. The lieutenant was inexhaustible in inventing them. At the moment when the convict is stripped, and his hands are tied to the butt-ends of guns by which the sergeants afterwards drag him down the Green Street, it is the regular thing for him to beg in a plaintive, tearful voice, entreating the commanding officer to make his punishment easier, and not to increase it by unnecessary severity.
"Your Honor,"
cries the poor wretch,
"have mercy on me. Be a father to me. I'll pray for your honor all my life. Don't destroy me. Have pity on me."
That was just what Zherebiatnikov wanted. He would pause and would begin talking to the victim with a sentimental air. "But what am I to do, my friend?" he would begin. "It's not I am punishing you, it's the law."
"Your Honor, it's all in your hands. Have pity on me."
"Do you suppose I don't feel for you? Do you suppose it's a pleasure to me to see you beaten? I am a man too. Am I a man or not, do you suppose?"
"For sure, Your Honor. We all know you are our father. We are your children. Be a father to me,"
cries the convict, beginning to hope. "But judge for yourself, my friend. You've got sense. I know that as a fellow creature I ought to be merciful and indulgent even to a sinner like you."
"It's the holy truth you are speaking, Your Honor."
"Yes, to be merciful however sinful you may be. But it's not my doing, it's the law. Think of that. I have my duty to God and to my country. I shall be taking a great sin upon myself if I soften the law. Think of that."
"Your Honor."
"But there, so be it for your sake. I know I am doing wrong, but so be it. I will have mercy on you this time. I'll let you off easy. But what if I am doing you harm? If I have mercy on you this once and let you off easily, and you'll reckon on it being the same next time and commit a crime again, what then? It will be on my conscience."
"Your Honor, I'd not let friend or foe, as before the throne of the Heavenly Father."
All right, all right. But do you swear to behave yourself for the future?"
"Strike me dead, may I never in the world to come."
"Don't swear, it's a sin. I'll believe your word. Do you give me your word?"
"Your Honor."
"Well, I tell you, I'll spare you simply for your orphan's tears. You are an orphan, aren't you?"
"Yes, Your Honor, alone in the world, neither father nor mother."
"Well, for the sake of your orphan's tears, but mind you, it's the last time. Take him," he adds in such a soft-hearted way that the convict does not know how to pray devoutly enough for such a benefactor. But the fearful procession begins. He is led along. The drum begins to boom. The sticks begin flying.
"Give it him!"
Zherebiatnikov bawls at the top of his voice.
"Whack him! Flay him! Flay him! Scorch him! Lay it on! Lay it on! Hit him harder, the orphan! Harder, the rascal! Touch him up! Touch him up!"
And the soldiers hit as hard as they can. The poor wretch begins to scream, and there are flashes before his eyes, while Zherebiatnikov runs after him along the line in peals of laughter, holding his sides and hardly able to stand, so that one felt sorry for the dear man at last. He is delighted and amused, and only from time to time there is a pause in his loud, hearty roars of laughter, and one hears again, "Flay him! Flay him! Scorch him, the rascal! Scorch him, the orphan!" Or he would invent another variation. The convict brought out to punishment begins to entreat him again. This time Zherebiatnikov does not grimace or play a part with him, but goes in for frankness. "I tell you what, my good fellow," he says, "I shall punish you properly, for you deserve it. But I tell you what I'll do for you. I won't tie you to the guns. You shall go alone, but in a new way. Run as fast as you can along the line. Every stick will hit you just the same, but it will sooner be over. What do you think? Would you like to try?" The convict listens with perplexity and mistrust and hesitates. "Who knows?" he thinks to himself. "Maybe it will be easier. I'll run as hard as I can, and the pain will not last a quarter so long, and perhaps not all the sticks will hit me." "Very well, Your Honor, I agree." "Well, I agree too, then. Cut along. Mind now, look sharp," he shouts to the soldiers, though he knows beforehand that not one stick will miss the guilty back. The soldier knows very well what would be in store for him if he missed. The convict runs with all his might along the Green Street, but of course he doesn't get beyond the 15th soldier. The sticks fall upon his back like lightning, like the tattoo on a drum, and the poor wretch drops with a scream, as though he had been cut down or struck by a bullet. "No, Your Honor, better the regular way," he says, getting up slowly from the ground, pale and frightened. And Zherebiatnikov, who knows the trick beforehand and how it ends, roars with laughter. But there is no describing all his diversions or all that was said about him. Stories of somewhat different tone and spirit were told of Lieutenant Smakolov, who was commanding officer of our prison before our major was appointed. Though the convicts talked somewhat unconcernedly and without special anger of Zherebiatnikov, yet they did not admire his exploits. They did not speak well of him and were evidently disgusted by him. Indeed, they seemed to look down upon him with contempt. But Lieutenant Smakolov was remembered among us with enjoyment and delight. He had no particular liking for punishment. There was nothing of the Zherebiatnikov element in him. But he was by no means opposed to the lash. Yet the fact is that even his floggings were remembered among the convicts with love and satisfaction. So successful was the man in pleasing them. And how? How did he gain such popularity? It is true that the convicts, like all Russian people, perhaps, are ready to forget any tortures for the sake of a kind word. I mention it as a fact without qualifying it in one way or another. It was not difficult to please these people and to be popular among them. But Lieutenant Smakolov had won a peculiar popularity, so that even the way he used to administer punishment was remembered almost with tenderness. "We had no need of a father," the convicts would say, and they would sigh, comparing their recollections of their old commanding officer Smakolov with the present major. "He was a jolly good fellow." He was a simple-hearted man, good-natured perhaps in his own way. But sometimes it happens that there is a man in authority who has not only good nature but a generous spirit, and yet everyone dislikes him, and sometimes they simply laugh at him. Smykolov knew how to behave so that they looked upon him as one of themselves, and this is a great art, or more accurately, an innate faculty, which even those who possess it never think about. Strange to say, some men of this sort are not good-natured at all, yet they sometimes gain great popularity. They don't despise, they don't scorn the people under their control. In that, I think, lies the explanation. There is no sign of the fine gentleman, no trace of class superiority about them. There is a peculiar whiff of the peasant inborn in them. And my word, what a keen scent the people have for it! What will they not give for it? They are ready to prefer the sternest man to the most merciful, if the former has a smack of their own homespun flavor. And what if the same man is really good-natured too, even though in a peculiar way of his own? Then he is beyond all price. Lieutenant Smykolov, as I have said already, sometimes punished severely, but he knew how to do it so that, far from being resented, his jokes on the occasion were, even in my day, when it was all long past, remembered with enjoyment and laughter. He had not many such jokes, however. He was lacking in artistic fancy. In fact, he really had one solitary joke which was his mainstay for nearly a year. Perhaps its charm lay in its uniqueness. There was much simplicity in it. The guilty convict would be brought in to be flogged. Smykolov comes in with a laugh and a joke. He asks the culprit some irrelevant questions about his personal life in the prison, not with any sort of object, not to make up to him, but simply because he really wants to know. The birch rods are brought and a chair for Smykolov. He sits down and even lights his pipe. He had a very long pipe. The convict begins to entreat him. "No, brother, lie down, it's no use," says Smykolov. The convict sighs and lies down. "Come, my dear fellow, do you know this prayer by heart?" "To be sure, your honor, we are Christians. We learnt it from childhood." "Well then, repeat it." And the convict knows what to say and knows beforehand what will happen when he says it, because this trick has been repeated 30 times already with others. And Smykolov himself knows that the convict knows it, knows that even the soldiers who stand with lifted rods over the prostrate victim have heard of this joke long ago, and yet he repeats it again. It has taken such a hold on him once for all, perhaps from the vanity of an author, just because it is his own composition. The convict begins to repeat the prayer. The soldiers wait with their rods while Smykolov bends forward, raises his hand, leaves off smoking, and waits for the familiar word. After the first lines of the well-known prayer, the convict at last comes to the words, "Thy kingdom come." That's all he is waiting for. "Stay!" cries the inspired lieutenant, and instantly turning with an ecstatic gesture to a soldier, he cries, "Now give him some!" And he explodes with laughter. The soldiers standing round grin too. The man who thrashes grins. Even the man who was being thrashed almost grins, although at the word of command, "Now give him some," the rod whistles in the air to cut a minute later like a razor through his guilty flesh. And Smykolov is delighted just because he has had such a happy thought, and has himself found the word to rhyme with come. And Smykolov goes away perfectly satisfied with himself, and, indeed, the man who has been flogged goes away almost satisfied with himself and with Smykolov. And half an hour later he will be telling the story in the prison of how the joke that had been repeated 30 times before had now been repeated for the 31st time. "He is a jolly good fellow. He loves a joke." There was even a flavor of maudlin sentimentality about some reminiscences of the good-natured lieutenant.
"Sometimes one would go by, brothers,"
a convict would tell us, his face all smiles at the recollection,
"and he'd be sitting in the window in his dressing-gown, drinking his tea and smoking his pipe. I'd take off my cap. 'Where are you off to, Aksionov?' he'd say. 'Why, to work, Mikhail Vassilitch. First thing I must go to the workroom.' He'd laugh to himself. He was a jolly good fellow. Jolly is the only word."
"We shall never see his like again," one of his listeners would add. Breaking in. The Kalmucks are a small Russian ethnic group descended from the Mongols. Most of them would have been Buddhist, which explains our Aleksander's cynical conversion to Orthodox Christianity in the hopes of reducing his sentence. The report he gives of the constant beatings he received from his earliest childhood does not portray the group in a very positive light. When Zherebiatnikov's laugh is compared to that of one Nozdryov, Dostoevsky is referring to a character from Gogol's novel Dead Souls. Nozdryov is a loud, obnoxious cheat whom you would expect to find in a drunken brawl. This chapter's portrayal of Lieutenant Zherebiatnikov himself might help to explain how it was that the later Dostoevsky could describe sadistic cruelty in his mature novels with such precision. I can only assume that the joke Lieutenant Smekhalov tells before administering corporal punishment is better in the original Russian. However, credit is due to our translator, Constance Garnett, for finding some rhyme in English for the purpose. There is some debate about whether Dostoevsky himself was ever administered corporal punishment. We know at least that he had one narrow escape. The major had accused him of shirking work and ordered him to be flogged, but the major's commanding officer countermanded the order because Dostoevsky had been ill and had been given permission to rest. My own view is that Dostoevsky never received the lash. The reason is that, given his sensitive nature, we could expect that he would have reacted to it the same way M did, with lingering, seething indignation. I don't think he would have been able to deliver the full, candid report on corporal punishment that we see here, which includes the convict's good-natured response to Smekhalov's methods. Clearly, however, he was intensely interested in the phenomenon, perhaps in part out of fear, which explains the wealth of information he accumulated about it. And we are not done with this topic yet. End of comments. Chapter 3. The Hospital. Author's Note. All that I am writing here about corporal punishment was true in my time. Now I am told that all this is changed and still changing. End note. I have spoken about corporal punishment and the various officers who had to perform this interesting duty, because it was only when I went into the hospital that I formed an idea from actual acquaintance of these matters, of which till then I had only known by hearsay. From all the battalions, disciplinary and otherwise, stationed in our town and in the whole surrounding district, all who had received the punishment of the sticks were brought into our 2 wards. In those early days when I still looked so eagerly at everything about me, all these strange proceedings, all these victims who had been punished or were preparing for punishment, naturally made a very strong impression on me. I was excited, overwhelmed, and terrified. I remember that at the same time I began suddenly and impatiently going into all the details of these new facts, listening to the talk and tales of the other convicts on this subject. I asked them questions, tried to arrive at conclusions. I had a great desire to know, among other things, all about the various grades of sentences and punishments, the varying severity of the different forms of punishments, the attitude of the convicts themselves. I tried to picture to myself the psychological condition of men going to punishment. I have mentioned already that it is unusual for anyone to be unconcerned before punishment, even those who have been severely punished and on more than one occasion. The condemned are overcome by an acute, purely physical terror, involuntary and irresistible, which masters the man's whole moral being. Even during my later years in prison, I could not help watching with interest the prisoners who, after being in hospital till the wounds left by the first half of their punishment were healed, were leaving to endure next day the second half of their sentence. This division of the punishment into two parts is always done by the decision of the doctor who was present at the punishment. If the number of strokes to be inflicted is too great for the prisoner to endure all at once, the sentence is inflicted in 2 or even 3 parts, according to the decision of the doctor at the actual time as to whether the prisoner can safely go on walking through the ranks, or whether doing so will endanger his life. As a rule, 500, 1,000, or even 1,500 blows are endured at one time. But if the sentence is one of 2 or 3,000 blows, the punishment has to be divided into 2 or even into 3 parts. Men leaving hospital for the second half of their punishment, after their wounded backs were healed, were usually gloomy, sullen, and disinclined to talk on the day of their discharge and the day before. There was noticeable in them a certain dullness of intelligence, a sort of unnatural preoccupation. A man in this position does not readily enter into conversation, and is for the most part silent. What is interesting is that the convicts themselves never talk to him, and do not attempt to speak of what is in store for him. There is no unnecessary talk nor attempt at consolation. They even try to pay no attention to him. Of course, this is better for the victim. There are exceptions. Orlov, for instance, whose story I have told already. After the first half of his punishment was over, the only thing that vexed him was that his back was so long healing that he could not take his discharge sooner. He wanted to get the second half of his punishment over as soon as possible and to be sent off to his place of exile, hoping to escape on the road. But this man was kept up by the object he had in view, and God knows what was in his mind. His was a vital and passionate nature. He was much pleased and in a state of great excitement, though he controlled his feelings. For, before receiving the first part of his punishment, he had thought that they would not let him off alive, and that he would die under the sticks. Even while he was on trial, various rumors had reached him of what the authorities meant to do, and he prepared himself then to die. But having got through the first half of the sentence, his spirits revived. He was brought into the hospital half dead. I had never seen such wounds. But he came in with joy in his heart, with the hope that he would outlive it, that the rumors were false. Having once come out alive from the sticks, he began now, after his long imprisonment, to dream of the open road, of escape, freedom, the plain and the forest. 2 days after his discharge, he died in the same hospital and in the same bed, after the second half of his punishment. But I have spoken of this already. Yet the very prisoners whose days and nights were so gloomy beforehand endured the punishment itself with manly fortitude, even the most faint-hearted of them. I rarely heard a groan even on the first night of their arrival, and even from the most cruelly punished. The people as a rule know how to bear pain. I asked many questions about the pain. I wanted to find out definitely how bad the pain was, with what it might be compared. I really do not know what induced me to do this. I only remember one thing, that it was not from idle curiosity. I repeat that I was shaken and distressed. But I could not get a satisfactory answer from anyone I asked. It burns, scorches like fire, was all I could find out, and that was the one answer given by all. During those early days, as I got to know M better, I asked him.
"It hurts dreadfully," he said, "and the sensation is burning like fire, as though your back were being roasted before the hottest fire."
In fact, everyone said the same thing. But I remember that I made at the time one strange observation, for the accuracy of which I do not vouch, though the unanimous verdict of the prisoners on the subject strongly confirms it. That is, that the birch, if many strokes are inflicted, is the worst of all punishments in use in Russia. At first sight it might seem that this was absurd and impossible. Yet 500, even 400 strokes may kill a man, and more than 500 strokes are almost certain to. Even the man of the strongest endurance cannot survive 1,000. Yet 500 blows with sticks can be endured without the slightest danger to life. Even men of not very strong constitution can endure the punishment of 1,000 sticks without danger. Even 2,000 will hardly kill a man of medium strength and healthy constitution. The convicts all said that the birch was worse than the sticks.
"The birch smarts more," they told me. "It's more agony."
There is no doubt that the birch is more agonizing than the sticks. It is more irritating. It acts more acutely on the nerves, excites them violently, and strains them beyond endurance. I do not know how it is now, but in the recent past there were gentlemen who derived from the power of flogging their victims something that suggests the Marquis de Sade and the Marquise de Brinvilliers. I imagine there is something in this sensation which sends a thrill at once sweet and painful to the hearts of these gentlemen. There are people who are like tigers thirsting for blood. Anyone who has once experienced this power, this unlimited mastery of the body, blood, and soul of a fellow man made of the same clay as himself, a brother in the law of Christ, anyone who has experienced the power and full license to inflict the greatest humiliation upon another creature made in the image of God, will unconsciously lose the mastery of his own sensations. Tyranny is a habit. It may develop, and it does develop at last, into a disease. I maintain that the very best of men may be coarsened and hardened into a brute by habit. Blood and power intoxicate. Coarseness and depravity are developed. The mind and the heart are tolerant of the most abnormal things, till at last they come to relish them. The man and the citizen is lost forever in the tyrant, and the return to human dignity, to repentance and regeneration, becomes almost impossible. Moreover, the example, the possibility of such despotism has a perverting influence on the whole of society. Such power is a temptation. Society, which looks indifferently on such a phenomenon, is already contaminated to its very foundations. In short, the right of corporal punishment given to one man over another is one of the sores of social life, one of the strongest forces destructive of every germ, every effort in society towards civic feeling, and a sufficient cause for its inevitable dissolution. The professional torturer is an object of disgust to society, but a gentleman torturer is far from being so. It is only lately that an opposite idea has been expressed, and that only in books and abstractly. Even those who express it have not all been able to extinguish in themselves the lust of power. Every manufacturer, every capitalist must feel an agreeable thrill in the thought that his workman, with all his family, is sometimes entirely dependent on him. This is undoubtedly true. A generation does not so quickly get over what has come to it as a legacy from the past. A man does not so easily renounce what is in his blood, what he has, so to speak, sucked in with his mother's milk. Such rapid transformations do not occur. To acknowledge one's fault and the sins of one's fathers is little, very little. One must uproot the habit of them completely, and that is not so quickly done. I have spoken of the torturer. The characteristics of the torturer exist in embryo in almost every man of today. But the brutal qualities do not develop equally. If they develop so as to overpower all the other man's qualities, he becomes, of course, a hideous and terrible figure. Torturers are of two kinds. Some act of their own free will, others involuntarily, of necessity. The voluntary torturer is, of course, more degraded in every respect than the other, though the latter is so despised by the people, inspiring horror, loathing, and an unaccountable, even mysterious terror. Why this almost superstitious horror for one torturer, and such an indifferent, almost approving attitude to the other? There are instances that are strange in the extreme. I have known people good-natured, even honest, and even respected by society, who yet could not with equanimity let a man go until he screamed out under the lash, till he prayed and implored for mercy. It was the duty of men under punishment to cry out and pray for mercy. That was the accepted thing. It was looked upon as necessary and proper. And when, on one occasion, the victim would not scream, the officer, whom I knew personally, and who might perhaps have been regarded in other relations as a good-natured man, took it as a personal insult. He had meant at first to let him off easily, but not hearing the usual, "Your Honor, Father, have mercy, I'll pray to God for you all my life," and the rest of it, he was furious and gave the man 50 lashes extra, trying to wring cries and supplications out of him, and he attained his end. "It couldn't be helped, the man was rude," he said to me quite seriously. As for the actual executioner, who is not a free agent but acts under compulsion, he is, as everyone knows, a condemned convict who escapes his sentence by turning executioner. At first he learns his calling from another executioner, and when he is expert, he is attached permanently to the prison, where he lives apart in a special room, keeping house for himself, though he is almost always guarded. Of course, a live man is not a machine. Although the executioner beats as a duty, he sometimes grows keen on his work. But though the beating may be some satisfaction to himself, he scarcely ever feels personal hatred for his victim. His dexterity, his knowledge of his art, and his desire to show off before his fellow convicts and the public stimulate his vanity. He exerts himself for art's sake. Besides, he knows very well that he is an outcast, that he is met and followed everywhere by superstitious terror, and there is no saying that this may not have an influence on him, may not accentuate ferocity and brutal tendencies in him. Even children know that he has disowned father and mother. Strange to say, though, of the executioners I have seen, all have been men of some education, men of sense and intelligence, who had an extraordinary vanity, even pride. Whether this pride has been developed in them in reaction against the general contempt felt for them, or whether it has been increased by the consciousness of the terror they inspire in their victim and the feeling of mastery over him, I do not know. Possibly the very ceremony and theatrical surroundings with which they make their appearance on the scaffold before the public help to develop a certain haughtiness in them. I remember that I had once for some time opportunities of frequently meeting an executioner and closely observing him. He was a thin, muscular man of 40, of medium stature, with a rather pleasant, intelligent face and a curly head. He was always extraordinarily calm and dignified, behaved like a gentleman, always answered briefly, sensibly, and even affably. But there was a haughtiness in his affability, as though he felt superior to me. The officers on duty often addressed him before me, and they positively showed him a sort of respect. He was conscious of this, and before the officers he redoubled his politeness, frigidity, and sense of personal dignity. The more friendly the officer was to him, the more unbending he became, and though he never departed from his refined courtesy, I am sure that he felt himself at the moment infinitely superior to the officer who was addressing him. One could see this from his face. Sometimes on hot summer days he would be sent under guard with a long, thin pole to kill dogs in the town. There were an immense number of these dogs who belonged to no one and multiplied with extraordinary rapidity. In hot weather they became dangerous, and by order of the authorities the executioner was sent to destroy them. But even this degrading duty evidently did not in the least detract from his dignity. It was worth seeing the majesty with which he paced up and down the town, accompanied by the weary guard, scaring the women and children by his very appearance, and how calmly and even superciliously he looked at all who met him. The executioners have a very good time of it, though. They have plenty of money, they are very well fed, and have vodka to drink. They get money from bribes. The civilian prisoner who is condemned to corporal punishment always makes the executioner a preliminary present of something, even if it is his last penny. But from some rich prisoners the executioner demands a sum suitable to the victim's supposed means. They will exact as much as 30 rubles, sometimes even more. They bargain dreadfully with very rich prisoners. But the executioner cannot punish a man very lightly. He would answer for it with his own back. For a certain sum, however, he will promise the victim not to chastise him very severely. The condemned men almost always agree to his terms, for if they don't, he really will punish them savagely, and it lies almost entirely in his hands. It sometimes happens that he demands a considerable ransom from a very poor prisoner. The relations come, bargain, and bow down to him, and woe betide them if they do not satisfy him. In such cases the superstitious terror he inspires is a great help to him. What wild stories are told of executioners! The convicts themselves assured me that an executioner can kill a man at one blow. But when has there been an instance of this? However, it may be so. Of this they spoke with absolute confidence. The executioner assured me himself that he could do so. They told me, too, that he could aim a swinging blow at the convict's back, yet so that not the slightest bruise would follow, and the convict would feel no pain. But of all these tricks and subtleties too many stories have been told already. But even if the executioner is bribed to let the victim off easily, he gives the first blow with all his might. That is the invariable habit. He softens the later blows, especially if he has received his payment. But whether he has been bought off or not, the first blow is his own affair. I really do not know why this is their custom. Whether to prepare the victim for the later blows, on the theory that after a very bad one the slighter ones will seem less painful, or whether simply to show off his power to the victim, to strike terror into him, to crush him at once, that he may realize the sort of man he has to deal with, to display himself, in fact. In any case, the executioner is in a state of excitement before he begins his work. He feels his power. He is conscious of mastery. At that moment he is an actor. The public gazes at him with wonder and alarm, and there is no doubt that he enjoys shouting to his victim at the first stroke, "Ready now, I'll scorch you!" The fatal and habitual phrase on these occasions. It is hard to imagine how far a man's nature may be distorted. During those early days in the hospital, I listened with interest to all these convict stories. It was very dull for us all, lying in bed. One day was so much like another. In the morning we were entertained by the visit of the doctors, and soon after that, dinner. Eating, of course, was a great recreation in the monotony of our existence. The rations were various, as prescribed for the different patients. Some of them only had soup with some cereal in it. Others only had porridge. Others were restricted to semolina pudding, for which there were always many candidates. The convicts had grown nice from lying in bed so long and were fond of dainties. The convalescent received a slice of boiled beef, bull as they called it. Those who had scurvy were the best fed of all. They got beef with onion, horseradish, and such things, and sometimes a glass of vodka. The bread, too, differed according to the patient's complaint. Some was black, while some was nearly white and was well baked. This formality and exactitude in prescribing their diet only served to amuse the patients. Of course, some patients did not care to eat at all, but those who had an appetite ate whatever they liked. Some exchanged their rations so that the diet appropriate for one complaint was eaten by a patient suffering from something quite different. Others who were prescribed a lowering diet bought the beef or the diet prescribed for the scurvy, drank kvass or the hospital beer, buying it from those to whom it was prescribed. Some individuals even consumed the rations of two. The plates of food were sold and resold for money. A helping of beef was priced rather high. It cost 5 farthings. If there was none to sell in our ward, we used to send the attendant to the other convict ward, and if we could not get it there, we would send to the soldiers' or free ward, as it was called. Patients who wanted to sell it could always be found. They were left with nothing but bread, but they made money. Poverty, of course, was universal, but those who had money sent to market for rolls and even sweet things. Our attendants carried out all these commissions quite disinterestedly. After dinner was the dreariest time. Some of us, bored with nothing to do, fell asleep, while some were gossiping, others were quarreling, others were telling stories. If no fresh patients were brought in, it was even duller. A new arrival almost always made some sensation, especially if no one knew him. The patients scrutinized him, tried to find out who and what he was, where he came from and what brought him there. They were particularly interested in those who were being forwarded to other prisons. These always had something to tell, though not as a rule about their personal life. If they did not speak of that of their own accord, they were never questioned about it, but were only asked where had they come from, with whom, what sort of a journey they had, where they were going, and so on. Some were at once reminded by their account of something in their own past, and told of different journeys, parties, and the officers in charge of them. Prisoners who had suffered the punishment of the sticks were brought in about that time also, towards evening, that is. Their arrival always made rather a sensation, as I have mentioned already, but they did not come every day, and on the days when there were none of them we felt dreary. All the patients seemed fearfully bored with one another, and they even began to quarrel. We were glad to see even the lunatics who were brought in to be kept under observation. The trick of pretending to be mad to escape corporal punishment was frequently adopted by convicts. Some were quickly detected, Or rather, they changed their tactics, and the convict who had been playing antics for 2 or 3 days would suddenly, apropos of nothing, behave sensibly, calm down, and begin gloomily asking to be discharged. Neither the convicts nor the doctors reproached such a man, or tried to put him to shame by reminding him of the farce he had been playing. They discharged him without a word and let him go. 2 or 3 days later he was brought back after punishment. Such cases were, however, rare on the whole. But the real madmen who were brought for observation were a perfect curse for the whole ward. Some of the lunatics who were lively, in high spirits, who shouted, danced, and sang, were at first welcomed by the convicts almost with enthusiasm. "Here's fun," they would say, watching the antics of some new arrival. But I found it horribly painful and depressing to see these luckless creatures. I could never look at madmen without feeling troubled. But the continual capers and uneasy antics of the madman who was welcomed with laughter on his arrival soon sickened us all, and in a day or 2 exhausted our patience. One of them was kept in our ward for 3 weeks, till we all felt like running away. To make matters worse, another lunatic was brought in at that very time, who made a great impression upon me. This happened during my 3rd year in the prison. During my 1st year, or rather my first months in prison, in the spring I went to a brickyard 1.5 miles away to carry bricks for a gang of convicts who worked as stove builders. They had to mend the kilns in readiness for making bricks in the summer. That morning M and B introduced me to the overseer of the brickyard, a sergeant called Dostoevsky. He was a Pole, a tall, thin old man of 60, of extremely dignified and even stately appearance. He had been in the army for many years, and though he was a peasant by birth and had come to Siberia as a simple soldier after 1830, yet M and B loved and respected him. He was always reading the Catholic Bible. I conversed with him, and he talked with much friendliness and sense, described things interestingly, and looked good-natured and honest. I did not see him again for 2 years. I only heard that he had got into trouble about something, and suddenly he was brought into our ward as a lunatic. He came in shrieking and laughing, and began dancing about the ward with most unseemly and indecent actions. The convicts were in ecstasies, but I felt very sad. 3 days later we did not know what to do with him. He quarreled, fought, squealed, sang songs even at night, and was continually doing such disgusting things that all began to feel quite sick. He was afraid of no one. They put him in a strait waistcoat, but that only made things worse for us, though without it he had been picking quarrels and fighting with almost everyone. Sometimes during those 3 weeks the whole ward rose as one man and begged the senior doctor to transfer our precious visitor to another convict ward. There, a day or 2 later, they begged that he should be transferred back. And as there were 2 restless and quarrelsome lunatics in the hospital at once, the 2 convict wards had them turn and turn about, and they were one as bad as the other. We all breathed more freely when at last they were taken away. I remember another strange madman. He was brought in one summer day, a healthy and very clumsy-looking man of 45, with a face horridly disfigured by smallpox, with little red eyes buried in fat, and a very gloomy and sullen expression. They put him next to me. He turned out to be a very quiet fellow. He spoke to no one, but sat as though he were thinking about something. It began to get dark, and suddenly he turned to me. He began telling me without the slightest preface, but as though he were telling me a great secret, that he was in a few days to have received 2,000 sticks, but that now it would not come off because the daughter of Colonel G had taken up his case. I looked at him in perplexity and answered that I should not have thought that the colonel's daughter could have done anything in such a case. I had no suspicions at the time. He had been brought in not as a lunatic, but as an ordinary patient. I asked him what was the matter with him. He answered that he did not know, that he had been brought here for some reason, that he was quite well, but that the colonel's daughter was in love with him, that a fortnight ago she had happened to drive past the lock-up at the moment when he was looking out of the grated window. She had fallen in love with him as soon as she saw him. Since then, on various pretexts, she had been 3 times in the lock-up. The first time she came with her father to see her brother, who was then an officer on duty there. Another time she came with her mother to give them alms, and as she passed him she whispered that she loved him and would save him. It was amazing with what exact details he told me all this nonsense, which, of course, was all the creation of his poor sick brain. He believed devoutly that he would escape corporal punishment. He spoke calmly and confidently of this young lady's passionate love for him, and although the whole story was so absurd, it was uncanny to hear such a romantic tale of a lovesick maiden from a man nearly 50, of such a dejected, woe-begone, and hideous appearance. It is strange what the fear of punishment had done to that timid soul. Perhaps he had really seen someone from the window, and the insanity, begotten of terror and growing upon him every hour, had at once found its outlet and taken shape. This luckless soldier, who had very likely never given a thought to young ladies in his life before, suddenly imagined a whole romance, instinctively catching at this straw. I listened without answering, and told the other convicts about it. But when the others showed their curiosity, he preserved a chaste silence. Next day the doctor questioned him at length, and as he said that he was not ill in any way, and as on examination this seemed to be true, he was discharged. But we only learnt that they had put sanat on his case sheet after the doctors had left the ward, so that it was impossible to tell them what was the matter with him. And indeed we hardly realized ourselves at the time what was really the matter. It was all the fault of the officers who had sent him to the hospital without explaining why they had sent him. There must have been some oversight. And perhaps those responsible may not have been at all sure that he was mad, and had acted on vague rumors in sending him to the hospital to be watched. However that may have been, the poor fellow was taken out 2 days later to be punished. The unexpectedness of his fate seems to have been a great shock to him. He did not believe in it till the last minute, and when he was led between the ranks he screamed for help. When he was brought back to the hospital afterwards, he was taken to the other convict ward, as there was no bed empty in ours. But I inquired about him, and learnt that for 8 days he did not say a word to anyone, that he was crushed and terribly depressed. He was transferred elsewhere, I believe, when his back was healed. I never heard anything more of him, anyway. As for the general treatment and the drugs, so far as I could see, the patients who were only slightly ill scarcely followed the prescriptions or took their medicines at all. But all who were seriously ill, all who were really ill, in fact, were very fond of being doctored, and took their mixtures and powders punctually. But what they liked best of all were external remedies. Cuppings, leeches, poultices, and bloodletting, the remedies which our peasants are so fond of and put such faith in, were accepted by the patients readily, even with relish. I was interested by one strange circumstance. The very men who were so patient in enduring agonizing pain from the sticks and the birch often complained, writhed, and even groaned when they were cupped. Whether they had grown soft through illness or were simply showing off, I really do not know. It is true our cuppings were of a peculiar sort. The assistant had at some remote period lost or spoilt the instrument with which the skin was pierced, or perhaps it was worn out, so that he was obliged to make the necessary incisions with a lancet. About 12 such incisions are made for every cupping. With the proper instrument it does not hurt. 12 little pricks are made instantaneously, and the pain is scarcely felt. But when the incisions are made by the lancet, it is a very different matter. The lancet cuts comparatively slowly. The pain is felt, and as for 10 cuppings, for example, 120 of such cuts had to be made. The whole operation was rather unpleasant. I have tried it. But though it was painful and annoying, still it was not so bad that one couldn't help moaning over it. It was positively absurd sometimes to see a tall, sturdy fellow wriggling and beginning to whine. Perhaps one may compare it with the way a man, who is firm and even self-possessed in a matter of importance, will sometimes be moody and fanciful at home when he has nothing to do, will refuse to eat what is given to him, scold and find fault so that nothing is to his taste. Everyone annoys him, everyone is rude to him, everyone worries him. Will, in short, wax fat and wanton, as is sometimes said of such gentlemen, though they are met even among the peasantry. And, living all together as we did, we saw too many of them in our prison. Such a weakling would often be chaffed by the other convicts in the ward, and sometimes even abused by them. Then he would subside as though he had only been waiting for a scolding to be quiet. Ustyantsev particularly disliked this complaining, and never lost an opportunity for abusing the grumbler. He seized every chance of finding fault with anyone, indeed. It was an enjoyment, a necessity for him, due partly to his illness, no doubt, but partly also to the dullness of his mind. He would first stare at the offender intently and earnestly, and then begin to lecture him in a voice of calm conviction. He meddled in everything, as though he had been appointed to watch over the discipline and the general morality of the ward.
"He has a finger in every pie," the convicts would say, laughing.
But they were not hard on him, and avoided quarreling with him. They only laughed at him sometimes.
"What a lot of talk," they would say. "More than 3 wagon loads." "A lot of talk? We don't take our caps off to a fool, we all know. Why does he cry out over a lancet prick? You must take the crust with the crumb, put up with it." "But what business is it of yours?"
"No, lads," interrupted one of our convicts. "The cupping is nothing. I've tried it. But there's no pain worse than having your ear pulled for too long." Everyone laughed.
"Why, have you had yours pulled?"
"Don't you believe it, then?" "Of course I have." "That's why your ears stick out so." The convict in question, whose name was Shapkin, actually had very long, prominent ears. He had been a tramp, was still young, and was a quiet and sensible fellow who always spoke with a sort of serious, concealed humor, which gave a very comical effect to some of his stories.
"But why should I suppose you'd had your ears pulled? And how was I to imagine it, you thickhead?"
Ustyantsev put in his spoke again, addressing Shapkin with indignation, though the latter had not spoken to him but to the company in general. Shapkin did not even look at him.
"And who was it pulled your ear?" asked someone.
"Who? Why, the police captain, to be sure. That was in my tramping days, mates. We reached K, and there were two of us, me and another tramp, Ephim, who had no surname. On the way we had picked up a little something at a peasant's at Tolmina. That's a village. Well, we got to the town and looked about to see if we could pick up something here and make off. In the country you are free to go north and south and west and east, but in the town you are never at ease, you know. Well, first of all we went to a tavern. We looked about us. A fellow came up to us, a regular beggar, with holes in his elbows, but not dressed like a peasant. We talked of one thing and another.
"And allow me to ask, have you got papers with you or not?"
"No," we said, "we haven't."
"Oh," says he, "I haven't either. I have two other good friends here," says he, "who are in General Cuckoo's service too. Here we've been going it a little, and meanwhile we've not earned a penny. So I make bold to ask you to stand us a pint."
"With the greatest of pleasure," say we. So we drank, and they put us up to a job that is in our own line, house-breaking. There was a house at the end of the town, and a rich man lived there with lots of property, so we decided to call on him at night. But we were caught, all the 5 of us, that night in his house. We were taken to the police station, and then straight to the police captain's.
"I'll question them myself," says he.
He came in with a pipe. A cup of tea was brought in after him. He was a hearty-looking fellow with whiskers. He sat down. 3 others were brought in besides ourselves, tramps too. A tramp's a funny chap, you know, brothers. He never remembers anything. You might break a post on his head. You won't make him remember. He knows nothing. The police captain turned straight to me.
"Who are you?"
he growled out at me with a voice that came out of his boots. Well, of course, I said what we all do. "I don't remember anything, Your Honor. I've forgotten."
"Wait a bit. I shall have something more to say to you. I know your face,"
says he, staring, all eyes at me. But I had never seen him before. Then to the next.
"Who are you?"
"Cut and Run, Your Honor."
"Is that your name?"
"Yes, Your Honor."
"All right, you're Cut and Run. And you?"
He turns to the third. "And I follow him, Your Honor."
"But what's your name?"
"That's my name, Your Honor. I follow him."
"But who has given you that name, you rascal?"
"Good people, Your Honor. There are good people in the world, Your Honor, we all know."
"And who are these good people?"
"I've rather forgotten, Your Honor. You must graciously forgive me."
"You've forgotten them all?"
"Yes, all, Your Honor."
"But you must have had a father and mother. You must remember them anyway."
"It must be supposed I had them, Your Honor, but I've rather forgotten them too. Perhaps I did have them, Your Honor."
"But where have you lived till now?"
"In the woods, Your Honor."
"Always in the woods?"
"Always."
"And what about the winter?"
"I haven't seen the winter, Your Honor."
"And you? What's your name?"
"Hatchet, Your Honor."
"And you?"
"Quick Sharpener, Your Honor."
"And you?"
"Sharpener, for sure, Your Honor."
"You none of you remember anything?"
"None of us, Your Honor." He stands and laughs, and they look at him and laugh. But another time he might give you one in the jaw. It's all luck. And they were such a fat, sturdy lot.
"Take them to prison,"
says he.
"I'll talk to them later, but you stay here,"
says he to me.
"Come this way. Sit down."
I look. There's a table, paper and pen. What is he up to now, thinks I.
"Sit down on the chair,"
says he.
"Take the pen, write."
And he took hold of my ear and pulled it. I looked at him as the devil looked at the priest. "I can't, your honour," says I.
"Write,"
says he. "Have mercy, your honour."
"Write,"
says he.
"Write as best you can."
And he kept pulling and pulling my ear, and suddenly gave it a twist. Well, I tell you, lads, I'd rather have had 300 lashes. There were stars before my eyes.
"You write, and that's all about it." "Why, was he crazy or what?" "No, he wasn't crazy. But not long before, a clerk at T had played a fine prank. He nabbed the government money and made off with it, and he had ears that stuck out too. Well, they sent word of it in all directions, and I seemed to like the description. So he was trying whether I knew how to write and how I wrote." "What a position, lad! And did it hurt?" "I tell you it did." There was a general burst of laughter. "Well, and did you write?" "Why, how could I write? I began moving the pen, and I moved it about over the paper. He gave it up. He gave me a dozen swipes in the face and then let me go. To prison too, of course." "And do you know how to write?" "I did once, but since folks began writing with pens, I lost the art." Well, it was in tales like these, or rather in chatter like this, that our weary hours were spent. Good God, how wearisome it was! The days were long, stifling, exactly like one another. If one had only a book! And yet I was constantly going to the hospital, especially at first, sometimes because I was ill, and sometimes simply for a rest, to get away from the prison. It was unbearable there, more unbearable than here, morally more unbearable. The hatred, enmity, quarreling, envy, the continual attacks on us, the gentlemen, the spiteful, menacing faces. Here in the hospital all were more on an equal footing and lived more amicably. The saddest time of the whole day was the beginning of the evening, when the candles were lit and night was coming on. They settled down to sleep early. The dim night lamp gleamed, a spot of brightness in the distance near the door, while at our end it was half dark. The air grew close and fetid. Some patient unable to sleep would get up and sit for a couple of hours on his bed, his head bent forward in his nightcap, as though pondering something. One looks at him for an hour to pass the time and wonders what he is thinking about, or one begins to dream and think of the past, while fancy draws pictures in vivid colors with wide horizons. One recalls details which one would not remember at another time, and which one would not feel as one does then. And one speculates on the future, how one will get out of prison. Where will one go? When will that be? Whether one will return to one's native place? One muses and muses, and hope begins to stir in one's heart. At other times, one simply begins counting, 1, 2, 3, and so on, to put oneself to sleep. I have sometimes counted to 3,000 and not slept. Someone would stir. Ustyansev would cough his sickly, consumptive cough, and then groan feebly, and every time would add, "Lord, I have sinned." And it is strange to hear this sick, broken, moaning voice in the complete stillness. In another corner there are others awake, talking together from their beds. One begins to tell something of his past, some event long gone by, of his tramping,
of his children, of his wife, of the old days. You feel from the very sound of the far-away whisper that all he is telling is long over and can never return, and that he, the speaker, has cut off all connection with it. The other listens. One can hear nothing but a soft, measured whisper, like water trickling far away. I remember one long winter night I heard a story. It seemed to me at first like a nightmare, as though I had been lying in fever and had dreamed it all in delirium. Breaking in. The author's note at the beginning of this chapter, which signifies that his description of corporal punishment is a portrayal of a past practice and not the present, is another instance of Dostoevsky doing his best to avoid the red pen of the censor. It is questionable whether this chapter would have been published without this cautious qualification. When our narrator expresses surprise at the fact that convicts universally believe the birch to be a much more painful punishment than the sticks, this is apparently because conventional wisdom would have had it the other way around. For instance, the law in the 1850s would grant a landowner the right to subject an offending serf to 40 lashes with the birch or 15 with the sticks, as though the sticks were the more severe punishment. It seems the law had it backwards. The gentlemen who do flog their serfs sometimes, Dostoevsky suggests, derive a pleasure reminiscent of Marquis de Sade or Marquise de Brinvilliers. Marquis de Sade needs no introduction. Marquise de Brinvilliers was a 17th century aristocrat who murdered her family by poison. She practiced the art of brewing poison by testing her concoctions on the poor, and is reputed to have enjoyed watching their suffering. Our translator adds a note about Ostrowski, the Polish sergeant who ultimately goes mad. Ostrowski had become a simple soldier after 1830. Garnett notes that this is the year of a failed Polish uprising against their Russian occupants. We also see that the sergeant is a Catholic. I will say a bit more about Dostoevsky's reaction to Poles, politics, and Catholicism in later comments. Our next chapter is going to tell a story. It is told through dialogue between two speakers, one of whom quotes a variety of people from his past. It is a difficult passage to convey in audio format. I'll do my best to make things clear, but this is one occasion where it might be best to keep an eye on the screen, which should help to signify which characters are doing the speaking. End of comments. Chapter 4. Akulka's Husband. A Story. It was rather late at night, about 12 o'clock. I had fallen asleep, but soon woke up. The tiny dim light of the night lamp glimmered faintly in the ward. Almost all were asleep. Even Ustyansev was asleep, and in the stillness one could hear how painfully he breathed and the husky wheezing in his throat at every gasp. Far away in the passage there suddenly sounded the heavy footsteps of the sentry coming to relieve the watch. There was a clang of a gun against the floor. The ward door was opened. The corporal, stepping in cautiously, counted over the patients. A minute later the ward was shut up. A new sentry was put on duty. The watchman moved away, and again the same stillness. Only then I noticed that on the left, at a little distance from me, there were two patients awake, who seemed to be whispering together. It used to happen in the ward sometimes that two men would lie side by side for days and months without speaking, and suddenly would begin talking, excited by the stillness of the night, and one would reveal his whole past to the other. They had evidently been talking for a long time already. I missed the beginning, and even now I could not make it all out, but by degrees I grew used to it and began to understand it all. I could not get to sleep. What could I do but listen? One was speaking with heat, half reclining on the bed, with his head raised and craning his neck towards his companion. He was obviously roused and excited. He wanted to tell his story. His listener was sitting sullen and quite unconcerned in his bed, occasionally growling in answer or in token of sympathy with the speaker, more as it seemed out of politeness than from real feeling, and at every moment stuffing his nose with snuff. He was a soldier called II.VII from the disciplinary battalion, a man of 50, a sullen pedant, a cold formalist, and a conceited fool. The speaker, whose name was Shishkov, was a young fellow under 30, a convict in the civil division in our prison, who worked in the tailor's workshop. So far I had taken very little notice of him, and I was not drawn to see more of him during the remainder of my time in prison. He was a shallow, whimsical fellow. Sometimes he would be silent, sullen, and rude, and not say a word for weeks together. Sometimes he would suddenly get mixed up in some affair, would begin talking scandal, would get excited over trifles and flit from one ward to another repeating gossip, talking endlessly, frantic with excitement. He would be beaten and relapse into silence again. He was a cowardly, mawkish youth. Everyone seemed to treat him with contempt. He was short and thin. His eyes were restless and sometimes had a blank, dreamy look. At times he would tell a story. He would begin hotly, with excitement, gesticulating with his hands, and suddenly he would break off or pass to another subject, carried away by fresh ideas and forgetting what he had begun about. He was often quarreling, and whenever he quarreled would reproach his opponent for some wrong he had done him, would speak with feeling and almost with tears. He played fairly well on the balalaika and was fond of playing it. On holidays he even danced, and danced well when they made him. He could very easily be made to do anything. It was not that he was specially docile, but he was fond of making friends and was ready to do anything to please. For a long time I could not grasp what he was talking about. I fancy, too, that at first he was constantly straying away from his subject into other things. He noticed perhaps that II.VII took scarcely any interest in his story, but he seemed anxious to convince himself that his listener was all attention, and perhaps it would have hurt him very much if he had been convinced of the contrary. He would go into the market, he went on. Everyone would bow to him. They felt he was a rich man. That's the only word for it. He had some trade, you say? Yes, he had. They were poor folks there, regular beggars. The women used to carry water from the river ever so far up the steep bank to water their vegetables. They wore themselves out and did not get cabbage enough for soup in the autumn. It was poverty. Well, he rented a big piece of land, kept 3 laborers to work it. Besides, he had his own beehives and sold honey, and cattle too in our parts, you know. He was highly respected. He was pretty old, 70 if he was a day. His old bones were heavy, his hair was grey. He was a great big fellow. He would go into the market-place in a fox-skin coat, and all did him honour. They felt what he was, you see. "Good morning, Ankudim Trofimich, sir." "Good day to you," he'd say. He wasn't too proud to speak to anyone, you know. "Long life to you, Ankudim Trofimich." "And how's your luck?" he'd ask.
Our luck's as right as suit as white. How are you doing, sir?" "I am doing as well as my sins will let me. I am jogging along." "Good health to you, Ankudim Trofimych." He wasn't too proud for anyone, but if he spoke, every word he said was worth a ruble. He was a Bible reader, an educated man, always reading something religious. He'd set his old woman before him. "Now, wife, listen and mark." And he'd begin expounding to her. And the old woman was not so very old. She was his second wife. He married her for the sake of children, you know. He had none from the first. But by the second, Marya Stepanovna, he had 2 sons not grown up. He was 60 when the youngest, Vasya, was born, and his daughter, Akulka, the eldest of the lot, was 18. "Was that your wife?" "Wait a bit. First there was the upset with Filka Morozov. 'You give me my share,' says Filka to Ankudim. 'Give me my 400 rubles. Am I your servant? I won't be in business with you, and I don't want your Akulka. I am going to have my fling. Now my father and mother are dead, so I shall drink up my money and then hire myself out. That is, go for a soldier, and in 10 years I'll come back here as a field marshal.' Ankudim gave him the money and settled up with him for good, for his father and the old man had set up business together. 'You are a lost man,' says he. 'Whether I am a lost man or not, you greybeard, you'd teach one to sup milk with an awl. You'd save off every penny. You'd rake over rubbish to make porridge. I'd like to spit on it all. Save every pin, and the devil you win. I've a will of my own,' says he, 'and I am not taking your Akulka anyway. I've slept with her as it is,' says he. 'What?' says Ankudim. 'Do you dare shame the honest daughter of an honest father? When have you slept with her, you adder's fat, you pike's blood?' And he was all of a tremble, so Filka told me. 'I'll take good care,' says he, 'that your Akulka won't get any husband now, let alone me. No one will have her, even Mikita Grigorych won't take her, for now she is disgraced. I've been carrying on with her ever since autumn. I wouldn't consent for 100 crabs now. You can try giving me 100 crabs and I won't consent.' And didn't he run a fine rig among us, the lad? He kept the country in an uproar, and the town was ringing with his noise. He got together a crew of companions, heaps of money. He was carousing for 3 months. He spent everything. 'When I've got through all the money,' he used to say, 'I'll sell the house, sell everything, and then I'll either sell myself for a soldier or go on the tramp.' He'd be drunk from morning till night. He drove about with bells and a pair of horses. And the way the wenches ran after him was tremendous. He used to play the torba finely." "Then he'd been carrying on with Akulka before?" "Stop, wait a bit. I'd buried my father just then too, and my mother used to make cakes, for she worked for Ankudim, and that was how we lived. We had a hard time of it. We used to rent a bit of ground beyond the wood, and we sowed it with corn. But we lost everything after father died, for I went on the spree too, my lad. I used to get money out of my mother by beating her." "That's not the right thing, to beat your mother. It's a great sin." "I used to be drunk from morning till night, my lad. Our house was all right, though it was tumble down. It was our own, but it was as empty as a drum. We used to sit hungry. We had hardly a morsel from one week's end to another. My mother used to keep on nagging at me, but what did I care? I was always with Filka Morozov in those days. I never left him from morning till night. 'Play on the guitar and dance,' he'd say to me, and I'll lie down and fling money at you, for I'm an extremely wealthy man." And what wouldn't he do? But he wouldn't take stolen goods. "I'm not a thief," he says. "I'm an honest man. But let's go and smear Akulka's gate with pitch, for I don't want Akulka to marry Mikita Grigorich. I care more for that than for jelly." The old man had been meaning to marry Akulka to Mikita Grigorich for some time past. Mikita, too, was an old fellow in spectacles and a widower with a business. When he heard the stories about Akulka, he drew back. "That would be a great disgrace to me, Ankurin Trofimich," says he, "and I don't want to get married in my old age." So we smeared Akulka's gate. And they thrashed her for it at home. Marya Stepanovna cried, "I'll wipe her off the face of the earth." "In ancient years," says the old man, "in the time of the worthy patriarchs, I should have chopped her to pieces at the stake. But nowadays it's all darkness and rottenness." Sometimes the neighbors all along the street would hear Akulka howling. They beat her from morning till night. Filka would shout for the whole marketplace to hear. "Akulka's a fine wench to drink with," says he. "You walk in fine array. Who's your lover, pray?" "I've made them feel it," says he. "They won't forget it." About that time I met Akulka one day carrying the pails, and I shouted at her, "Good morning, Akulina Kurimovna. Greetings to your grace. You walk in fine array. Where do you get it, pray? Come, who's your lover, say?" That was all I said. But how she did look at me! She had such big eyes, and she had grown as thin as a stick. And as she looked at me, her mother thought she was laughing with me and shouted from the gateway, "What are you gaping at, shameless hussy?" And she gave her another beating that day. Sometimes she'd beat her for an hour together. "I'll do for her," says she, "for she is no daughter of mine now." Then she was a loose wench? You listen, old man. While I was always drinking with Filka, my mother comes up to me one day. I was lying down. "Why are you lying there, you rascal?" says she. "You are a blackguard," says she. She swore at me, in fact. "You get married," says she. "You marry Akulka. They'll be glad to marry her now, even to you. They'd give you 300 rubles in money alone." "But she is disgraced in the eyes of all the world," says I. "You're a fool," says she. "The wedding ring covers all. It will be all the better for you if she feels her guilt all her life. And their money will set us on our feet again. I've talked it over with Marya Stepanovna already. She is very ready to listen." 20 rubles down on the table and I'll marry her," says I. And would you believe it, right up to the day of the wedding I was drunk. And Filka Morozov was threatening me too. "I'll break all your ribs, Akulka's husband," says he, "and I'll sleep with your wife every night if I please." "You lie, you dog's flesh," says I. And then he put me to shame before all the street. I ran home. "I won't be married," says I, "if they don't lay down another 50 rubles on the spot." But did they agree to her marrying you? Me? Why not? We were respectable people. My father was only ruined at the end by a fire. Till then we'd been better off than they. And Kudim says, "You are as poor as a rat," says he. "There's been a lot of pitch smeared at your gate," I answered. "There's no need for you to cry us down," says he. "You don't know that she has disgraced herself, but there's no stopping people's mouths. Here's the icon and here's the door," says he. "You needn't take her. Only pay back the money you've had."
Then I talked it over with Filka, and I sent Dmitri Bykov to tell him I'd dishonor him now over all the world. And right up to the wedding, lad, I was dead drunk. I was only just sober for the wedding. When we were driven home from the wedding and sat down, Mitrofan Stepanovich, my uncle, said, "Though it's done in dishonor, it's just as binding," says he. "The thing's done and finished." Old Ankudim was drunk too, and he cried. He sat there, and the tears ran down his beard. And I tell you what I did, my lad. I'd put a whip in my pocket. I got it ready before the wedding. I'd made up my mind to have a bit of fun with Akulka, to teach her what it meant to get married by a dirty trick, and that folks might know I wasn't being fooled over the marriage.
Quite right, too, to make her feel it for the future.
No, old chap, you hold your tongue. In our part of the country, they take us straight after the wedding to a room apart while the others drink outside. So they left the Kulka and me inside. She sits there so white, not a drop of blood in her face. She was scared, to be sure. Her hair, too, was as white as flax. Her eyes were large, and she was always quiet. You heard nothing of her. She was like a dumb thing in the house. A strange girl altogether. And can you believe it, brother? I got that whip ready and laid it beside me by the bed. But it turned out she had not wronged me at all, my lad.
You don't say so.
Not at all. She was quite innocent. And what had she had to go through all that torment for? Why had Filka Morozov put her to shame before all the world?
Yes.
I knelt down before her then, on the spot, and clasped my hands. "Akulina Kurimovna," says I, "forgive me, fool as I am, for thinking ill of you. Forgive a scoundrel like me," says I. She sat before me on the bed, looking at me, put both hands on my shoulders while her tears were flowing. She was crying and laughing. Then I went out to all of them. "Well," says I, "if I meet Filka Morozov now, he is a dead man." As for the old people, they did not know which saint to pray to. The mother almost fell at her feet, howling. And the old fellow said, "Had we known this, we wouldn't have found a husband like this for you, our beloved daughter." When we went to church the first Sunday, I in my astrakhan cap, coat of fine cloth and velveteen breeches, and she in her new hareskin coat with a silk kerchief on her head, we looked a well-matched pair. Didn't we walk along? People were admiring us. I needn't speak for myself, and though I can't praise Akulina up above the rest, I can't say she was worse, and she'd have held her own with any dozen.
That's all right, then.
Come, listen. The day after the wedding, though I was drunk, I got away from my visitors and escaped and ran away. "Bring me that wretch Filka Morozov," says I. "Bring him here, the scoundrel." I shouted all over the market. Well, I was drunk, too. I was beyond the Vlasovs when they caught me, and 3 men brought me home by force. And the talk was all over the town. The wenches in the marketplace were talking to each other. "Girls, darlings, have you heard? Akulka is proved innocent." Not long after, Filka says to me before folks, "Sell your wife and you can drink. Yashka the soldier got married just for that," says he. "He didn't sleep with his wife, but he was drunk for 3 years. I said to him, "You are a scoundrel." "And you," says he, "a fool. Why, you weren't sober when you were married," says he. "How could you tell about it when you were drunk?"
I came home and shouted. "You married me when I was drunk," said I. My mother began scolding me. "Your ears are stopped with gold, mother. Give me a kulka." Well, I began beating her. I beat her, my lad, beat her for 2 hours till I couldn't stand up. She didn't get up from her bed for 3 weeks. "To be sure," observed Terevin phlegmatically, "if you don't beat them, they'll—" "But did you catch her with a lover?" "Catch her? No, I didn't," Shishkov observed after a pause, and as it were with an effort. "But I felt awfully insulted. People teased me so, and Filka led the way. 'You've a wife for show,' says he, 'for folks to look at.' Filka invited us with others, and this was the greeting he gave me. 'His wife is a tender-hearted soul,' says he, 'honourable and polite, who knows how to behave, nice in every way.' That's what he thinks now. But you've forgotten, lad, how you smeared her gate with pitch yourself." I sat drunk, and then he seized me by the hair suddenly, and holding me by the hair, he shoved me down. "Dance," says he, "a kulka's husband. I'll hold you by your hair, and you dance to amuse me." "You are a scoundrel," I shouted. And he says to me, "I shall come to you with companions and thrash a kulka, your wife, before you, as much as I like." Then I, would you believe it, was afraid to go out of the house for a whole month. I was afraid he'd come and disgrace me. And just for that I began beating her. "But what did you beat her for? You can tie a man's hands, but you can't stop his tongue. You shouldn't beat your wife too much. Show her, give her a lesson, and then be kind to her. That's what she is for." Shishkov was silent for some time. "It was insulting," he began again. "Besides, I got into the habit of it. Some days I'd beat her from morning till night. Everything she did was wrong. If I didn't beat her, I felt bored. She would sit without saying a word, looking out of the window and crying. She was always crying. I'd feel sorry for her, but I'd beat her. My mother was always swearing at me about her. 'You are a scoundrel,' she'd say. 'You're a jailbird.' 'I'll kill her,' I cried, 'and don't let anyone dare to speak to me, for they married me by a trick.' At first old Ankudim stood up for her. He'd come himself. 'You are no one of much account,' says he. 'I'll find a law for you.' But he gave it up. Marya Stepanovna humbled herself completely. One day she came and prayed to me tearfully. 'I've come to entreat you, Ivan Semyonovitch. It's a small matter, but a great favour. Bid me hope again.' She bowed down. 'Soften your heart. Forgive her. Evil folk slandered our daughter. You know yourself she was innocent when you married her.' And she bowed down to my feet and cried. But I lorded it over her. 'I won't hear you now. I shall do just what I like to you all now, for I am no longer master of myself. Filka Morozov is my mate and my best friend.' 'So you were drinking together again, then?' 'Nothing like it. There was no approaching him. He was quite mad with drink. He'd spent all he had and hired himself out to a storekeeper to replace his eldest son. In our part of the country, when a man sells himself for a soldier, up to the very day he is taken away, everything in the house has to give way to him, and he is master over all. He gets the sum in full when he goes, and till that time he lives in the house. He sometimes stays there for 6 months, and the way he'll go on, it's a disgrace to a decent house. 'I am going for a soldier in place of your son,' the fellow would say. So I am your benefactor, so you must all respect me or I'll refuse." So Filka was having a rare time at the shopkeeper's, sleeping with the daughter, pulling the father's beard every day after dinner, and doing just as he liked. He had a bath every day, and insisted on using vodka for water, and the women carrying him to the bathhouse in their arms. When he came back from a walk, he would stand in the middle of the street and say, "I won't go in at the gate, pull down the fence." So they had to pull down the fence in another place beside the gate for him to go through. At last his time was up. They got him sober and took him off. The people came out in crowds into the street, saying, "Filka Morozov's being taken for a soldier." He bowed in all directions. Just then a kulka came out of the kitchen garden. When Filka saw her just at our gate, "Stop!" he cried, and leapt out of the cart and bowed down before her. "You are my soul," he said, "my darling. I've loved you for 2 years, and now they are taking me for a soldier with music. Forgive me," said he, "honest daughter of an honest father, for I've been a scoundrel to you, and it's all been my fault." And he bowed down to the ground again. Akulka stood, seeming scared at first. Then she made him a low bow and said, "You forgive me too, good youth. I have no thought of any evil you have done." I followed her into the hut. "What did you say to him, dog's flesh?" And you may not believe me, but she looked at me. "Why, I love him now more than all the world," said she. "You don't say so." I did not say one word to her all that day, only in the evening. "Akulka, I shall kill you now," says I. All night I could not sleep. I went into the passage to get some kvass to drink, and the sun was beginning to rise. I went back into the room. "Akulka," said I, "get ready to go out to the field." I had been meaning to go before, and Mother knew we were going. "That's right," said she. "It's harvest time now, and I hear the labourer's been laid up with his stomach for the last 3 days. I got the cart without saying a word. As you go out of our town, there's a pine forest that stretches for 10 miles, and beyond the forest was the land we rented. When we had gone 2 miles, I stopped the horse. "Get out, Akulina," said I. "Your end has come." She looked at me. She was scared. She stood up before me. She did not speak. "I am sick of you," says I. "Say your prayers." And then I snatched her by the hair. She had 2 thick, long plaits. I twisted them round my hand and held her tight from behind between my knees. I drew out my knife. I pulled her head back, and I slid the knife along her throat. She screamed. The blood spurted out. I threw down the knife, flung my arms round her, lay down on the ground, embraced her, and screamed over her, yelling. She screamed, and I screamed. She was fluttering all over, struggling to get out of my arms, and the blood was simply streaming onto my face and onto my hands. I left her. A panic came over me, and I left the horse and set off running, and ran home along the backs of the houses and straight to the bathhouse. We had an old bathhouse we didn't use. I squeezed myself into a corner under the steps, and there I sat. And there I sat till nightfall. And Akulka? She must have got up too, after I had gone and walked homewards too. They found her 100 paces from the place. Then you hadn't killed her?
Yes. Shishkov paused for a moment. There's a vein, you know, observed Trevin. If you don't cut through that vein straight away, a man will go on struggling and won't die, however much blood is lost. But she did die. They found her dead in the evening. They informed the police, began searching for me, and found me at nightfall in the bathhouse. And here I've been close upon 4 years, he added after a pause. To be sure, if you don't beat them, there will be trouble, Trevin observed coolly and methodically, pulling out his tobacco pouch again. He began taking long sniffs at intervals. Then again, you seem to have been a regular fool, young fellow, too. I caught my wife with a lover once. So I called her into the barn. I folded the bridle in two. "To whom do you swear to be true? To whom do you swear to be true?" says I. And I did give her a beating with that bridle. I beat her for an hour and a half. "I'll wash your feet and drink the water," she cried at last. Avdotya was her name. Breaking in. The plot of this sordid little story might be just complicated enough to reward a second reading. But the nerve of the tale is that the beastly Filka Morozov has a motive for his unconscionable behavior, his love for Okulka. It is this that leads him to slander her horribly. He does it to prevent her businesslike marriage to the elderly Mikita Grigorich. And this is why he taunts and tortures Shishkov both before and after the wedding, first in an attempt to prevent it, and later out of jealousy and to disrupt her marital happiness with someone else. But the jealousy runs both ways, and so the equally nasty Shishkov murders his bride. There is a great deal in this story worth attending to, and I will return to it later in my concluding comments. But here I will note just 3 things. First, we have another indication of just how miserable military life was for the regular 19th century Russian soldier. A village father, it seems, would be willing to put up with any indignity, the dishonor of his daughter, offering daily vodka baths, and so on, to spare his son the burden of military service. Second, this is one of those rare occasions where it may be relevant to remember the fictional backstory of our narrator, for those who take that backstory seriously. You will remember that Goryanchikov himself is supposed to have killed his own wife out of jealousy, and is now quietly receiving a detailed account of a similar tale. Third, those who are familiar with the mature works of our author will find something characteristically Dostoevskian about this tale of depravity. There aren't many authors who can unearth the darkest parts of the human soul the way the later Dostoevsky can. This skill did not emerge full-grown out of his virgin breast. It developed in him, among other times, in the middle of the night, in a hospital ward in a Siberian prison camp. End of comments. Chapter 5. Summertime. But now it is the beginning of April, and Easter is drawing near. Little by little the summer work begins. Every day the sun is warmer and more brilliant. The air is fragrant with spring and has a disquieting influence on the nerves. The coming of spring agitates even the man in fetters, arouses even in him vague desires, cravings, and a yearning melancholy. I think one pines for liberty more in the bright sunshine than in dull winter or autumn days, and that may be noticed in all prisoners. Although they seem glad of the fine days, yet at the same time their impatience and restlessness is intensified. In fact, I have noticed that quarrels in prison become more frequent in the spring. Noise, shouting, and uproar are heard more often. Rows are more common. Yet sometimes at work one suddenly notices dreamy eyes fixed on the blue distance, where far away beyond the Irtish stretched the free Kyrgyz steppes, a boundless plain for 1,000 miles. One hears a man heave a deep sigh from a full heart, as though he yearned to breathe that far-away free air, and to ease with it his stifled and fettered soul. "Ekma!" the convict exclaims at last, and suddenly, as though shaking off dreams and brooding, he sullenly and impatiently snatches up the spade or the bricks he has to move from place to place. A minute later he has forgotten his sudden feeling and begun laughing or swearing according to his disposition. Or he suddenly sets to his task, if he has one, with extraordinary and quite superfluous zeal, and begins working with all his might, as though trying to stifle in himself something which is cramping and oppressing him within. They are all vigorous, men for the most part in the flower of their age and their strength. Fetters are hard to bear at this season. I am not poetizing, and am convinced of the truth of what I say. Apart from the fact that in the warmth, in the brilliant sunshine, when, in all your soul and all your being, you feel nature with infinite force springing into life again around you, prison doors, guards, and bondage are harder to bear than ever. Apart from that, with the coming of spring and the return of the lark, tramping begins all over Siberia and Russia. God's people escape from prison and take refuge in the forests. After stifling dungeons, law courts, fetters, and beatings, they wander at their own free will wherever they please, wherever it seems fair and free to them. They eat and drink what they find, what God sends them, and at night they fall asleep peacefully under God's eye in the forest or the fields, troubling little for the future, and free from the sadness of prison, like the birds of the forest, with none to say good night to but the stars. There is no denying that one may have to face hardship, hunger, and exhaustion in the service of General Cuckoo. One may have to go for days together without bread. One must keep in hiding, out of sight of everyone. One may be driven to steal, to rob, and sometimes even to murder. "A convict free is like a baby. What he wants he takes," is what they say in Siberia of the convict settlers. This saying applies in full force and even with some additions to the tramp. It is rare for a tramp not to be a robber, and he is always a thief, more from necessity than from vocation, of course. There are inveterate tramps. Some, after their imprisonment is over, run away from settlements. One would have thought that a man would be satisfied in the settlement and free from anxiety, but no, something lures him, beckons him away. Life in the forest, a life poor and terrible, but free and adventurous, has a fascination, a mysterious charm for those who have once known it, and one may sometimes see a sedate, precise man who was promising to become a capable farmer and a good settled inhabitant, run away to the forest. Sometimes a man will marry and have children, live for 5 years in one place, and suddenly one fine day disappear somewhere, leaving his wife, his children, and the whole parish in amazement. A wanderer of this kind was pointed out to me in prison. He had never committed any special crime, at least I never heard anything of the kind spoken of, but he was always running away. He had been running away all his life. He had been on the southern frontier of Russia beyond the Danube, and in the Kyrgyz steppes, and in eastern Siberia, and in the Caucasus. He had been everywhere. Who knows, perhaps in other circumstances, with his passion for traveling, he might have been another Robinson Crusoe. But I was told all this about him by other people. He spoke very little in prison himself, and then only of necessity. He was a little peasant of 50, extremely meek, with an extremely calm and even vacant face, calm to the point of idiocy. In the summer he was fond of sitting in the sun, always humming some song to himself, but so quietly that 5 steps away he was inaudible. His features were somehow wooden. He ate little and chiefly bread. He never bought a roll or a glass of vodka, and I doubt whether he ever had any money or knew how to count. He was perfectly unconcerned about everything. He sometimes fed the prison dogs with his own hands, and no one else ever did. Indeed, Russians in general are not given to feeding dogs. They said he had been married, twice indeed. It was said that he had children somewhere. How he got into prison I have no idea. The convicts all expected him to give us the slip, too, but either the time had not come or he was too old for it, for he went on living amongst us, calmly contemplating the strange environment in which he found himself. However, there was no reckoning on him, though one would have thought that he had nothing to run away for, that he would gain nothing by it. Yet, on the whole, the life of a tramp in the forest is paradise compared with prison. That is easy to understand, and indeed there can be no comparison. Though it's a hard life, it is freedom. That is why every convict in Russia, whatever prison he may be in, grows restless in the spring with the first kindly rays of sunshine. Though by no means everyone intends to run away, one may say with certainty, indeed, that owing to the difficulty of escape and the penalties attaching to it, not more than 1 in 100 ventures upon it. Yet the other 99 dream at least of how they might escape, and where they would escape to, and comfort their hearts with the very desire, with the very imagination of its being possible. Some recall how they have run away in the past. I am speaking now only of those who are serving their sentence. But of course those who are awaiting sentence take the risks of flight far more frequently than other prisoners. Convicts condemned for a term run away only at the beginning of their imprisonment, if at all. When a convict has been 2 or 3 years in prison, those years begin to have a value in his mind, and by degrees he makes up his mind that he would rather finish his term in the legal way and become a settler than run such risks and take the chances of ruin if he fails. And failure is so possible. Scarcely 1 in 10 succeeds in changing his luck. Another class of convicts, who more frequently take the hazards of flight, consists of those who are condemned to very long terms. 15 or 20 years seem an eternity, and a man condemned for such lengthy periods is always ready to dream of changing his luck, even if he has passed 10 years in prison. The branding does something to prevent prisoners attempting flight. To change one's luck is a technical expression, so much so that even in cross-examination, a prisoner caught trying to escape will answer that he wanted to change his luck. This rather bookish expression is exactly what is meant. Every fugitive looks forward, not exactly to complete freedom, he knows that is almost impossible, but either to getting into another institution, or being sent as a settler, or being tried again for a fresh offense committed when he was tramping. In fact, he does not care what becomes of him, so long as he is not sent back to the old place he is sick of, his former prison. If these fugitives do not, in the course of the summer, succeed in finding some exceptional place in which to spend the winter, If, for instance, they do not chance upon someone willing for interested motives to shelter a fugitive. If they do not, sometimes by means of murder, obtain a passport of some sort with which they can live anywhere they like, they are all either caught by the police or go in autumn of their own accord in crowds into the towns and the prisons and remain there for the winter, not, of course, without hopes of escaping again in the summer. Spring had an influence on me, too. I remember how eagerly I sometimes peeped through the chinks in the fence, and how long I used to stand with my head against the fence, looking obstinately and insatiably at the greenness of the grass in our prison rampart, and the deeper and deeper blue of the sky in the distance. My restlessness and depression grew stronger every day, and the prison became more and more hateful to me. The dislike with which, as a gentleman, I was continually regarded by the convicts during my first few years became intolerable, poisoning my whole life. During those first few years I often used to go into the hospital, though I had no illness, simply to avoid being in prison, simply to escape from this obstinate, irreconcilable hatred.
"You have beaks of iron, you've pecked us to death,"
the convicts used to say to us, and how I used to envy the peasants who were brought to the prison. They were looked upon as comrades by everyone at once. And so the spring, the phantom of freedom, the general rejoicing of nature, affected me with melancholy and nervous restlessness. At the end of Lent, I think in the 6th week, I took the sacrament. All the prisoners had been, at the beginning of Lent, divided by the senior sergeant into 7 relays, one to take the sacrament during each week of the fast. Each of the relays consisted of about 30 men. I very much liked the week of the preparation for the sacrament. We were relieved of work. We went to the church, which was not far from the prison, twice or 3 times a day. It was long since I had been to church. The Lenten service, so familiar to me from faraway days of childhood in my father's house, the solemn prayers, the prostrations, all this stirred in my heart the far, far away past, bringing back the days of my childhood, and I remember how pleasant it was walking over the frozen ground in the early morning to the house of God, escorted by guards with loaded guns. The guards did not, however, go into the church. We stood all together in a group close to the church door, so far back that we could only hear the loud-voiced deacon, and from time to time catch a glimpse of the black cope and the bald head of the priest through the crowd. I remembered how sometimes, standing in church as a child, I looked at the peasants crowding near the entrance and slavishly parting to make way for a thickly epauletted officer, a stout gentleman, or an overdressed but pious lady, who invariably made for the best places and were ready to quarrel over them. I used to fancy then that at the church door they did not pray as we did, that they prayed humbly, zealously, abasing themselves and fully conscious of their humble state. Now I, too, had to stand in the background, and not only in the background. We were fettered and branded as felons. Everyone avoided us. Everyone seemed to be even afraid of us. Alms were always given to us, and I remember that this was positively pleasing to me in a way. There was a special subtlety in this strange pleasure. So be it, I thought. The convicts prayed very earnestly, and every one of them brought his poor farthing to the church every time to buy a candle, or to put it in the collection. "I, too, am a man," he thought, and felt perhaps as he gave it, "in God's eyes we are all equal." We took the sacrament at the early Mass. When, with the chalice in his hands, the priest read the words, "Accept me, O Lord, even as the thief," Almost all of them bowed down to the ground with a clanking of chains, apparently applying the words literally to themselves. And now Easter had come. We received from the authorities an egg each and a piece of white bread made with milk and eggs. Loads of offerings for the prisoners were brought from the town again. Again there was a visit from the priest with a cross, again a visit of the authorities, again a cabbage soup with plenty of meat in it, again drinking and desultory idleness, exactly as at Christmas, except that now one could walk about the prison yard and warm oneself in the sun. There was more light, more space than in winter, but yet it was more melancholy. The long, endless summer day seemed particularly unbearable in the holidays. On ordinary days, at least, it was shortened by work. The summer tasks turned out to be far harder than our work in winter. All were chiefly employed upon building. The convicts dug out the earth, laid the bricks. Some were employed as carpenters, locksmiths, or painters in doing up the government buildings. Others went to the brickyard to make bricks. This was considered the hardest work of all. The brickyard was 2 or 3 miles from the fortress. At 6 o'clock every summer morning, a whole party of convicts, some 50 in number, set off for the brickyard. For this work they chose unskilled laborers, that is, men who had no special craft or trade. They took bread with them, for as the place was so far off, it was a waste of time going 6 miles home to dinner and back, so they had dinner on the return in the evening. The tasks were set for the whole day, and we could only just get through them by working all day long. To begin with, one had to dig and carry the clay, to fetch water, to pound the clay in a pit, and finally to make a great number of bricks out of it. I believe it was 200 or perhaps even 250 a day. I only went twice to the brickyard. The brickyard men returned in the evening, worn out and exhausted, and all the summer they were continually throwing it up against the others, declaring that they were doing the hardest work. That seemed to be their consolation. Yet some of them were very ready to go to the brickyard. In the first place, it was outside the town. It was a free, open space on the banks of the Irtish. It was a relief to look about one anyway, to see something not the regulation prison surroundings. One could smoke freely and even lie down for half an hour with great satisfaction. I used to go as before to pound alabaster or to the workshop, or I was employed to carry bricks on the building. I once had to carry bricks a distance of about 160 yards from the bank of the Irtish to the barracks that were being built on the other side of the fortress rampart, and I had to go on doing this every day for 2 months. I positively liked the work, though the cord in which I had to carry the bricks always cut my shoulder. But I liked to feel that I was obviously gaining muscular strength through the work. At first I could only carry 8 bricks, and each brick weighed nearly 11 pounds. But I got up to 12 and even 15 bricks later on, and that was a great joy to me. In prison, physical strength is no less necessary than moral strength to enable one to endure the hardships of that accursed manner of life. And I wanted to go on living when I got out of prison. I liked carrying bricks not only because it strengthened my muscles, but also because the work took me to the bank of the Irtish. I speak of the riverbank so often because it was only from there one had a view of God's world, of the pure, clear distance, of the free, solitary steppes, the emptiness of which made a strange impression on me. It was only on the bank of the Irtish that one could stand with one's back to the fortress and not see it. All our other tasks were done either in the fortress or close by it. From the very first days I hated that fortress, some of the buildings particularly. The Major's house seemed to me a damnable, loathsome place, and I always looked at it with hatred every time I passed by. On the riverbank one might forget oneself. One would look at that boundless, solitary vista as a prisoner looks out to freedom from his window. Everything there was sweet and precious in my eyes. The hot, brilliant sun and the fathomless blue sky, and the faraway song of the Kirghiz floating from the further bank. One gazes into the distance and makes out at last the poor, smoke-blackened tent of some Kirghiz. One discerns the smoke rising from the tent, the Kirghiz woman busy with her 2 sheep. It is all poor and barbarous, but it is free. One descries a bird in the limpid blue air, and for a long time one watches its flight. Now it darts over the water, now it vanishes in the blue depths, now it reappears again, a speck flitting in the distance. Even the poor sickly flower which I found early in spring in a crevice of the rocky bank drew my attention almost painfully. The misery of all that first year in prison was intolerable, and it had an irritating, bitter effect on me. During that first year I failed to notice many things in my misery. I shut my eyes and did not want to look. Among my spiteful and hostile companions in prison, I did not observe the good ones, the men who were capable of thought and feeling in spite of their repellent outer husk. In the midst of ill-natured sayings, I sometimes failed to notice kind and friendly words, which were the more precious because they were uttered with no interested motives, and often came straight from a heart which had suffered and endured more than mine. But why enlarge on this? I was very glad to get thoroughly tired. I might go to sleep when I got home. For the nights were an agony in the summer, almost worse than in the winter. The evenings, it is true, were sometimes very nice. The sun, which had been on the prison yard all day, set at last. Then followed the cool freshness of evening, and then the comparatively cold night of the steppes. The convicts wandered in groups about the yard, waiting to be locked in. The chief mass, it is true, were crowding into the kitchen. There some burning question of the hour was always being agitated. They argued about this and that, sometimes discussed some rumor, often absurd, though it aroused extraordinary interest in these men cut out from the outer world. A report came, for instance, that our major was being turned out. Convicts are as credulous as children. They know themselves that the story is ridiculous, that it has been brought by a notorious gossip, an absurd person. The convict Kvasov, whom it had long been an accepted rule not to believe, and who could never open his mouth without telling a lie. Yet everyone pounced on his story, talked it over and discussed it, amusing themselves and ending by being angry with themselves and ashamed of themselves for having believed Kvasov.
"Why, who's going to send him away?" shouted one. "No fear, his neck is thick, he can hold his own." "But there are others over him, surely," protested another, an eager and intelligent fellow who had seen something of life, but was the most argumentative man in the world. "One raven won't pick out another's eyes." A third, a gray-headed old man who was finishing his soup in the corner in solitude, muttered sullenly as though to himself. "I suppose his superior officers will come to ask you whether they're to sack him," a fourth added casually, strumming lightly on the balalaika. "And why not?" answered the second furiously. "All the poor people could petition for it. You must all come forward if they begin questioning. To be sure, with us it's all outcry, but when it comes to deeds, we back out." "What would you have?" said the balalaika player. "That's what prison's for." "The other day," the excited speaker went on, not heeding him, "there was some flour left. We scraped together what little there was and were sending it to be sold. But no, he heard of it. Our foreman let him know. It was taken away. He wanted to make something out of it, to be sure. Was that fair, now?" "But who is it you want to complain to?" "Who? Why, the inspector that's coming." "What inspector?" "That's true, lads, that an inspector's coming," said a lively young fellow of some education who had been a clerk and was reading the Duchess La Valliere or something of the kind. He was always merry and amusing, but he was respected for having a certain knowledge of life and of the world. Taking no notice of the general interest aroused by the news that an inspector was coming, he went straight up to one of the cooks and asked for some liver. Our cooks often used to sell such things. They would, for instance, buy a large piece of liver at their own expense, cook it, and sell it in small pieces to the convicts. "1 ha'porth or 2 ha'porths?" asked the cook. "Cut me 2 ha'porths, let folks envy me," answered the convict. "There's a general, lads, a general coming from Petersburg. He'll inspect all Siberia. That's true. They said so at the commander's." This news produced an extraordinary sensation. For a quarter of an hour there was a stream of questions. Who was it? What general? What was his rank? Was he superior to the generals here? Convicts are awfully fond of discussing rank, officials, which of them takes precedence, which can lord it over the other, and which has to give way. They even quarrel and dispute and almost fight over the generals. One wonders what difference it can make to them. But a minute knowledge of generals and the authorities altogether is the criterion of a man's knowledge, discrimination, and previous importance in the world. Talk about the higher authorities is generally considered the most refined and important conversation in prison. "Then it turns out to be true, lads, that they are coming to sack the major," observes Kvasov, a little red-faced man, excitable and remarkably muddle-headed. He had been the first to bring the news about the major. "You'll bribe them," the grim, grey-headed convict, who had by now finished his soup, brought out jerkily. "To be sure he will," said another. "He's grabbed money enough. He had a battalion before he came to us. The other day he was wanting to marry the head priest's daughter." "But he didn't. They showed him the door. He was too poor. He's not much of a match. When he gets up from a chair, he takes all he's got with him. He lost all his money gambling at Easter. Fedka said so." "Yes, the lad's not one to spend, but he gets through cash no end." "Ah, brother, I was married too. It's no use for a man to be married. When you are married, the night's too short," remarked Skuratov, putting his word in. "Oh, indeed. It was you we were talking about, of course," observed the free and easy youth who had been a clerk. "But you are a silly fool, Kvasov, let me tell you. Do you suppose the major could bribe a general like that, and that such a general would come all the way from Petersburg to inspect the major? You are a fool, my lad, let me tell you." "Why, because he's a general, won't he take it?" someone in the crowd observed skeptically. "Of course he won't. If he does, he'll take a jolly big one." "To be sure he will, to match his rank." "A general will always take bribes," Kvasov observed with decision. "You've tried it on, I suppose?" said Baklushin, suddenly coming in and speaking contemptuously. "I don't believe you've ever seen a general." "I have, though." You are lying. Liar yourself. Lads, if he has seen one, let him tell us all directly what general he knows. Come, speak away, for I know all the generals. I've seen General II.VIII, Kvasov answered with strange hesitation. II.VIII? There isn't such a general. He looked at your back, I suppose, your II.VIII, when he was a lieutenant colonel, maybe, and you fancied in your fright he was a general. No, listen to me, cried Skuratov, for I am a married man. There really was such a general at Moscow, II.VIII, of German family, though he was a Russian. He used to confess to a Russian priest every year, at the Fast of the Assumption, and he was always drinking water, lads, like a duck. Every day he'd drink 40 glasses of Moscow river water. They said that he took it for some disease. His valet told me so himself. He bred carp in his belly, I bet, with all that water, observed the convict with the balalaika. Come, do shut up. We are talking business, and they... What is this Inspector Brothers? A fussy old convict called Martynov, who had been a hussar, anxiously inquired. What nonsense people talk, observed a skeptic. Where do they get it from, and how do they fit it in? And it's all nonsense. No, it's not nonsense. Kulikov, who had hitherto been majestically silent, observed dogmatically. He was a man of some consequence, about 50, with an exceptionally prepossessing countenance and disdainfully dignified manners. He was aware of the fact and was proud of it. He was a veterinary surgeon, partly of gypsy descent, who used to earn money by doctoring horses in the town, and sold vodka in prison. He was a clever fellow and had seen a good deal. He dropped his words as though he were bestowing roubles. That's the truth, lads, he went on calmly. I heard it last week. There's a general coming, a very important one. He'll inspect the whole of Siberia. We all know he will be bribed too, but not by our old 8-I's. He wouldn't dare to come near him. There are generals and generals, brothers. There are some of all sorts. I tell you, our major will stay where he is anyway. That's a sure thing. We can't speak, and none of the officers will speak against one of their own lot. The inspector will look into the prison, and then he'll go away and report that he found everything all right. That's right, lads, but the major's in a funk. He's drunk from morning till night. But in the evening he drives a different sort of cart. Fedka was saying so. You'll never wash a black dog white. It's not the first time he's been drunk, is it? I say, what if the general really does nothing? It is high time they took notice of their goings-on, the convicts said to each other in excitement. The news about the inspector was all over the prison in a moment. Men wandered about the yard impatiently, repeating the news to one another, though some were purposely silent and maintained an indifferent air, evidently trying to increase their importance by so doing. Others remained genuinely unconcerned. Convicts with balalaikas were sitting on the barrack steps. Some went on gossiping. Others struck up songs, but all were in a state of great excitement that evening. Between 9 and 10 we were all counted over, driven into the barracks and locked up for the night. The nights were short. We were waked between 4 and 5, and we were never all asleep before 11. There was always noise and talking till that hour, and sometimes, as in winter, there were card parties. It became insufferably hot and stifling in the night. Though there were wafts of the cool night air from the open window, the convicts tossed about on their beds all night as though in delirium. The fleas swarmed in myriads.
There were fleas in the winter, too, and in considerable numbers, but from the beginning of spring they swarmed in multitudes. Though I had been told of it before, I could not believe in the reality till I experienced it. And as the summer advanced, they grew more and more ferocious. It is true that one can get used to fleas. I have learnt this by experience, but still one has a bad time of it. They torment one so much that one lies at last as though in a fever, feeling that one is not asleep but in delirium. When at last, towards morning, the fleas desist, and as it were subside, and when one really drops into a sweet sleep in the cool of dawn, the pitiless tattoo of the drum booms out at the prison gate, and the morning watch begins. Rolled up in your sheepskin, you hear with a curse the loud, distinct sounds, as it were counting them, while through your sleep there creeps into your mind the insufferable thought that it will be the same tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and for years together, right on to the day of freedom. But when, one wonders, will that freedom be, and where is it? Meanwhile, one must wake up. The daily movement and bustle begins. Men dress and hurry out to work. It is true one can't sleep for an hour at midday. The story of the inspector was true. The rumor received more and more confirmation each day, and at last we all knew for a fact that an important general was coming from Petersburg to inspect the whole of Siberia, that he had already arrived, that he was by now at Tobolsk. Every day fresh reports reached the prison. News came, too, from the town. We heard that everyone was frightened and fluttered and trying to show things the best side up. It was said that the higher officers were preparing receptions, balls, festivities. The convicts were sent out in parties to level the road to the fortress, to remove hillocks, to paint the fences and posts, to repair the stucco, to whitewash. In fact, they tried all in a minute to set right everything that had to be shown. The convicts understood all this very well, and talked with more and more heat and defiance among themselves. Their fancy took immense flights. They even prepared to make a complaint when the general should inquire whether they were satisfied. Meanwhile, they quarreled and abused each other. The major was in great excitement. He used to visit the prison more frequently. He shouted at people and fell upon them, sent prisoners to the guardhouse more frequently, and was more zealous about cleanliness and decency. It was just at that time, as luck would have it, that a little incident took place which did not, however, as might have been expected, disturb the major at all, but on the contrary gave him positive satisfaction. A convict stuck an awl into another's chest, just over the heart. The convict who committed this crime was called Lomov. The man who was wounded was called Gavrilka among us. He was an inveterate tramp. I don't know if he had any other name. Among us he was called Gavrilka. Lomov had been a prosperous peasant from the K district of T province. All the Lomovs lived together in one family, the old father with his brother and 3 sons. They were well-to-do peasants. It was rumored all over the province that they were worth as much as 100,000 rubles. They tilled the land, tanned skins, traded, but did more in the way of money-lending, sheltering tramps, receiving stolen goods, and such pursuits. Half the peasants in the district were in their debt and in bondage to them. They were reputed to be shrewd and crafty peasants, but at last they became puffed up with pride, especially when one important person in the district took to putting up at their house when he traveled, saw the old father and took to him for his quick-wittedness and practical ability. They began to think they could do what they liked, and ran greater and greater risks in illegal undertakings of all sorts. Everyone was complaining of them. Everyone was wishing the earth would swallow them up, but they held their heads higher and higher. They cared nothing for police captains and excise officials. At last they came to grief and were ruined, but not for any wrongdoing, not for their secret crimes, but for something of which they were not guilty. They had a big outlying farm some 7 miles from the village. Once they had living there in the autumn 6 Kirghiz, who had worked for them as bondsmen under a contract for many years. One night all these Kirghiz laborers were murdered. An inquiry was made. It lasted a long while. Many other misdeeds were discovered in the course of the inquiry. The Lomovs were accused of murdering their laborers. They told the tale themselves, and everyone in the prison knew about it. It was suspected that they owed a great deal to their laborers, and as they were greedy and miserly in spite of their wealth, they had murdered the Kirghiz to escape paying them in arrears of their wages. During the trial and legal proceedings, they lost all their property. The old father died. The sons were scattered. One of the sons and his uncle were sent to our prison for 12 years. And after all, they were completely innocent as far as the death of the Kirghiz was concerned. There afterwards turned up in our prison a notorious rogue and tramp called Gavrilka, a brisk and lively fellow who was responsible for the crime. I did not hear, however, whether he admitted it himself, but the whole prison was convinced that he had a share in the murder. Gavrilka had had dealings with the Lomovs when he had been a tramp. He had come to the prison for a short term as a deserter from the army and a tramp. He had murdered the Kirghiz with the help of 3 other tramps. They had hoped to plunder the farm and carry off a lot of booty. The Lomovs were not liked among us. Why, I don't know. One of them, the nephew, was a fine fellow, clever and easy to get on with. But his uncle, who stuck the awl into Gavrilka, was a stupid and quarrelsome man. He had quarrelled with many of the prisoners before, and had been often soundly beaten. Gavrilka everyone liked for his cheerful and easy temper. Though the Lomovs knew that he was the criminal, and that they were suffering for his crime, they did not quarrel with him, although they were never friendly with him, and he took no notice of them either. And suddenly a quarrel broke out between Gavrilka and the uncle Lomov over the most disgusting girl. Gavrilka began boasting of her favors. Lomov was jealous, and one fine day he stabbed him with the awl. Though the Lomovs had been ruined by their trial, yet they lived in comfort in prison. They evidently had money. They had a samovar, drank tea. Our major knew of it and hated the 2 Lomovs intensely. Everyone could see that he was always finding fault with them and trying to get them into trouble. The Lomovs put this down to the major's desire to get a bribe out of them, but they never offered him a bribe. Of course, if Lomov had driven the awl a very little further in, he would have killed Gavrilka. But the assault ended in nothing worse than a scratch. It was reported to the major. I remember how he pranced in, out of breath and obviously delighted. He treated Gavrilka with wonderful gentleness, quite as if he had been his own son. "Well, my boy, can you walk to the hospital or not?" "No, you'd better drive." "Get the horse out at once," he shouted in excited haste to the sergeant. "But I don't feel anything, Your Honor. He only gave me a little prick, Your Honor." You don't know, my dear boy. We shall see. It's a dangerous place. It all depends on the place. He struck you just over the heart, the ruffian. And you, he roared, addressing Lomov. Now I'll make you smart.
to the guardhouse!"
And he certainly did make him smart. Lomov was tried, and, though the wound turned out to be the slightest of pricks, the intent was unmistakable. The criminal's term of imprisonment was increased, and he was given 1,000 strokes. The major was thoroughly satisfied. At last the inspector arrived. The day after he arrived in the town, he visited our prison. It was on a holiday. For some days before, everything in the prison had been scrubbed, polished, cleaned. The prisoners were freshly shaven. Their clothes were white and clean. In the summer, the regulation dress for the prisoners was white linen jacket and trousers. Every one of them had a black circle about 4 inches in diameter sewn on the back of his jacket. A whole hour was spent in drilling the convicts to answer properly if the great man should greet them. There were rehearsals. The major bustled about like one possessed. An hour before the general's appearance, the convicts were all standing in their places like posts with their arms held stiffly to their sides. At last, at 1 o'clock, the general arrived. He was a general of great consequence, of such consequence that I believe all official hearts must have throbbed all over western Siberia at his arrival. He walked in sternly and majestically, followed by a great suite of the local authorities in attendance on him, several generals and colonels among them. There was one civilian, a tall and handsome gentleman in a swallow-tail coat and low shoes, who had come from Petersburg too, and who behaved with extreme freedom and independence. The general frequently turned to him with marked courtesy. This interested the convicts immensely. A civilian entreated with such esteem, and by such a general too. Later on they found out his surname and who he was, but there were numbers of theories. Our major, wearing a tight uniform with an orange-colored collar, with his bloodshot eyes and crimson, pimply face, did not, I fancy, make a particularly agreeable impression on the general. As a sign of special respect to the distinguished visitor, he had taken off his spectacles. He stood at a little distance, stiffly erect, and his whole figure seemed feverishly anticipating the moment when he might be wanted to fly to carry out His Excellency's wishes. But he was not wanted. The general walked through the prison ward in silence. He glanced into the kitchen. I believe he tried the soup. I was pointed out to him. They told him my story, and that I was of the educated class.
"Ah," answered the general, "and how is he behaving himself now?"
"So far satisfactorily, Your Excellency," they answered him. The general nodded, and 2 minutes later he went out of the prison. The convicts were, of course, dazzled and bewildered, but yet they remained in some perplexity. Complaints against the major were, of course, out of the question, and the major was perfectly certain of that beforehand. Breaking in. We hear in this chapter a great deal about the Kyrgyz people and the Kyrgyz steppes. Dostoevsky's prison camp was in the town of Omsk, which is in south-central Siberia, right on the banks of the Irtysh. Today, the nation of Kazakhstan lies to the south, and further south still is Kyrgyzstan. The Kyrgyz people are an ethnic group related to the Turks and would have been living in the region at the time. There are 2 notes to make in reference to the inspection narrated in this story. The first is that, while the major easily survives this inspection from the supervising authorities without any difficulty, we have already had some hints about his ultimate fate. We'll hear just a little bit more on this score in the chapters ahead. Secondly, this may be a good place to mention an anecdote that never makes it into the House of the Dead. We know from the previous chapters that the doctors in the fortress were kind to their patients, even allowing some perfectly healthy convicts to stay for a short time to get away from prison life. What Dostoevsky did not mention is that the doctors seemed to show special favoritism to the political prisoners, whom they knew to be constitutively ill-disposed to the hardships of prison life. But that favoritism was ratted out in a tattling letter from an unsympathetic doctor to Petersburg, which prompted an inspection. Dostoevsky and the other prisoners were secretly given warning, and the inspector was unable to discover any evidence for the charge. But he did unearth a curious piece of contraband. It was a manuscript handwritten by a prisoner, taking the form of a prayer to God, asking for intercessory protection from the ravages of Satan, who had taken form in the person of our supervising major. Could this manuscript have contributed in some small way to the scrutiny that the major would have to face later? I am unsure, but it is clear that Dostoevsky chose to be a very resourceful man. End of comments. Chapter 6. Prison Animals. The purchase of sorrel, an event which took place shortly afterwards in the prison, occupied and entertained the prisoners far more agreeably than the grand visit. We kept a horse in the prison for bringing water, carrying away refuse and such things. A convict was told off to look after it. He used to drive it, too, accompanied, of course, by a guard. There was a great deal of work for our horse, both in the morning and in the evening. The former sorrel had been in our service for a long time. It was a good horse, but worn out. One fine morning, just before St. Peter's Day, this old sorrel fell down after bringing in the barrel of water for the evening, and died within a few minutes. They were sorry for him. They all collected around him, discussing and disputing. The old cavalrymen, the gypsies, and the veterinary surgeons among us showered great erudition as regards horses on the occasion, and even came to abusing one another. But they did not get old Sorrel onto his legs again. He lay dead with distended belly, which they all seemed to feel bound to poke at with their fingers. The major was informed of this act of God, and he at once decided that a new horse should be bought. On the morning of St. Peter's Day after Mass, when we were all assembled together, horses for sale were led in. It was a matter of course that the convicts themselves should make the selection. There were some genuine connoisseurs in horseflesh amongst us, and to deceive 250 men who were specialists on the subject would be difficult. Kyrgyz nomads, horse dealers, gypsies, and townspeople turned up with horses. The convicts awaited with impatience the arrival of each fresh horse. They were as happy as children. What flattered them most of all was that they were buying a horse as though for themselves, as though they were really paying for it out of their own money, and had a full right to buy it like free men. 3 horses were led in and taken away before they settled upon the 4th. The dealers who came in looked about them with some astonishment and even timidity, and glanced round from time to time at the guards who led them in. A rabble of 200 of these fellows, shaven, branded, and fettered, at home in their own prison nest, the threshold of which no one ever crosses, inspired a certain sort of respect. Our fellows invented all sorts of subtleties by way of testing each horse that was brought. They looked it over and felt it in every part, and what is more, with an air as businesslike, as serious and important, as though the welfare of the prison depended upon it. The Circassians even took a gallop on the horse. Their eyes glowed, and they gabbled in their incomprehensible dialect, showing their white teeth and nodding with their swarthy, hook-nosed faces. Some of the Russians kept their whole attention riveted upon the Circassians' discussion, gazing into their eyes as though they would jump into them. Not understanding their language, they tried to guess from the expression of their eyes whether they had decided that the horse would do or not, and such strained attention might well seem strange to a spectator. One wonders why a convict should be so deeply concerned in the matter, and a convict so insignificant, humble, and downtrodden that he would not have dared to lift up his voice before some of his own comrades, as though he had been buying a horse for himself, as though it made any difference to him what sort of horse were bought. Besides the Circassians, the former horse-dealers and gypsies were the most conspicuous. They were allowed the first word. There was even something like a chivalrous duel between two convicts in particular. Kulikov, who had been a gypsy horse-stealer and horse-dealer, and a self-taught vet, a shrewd Siberian peasant who had lately come to the prison and had already succeeded in carrying off all Kulikov's practice in the town. Our prison vets were greatly esteemed in the town, and not only the shopkeepers and merchants, but even the higher gentry applied to the prison when their horses fell ill, in spite of the fact that there were several regular veterinary surgeons in the town. Kulikov had had no rival until Yolkin, the Siberian peasant, had appeared upon the scene. He had a large practice and was, of course, paid for his services. He was a terrible gypsy and charlatan, and knew much less than he pretended. As far as money went, he was an aristocrat among us, and by his experience, intelligence, audacity, and determination, he had long won the involuntary respect of all the convicts in the prison. He was listened to and obeyed among us. But he talked little. He spoke as though he were making one a present of his words, and only opened his lips on the most important occasions. He was a regular fop, but he had a great deal of genuine energy. He was no longer young, but very handsome and very clever. He behaved to us convicts of the upper class with a sort of refined courtesy, and at the same time with extraordinary dignity. I believe that if he had been dressed up and introduced into some club in Moscow or Petersburg as a count, he would have been quite at home even there, would have played whist, would have talked well, speaking little but with weight, and that perhaps it would not have been detected all the evening that he was not a count but a tramp. I am speaking seriously. He was so clever, resourceful, and quick-witted. Moreover, he had excellent manners and a good deal of style. He must have had many experiences of different kinds in his life, but his past was wrapped in the mists of obscurity. He was in the special division. But after the arrival of Yolkin, who, though he was a peasant, was a very crafty man of 50, a dissenter, Kulikov's fame as a vet began to decline. In 2 months' time, Yolkin had carried off almost the whole of his practice in the town. He cured, and it seemed quite easily, horses that Kulikov had given up as hopeless. Yolkin even cured some that the town veterinary surgeons had looked upon as incurable. This peasant had been brought to prison with some others for false coining. What had induced him at his age to mix himself up in such doings? He used to tell us, laughing at himself, that by melting down 3 real gold coins they could only turn out 1 counterfeit one. Kulikov was rather mortified at Yolkin's veterinary successes, and indeed his glory began to wane among the convicts. He kept a mistress in the town, wore a velveteen coat, had a silver ring on his finger, wore an earring and boots of his own with decorated tops. Now, from want of money, he was forced to begin trading in vodka. Therefore, everyone expected that the enemies would be sure to have a fight over the purchase of the new sorrel. The convicts awaited it with curiosity. Each of them had his followers. The leading spirits on both sides were already getting excited and were gradually beginning to fall foul of one another. Yulkin had already pursed up his crafty face in a most sarcastic smile. But it turned out that they were mistaken. Kulikov did not attempt to be abusive, but he behaved in a masterly way. He began by giving way and even listening with attention to his rival's criticism. But catching up one of his sayings, he observed modestly and emphatically that he was mistaken. And before Yulkin could recover and correct himself, he proved to him that he was in error on this point and on that. In fact, Yulkin was routed quite unexpectedly and skillfully, and though he still carried the day, Kulikov's followers were satisfied.
"No, lads, you don't beat him easily. He can take his own part, rather," said some.
"Yulkin knows more," observed others, but they observed it rather deprecatingly. Both parties spoke suddenly in very conciliatory tones. "It's not that he knows more, simply he has a lighter hand. And as for treating cattle, Kulikov is equal to anything there."
"That he is, lad."
"That he is." Our new sorrel was at last chosen and bought. It was a capital horse, young, strong, and good-looking, with an extremely pleasant, good-humored expression. It was, of course, irreproachable in all other respects. The convicts began haggling. The dealers asked 30 rubles. Our fellows offered 25. The bargaining was hot and lengthy. They kept adding and subtracting. At last they were amused at it themselves. "Are you going to take the money out of your own purse? What are you bargaining about?" said some.
"Do you want to spare the government?"
cried others. "But after all, lads, after all, it's sort of common money."
"Common money? Well, to be sure, there's no need to sow fools like us. We spring up of ourselves."
At last the bargain was clinched for 28 rubles. The major was informed, and the purchase was completed. Of course they brought out bread and salt and led the new sorrel into the prison with all due ceremony. I don't think there was a convict who did not, on this occasion, pat the horse on the neck or stroke its nose. On the same day sorrel was harnessed to bring in the water, and everyone looked with curiosity to see the new sorrel drawing his barrel. Our water carrier, Roman, looked at the new horse with extraordinary self-satisfaction. He was a peasant of 50, of a silent and stolid character. And all Russian coachmen are of a very sedate and even taciturn character, as though it were really the case that constant association with horses gave a man a special sedateness and even dignity. Roman was quiet, friendly to everyone, not talkative. He used to take pinches from a horn of tobacco, and had always from time immemorial looked after the prison sorrels. The one that had just been bought was the third of that name. The convicts were all convinced that a horse of sorrel color was suited to the prison, that it would be, so to speak, better for the house. Roman, too, maintained this idea. Nothing would have induced them to buy a piebald horse, for instance. The task of water carrier was, by some special privilege, always reserved for Roman, and none of us would ever have dreamt of disputing his right. When the last sorrel died, it never occurred to anyone, even the major, to blame Roman. It was God's will, that was all about it, and Roman was a good driver. Soon the new sorrel became the favorite of the prison. Though the convicts are a rough set of men, they often went up to stroke him. It sometimes happened that Roman, returning from the river with the water, got down to close the gate which the sergeant had opened for him, and Sorrel would stand still in the yard with the barrel, waiting for him, and looking towards him out of the corner of his eyes. "Go on alone," Roman would shout to him, and Sorrel would immediately go on alone, right up to the kitchen door, where he would stop, waiting for the cooks and the slop-pail men to come with their buckets for the water. "Clever Sorrel," the prisoners shouted to him. "He's brought the water alone. He does as he is told." "Upon my word, only a beast, but he understands." "He is a capital fellow, Sorrel." Sorrel snorts and shakes his head as though he really did understand and is pleased at the praise. And someone is sure to bring him bread and salt at this point. Sorrel eats it and nods his head again as though to say, "I know you, I know you. I am a nice horse and you are a good man." I used to like taking bread to Sorrel. It was pleasant to look into his handsome face and to feel on the palm of one's hand his soft, warm lips quickly picking up the offering. Our prisoners in general would readily have been fond of animals, and if they had been allowed, they would gladly have reared all sorts of domestic birds and animals in prison. And can anything be more calculated to soften and elevate the harsh and savage character of the convicts than such occupation? But this was not allowed. It was forbidden by the regulations, and there was no place suitable for it. Yet it happened that there were several animals in prison during my time there. Besides Sorrel, we had dogs, geese, the goat Vaska, and for some time there was an eagle. We had as a permanent prison dog, as I mentioned already, Sharek, a clever, good-natured animal with whom I was always on friendly terms. But as among the peasants everywhere, the dog is always looked upon as an unclean animal whom one should scarcely notice, hardly anyone paid any attention to Sharek. The dog was simply there, slept in the yard, lived on the scraps from the kitchen, and no one took any particular interest in him. It knew everyone, however, and looked upon everyone in prison as its master. When the prisoners came in from work, as soon as the shout, "Corporals!" was heard at the guard-house, the dog ran to the gates with a friendly greeting for every group, wagging his tail and looking affectionately in the face of every convict as he came in, hoping for some sort of caress. But for many years he did not succeed in winning a caress from anyone except me, and so he loved me more than all. I don't remember how it was that another dog, Bielka, came among us. The third, Kultyopka, I introduced myself, bringing him in as a puppy from where we were working. Bielka was a strange creature. He had once been run over by a cart, and his spine was curved inwards, so that when he ran it looked like two white animals running, grown together. He was mangy, too. He had discharging eyes. His tail, which was always between his legs, was mangy and patchy, almost without hair. A victim of destiny, he had evidently made up his mind to accept his lot without repining. He never barked or growled at anyone, as though he had not courage to. He lived for the most part behind the prison barracks in the hope of picking up food. If he saw any of us, he would immediately, while we were some paces away, turn over on his back as a sign of humility, as much as to say, "Do with me what you will, you see I have no thought of resistance." And every convict before whom he rolled over would give him a kick with his boot, as though he felt it incumbent on him to do so. "Ah, the nasty brute," the convicts would say. But Bielka did not even dare to squeal, and if the pain was too much for him, would give a muffled plaintive whine. He would roll over in the same way before Sharek or any other dog when anything called him outside the prison walls. He used to turn over and lie humbly on his back when some big, long-eared dog rushed at him, growling and barking. But dogs like humility and submissiveness in their fellows. The savage dog was at once softened and stood with some hesitation over the submissive creature lying before him with his legs in the air, and slowly, with great curiosity, he would begin sniffing him all over. What could the trembling Bielka have been thinking all this time? "What if he bites me, the ruffian?" was probably what was in his mind. But after sniffing him over attentively, the dog would leave him at last, finding nothing particularly interesting about him. Bielka would at once leap up and again hobble after the long string of dogs who were following some charming bitch, and though he knew for a certainty that he would never be on speaking terms with the charmer, still he hobbled after in the distance, and it was a comfort to him in his trouble. He had apparently ceased to consider the point of honor. Having lost all hope of a career in the future, he lived only for daily bread, and was fully aware of the fact. I once tried to caress him. It was something so new and unexpected for him that he suddenly collapsed on all fours on the ground, trembling all over and beginning to whine aloud with emotion. I often patted him from compassion. After that he could not meet me without whining. As soon as he saw me in the distance, he would begin whining tearfully and hysterically. He ended by being killed by dogs on the rampart outside the prison. Kultyapka was a dog of quite a different character. Why I brought him from the workshop into the prison when he was still a blind puppy, I don't know. I liked feeding him and bringing him up. Sharek at once took Kultyapka under his wing and used to sleep with him. When Kultyapka began to grow up, Sharek would let him bite his ears, pull his coat, and play with him, as grown-up dogs usually play with puppies. Strange to say, Kultyapka hardly grew at all in height, but only in length and breadth. His coat was shaggy and of a light mouse color. One ear hung down and one stood up. He was of a fervent and enthusiastic disposition like every puppy, who will as a rule squeal and bark with delight at seeing his master, dart up to lick his face and be ready to give the rein to all his other emotions, feeling that the proprieties are not to be considered and that all that matters is to show his enthusiasm. Wherever I might be, if I called, "Kultyapka," he would appear at once round some corner as though he had sprung out of the earth, and would fly to me with squealing rapture, turning somersaults and rolling over like a ball as he came. I was awfully fond of this little monster. It seemed as though fate had nothing in store for him but joy and prosperity. But one fine day, a convict called Nustrev, who made women's shoes and tanned skins, happened to take special notice of him. An idea seemed to strike him. He called Kultyapka to him, felt his coat, and rolled him on his back in a friendly way. Kultyapka, suspecting nothing, squealed with delight. But next morning he disappeared. I looked for him for a long time. He had utterly vanished. And only a fortnight later all was explained. Nustrev had taken a particular fancy to Kultyapka's coat. He skinned him, tanned the skin, and lined with it the warm velvet boots which had been bespoken by the auditor's wife. He showed me the boots when they were finished. The dogskin lining looked wonderfully well. Poor Kultyapka. Many prisoners tanned skins, and they often brought into the prison dogs with good coats, who instantly disappeared. Some of these dogs were stolen, some even bought. I remember once seeing two convicts behind the kitchen consulting together and very busy about something. One of them held by a string a magnificent big black dog, evidently of an expensive breed. Some rascal of a servant had brought it from his master's and sold it for about 6 pence to our shoemakers. The convicts were just going to hang it. This was a thing very easily done. They would strip off the skin and fling the dead body into the big, deep cesspool in the furthest corner of the prison yard, which stank horribly in the hottest days of summer. It was rarely cleaned out. The poor dog seemed to understand the fate in store for it. It glanced at each of the three of us in turn with searching and uneasy eyes, and from time to time ventured to wag its drooping, bushy tail, as though trying to soften us by this sign of its trust. I made haste to move away, and they no doubt finished the job to their satisfaction. It was by chance that we came to keep geese. Who first introduced them and to whom they really belonged, I don't know, but for some time they were a source of great diversion to the convicts, and even became familiar objects in the town. They were hatched in the prison and were kept in the kitchen. When all the goslings were full grown, they all used to follow the convicts to work in a flock. As soon as the drum sounded and the prisoners began to move towards the gates, our geese would run after us, cackling, fluttering their wings one after another, leaping over the high sill of the gate, and would unhesitatingly turn towards the right wing, and there draw up and wait till the convicts were ready to start. They always attached themselves to the largest party, and while the convicts were at work, they would graze close by. As soon as the party began to move off again towards the prison, the geese started too. It was reported in the fortress how the geese followed the convicts to work. "Hullo, here are the convicts with their geese," people would say when they met them. "How did you train them?" "Here's something for the geese," another would add and give us alms. But in spite of their devotion, they were all killed for some feast day. On the other hand, nothing would have induced the convicts to kill our goat, Vaska, if it had not been for a special circumstance. I don't know where he came from either, or who brought him into the prison, but one day a very charming little white kid made his appearance. In a few days we all grew fond of him and began to find entertainment and even consolation in him. They even found an excuse for keeping him by saying, "If we have a stable in the prison, we must have a goat." He did not, however, live in the stable, but at first in the kitchen, and afterwards all over the prison. He was a very graceful, very mischievous creature. He ran up when he was called, jumped on benches and tables, butted at the convicts, and was always merry and amusing. One evening when his horns had grown fairly big, a Lesghian called Babe, who was sitting on the steps with a group of other convicts, took it into his head to butt at the goat. They were knocking their foreheads together for a long time. To play like this with the goat was a favorite pastime of the convicts, when suddenly Vaska skipped on to the topmost step, and as soon as Babe turned aside, the goat instantly reared on its hind legs and, bending his forelegs inward, he butted with all his might at the back of Babe's head, so that the man flew head over heels off the steps to the intense glee of all present, especially Babe himself. Everyone was awfully fond of Vaska, in fact. When he began to be full grown, it was decided after a long and earnest deliberation to perform a certain operation on him which our veterinary specialists were very skillful in. "Or he will smell so goaty," said the convicts. After that, Vaska grew fearfully fat. The convicts used to feed him, too, as though they were fattening him up. He grew at last into a fine and handsome goat of extraordinary size with very long horns. He waddled as he walked. He, too, used to follow us to work, to the diversion of the convicts and of everyone we met. Everyone knew the prison goat Vaska. Sometimes, if they were working on the bank of the river, for instance, the convicts would gather tender willow shoots and other leaves and pick flowers on the rampart to decorate Vaska with them. They would wreathe flowers and green shoots round his horns and hang garlands all over his body. Vaska would return to the prison always in front of the convicts, decked out, and they would follow him and seem proud of him when they met anyone. This admiration for the goat reached such a pitch that some of our men, like children, suggested that they might gild Vaska's horns. But they only talked of doing this. It was never actually done. I remember, however, asking Akim Akimich, who, after Isai Fomich, was our best gilder, whether one could really gild goats' horns. At first he looked attentively at the goat, and after serious consideration, he replied that it was perhaps possible, but that it would not be lasting and would besides be utterly useless. With that, the matter dropped. And Vaska might have lived for years in the prison and would perhaps have died of shortness of breath. But one day, as he was returning home decked out with flowers at the head of the convicts, he was met by the major in his droshky. "Stop!" he roared. "Whose goat is it?" It was explained to him. "What? A goat in the prison and without my permission? Sergeant!" The sergeant came forward, and the order was promptly given that the goat should be immediately killed, that the skin should be sold in the market, and the money for it be put into the prison purse, and that the meat should be served out to the convicts in the soup. There was a great deal of talk and lamentation in the prison, but they did not dare to disobey. Vaska was slaughtered over the cesspool in the yard. One of the convicts bought the whole of the meat, paying 1.5 rubles for it into the prison purse. With this money they bought rolls, and the convict sold the meat in portions to the prisoners to be roasted. The meat turned out really to be exceptionally good. We had for some time in the prison an eagle, one of the small eagles of the steppes. Someone brought him into the prison wounded and exhausted. All the prisoners crowded round him. He could not fly. His right wing hung down on the ground. One leg was dislocated. I remember how fiercely he glared at us, looking about him at the inquisitive crowd, and opened his crooked beak, prepared to sell his life dearly. When they had looked at him long enough and were beginning to disperse, he hopped limping on one leg and fluttering his uninjured wing to the furthest end of the prison yard, where he took refuge in a corner right under the fence. He remained with us for 3 months, and all that time would not come out of his corner. At first the convicts often went to look at him and used to set the dog at him. Sharuk would fly at him furiously, but was evidently afraid to get too near. This greatly diverted the convicts. "Savage creature! He'll never give in," they used to say. Later, Sharuk began cruelly ill-treating him. He got over his fear, and when they set him on the eagle, he learnt to catch him by his injured wing. The eagle vigorously defended himself with his beak, and, huddled in his corner, he looked fiercely and proudly like a wounded king at the inquisitive crowd who came to stare at him. At last everyone was tired of him. Everyone forgot him, abandoned him. Yet every day there were pieces of fresh meat and a broken pot of water near him. So someone was looking after him. At first he would not eat, and ate nothing for several days. At last he began taking food, but he would never take it from anyone's hand or in the presence of people. It happened that I watched him more than once. Seeing no one and thinking that he was alone, he sometimes ventured to come a little way out of his corner and limped a distance of 12 paces along the fence. Then he went back and then went out again, as though he were taking exercise. Seeing me, he hastened back to his corner, limping and hopping, and throwing back his head, opening his beak, with his feathers ruffled, at once prepared for battle. None of my caresses could soften him. He pecked and struggled, would not take meat from me, and all the time I was near him he used to stare intently in my face with his savage, piercing eyes. Fierce and solitary he awaited death, mistrustful and hostile to all. At last the convicts seemed to remember him, and though no one had mentioned him or done anything for him for 2 months, everyone seemed suddenly to feel sympathy for him. They said that they must take the eagle out. "Let him die if he must, but not in prison," they said. "To be sure, he is a free, fierce bird. You can't get him used to prison," others agreed. "It's not like us, it seems," added someone. "That's a silly thing to say. He's a bird and we are men, aren't we?" "The eagle is the king of the forest, brothers," began Skuratov, but this time they did not listen to him. One day after dinner, when the drum had just sounded for us to go to work, they took the eagle, holding his beak, for he began fighting savagely, and carried him out of the prison. We got to the rampart. The 12 men of the party were eagerly curious to see where the eagle would go. Strange to say, they all seemed pleased, as though they too had won a share of freedom. "See the cur, one does something for his good and he keeps biting one," said the convict who was carrying him, looking at the fierce bird almost with affection. "Let him go, Mikitka." "It's no use rigging up a jack-in-the-box for him, it seems. Give him freedom, freedom full and free." He threw the eagle from the rampart into the plain. It was a cold, gloomy day in late autumn. The wind was whistling over the bare plain and rustling in the yellow, withered, tussocky grass of the steppes. The eagle went off in a straight line, fluttering his injured wing, as though in haste to get away from us anywhere. With curiosity, the convicts watched his head flitting through the grass. "Look at him," said one dreamily. "He doesn't look round," added another. "He hasn't looked round once, lads. He just runs off." "Did you expect him to come back to say thank you?" observed a third. "Ah, to be sure, it's freedom. It's freedom he sniffs." "You can't see him now, mates." "What are you standing for? March!" shouted the guards, and we all trudged on to work in silence. Chapter 7. The Complaint. In beginning this chapter, the editor of the late Alexander Petrovich Goryanchikov's notes feels it his duty to make the following statement to the reader. In the first chapter of The House of the Dead, some words were said about a parricide belonging to the upper class. Among other things, he was quoted as an instance of the callousness with which the convicts will sometimes speak of their crimes. It was stated, too, that the murderer did not admit his guilt at his trial, but that judging by accounts given by people who knew all the details of his story, the facts were so clear that it was impossible to have any doubt of his guilt. These people told the author of the notes that the criminal was a man of reckless behavior, that he had got into debt, and had killed his father because he coveted the fortune he would inherit from him. But all the people in the town where this parricide had lived told the story in the same way. Of this last fact, the editor of these notes has fairly trustworthy information. Finally, it was stated in these notes that the criminal was always in the best of spirits in prison, that he was a whimsical, frivolous fellow, extremely lacking in common sense, though by no means a fool, that the author had never noticed in him any sign of cruelty. And the words are added, quote, "Of course I did not believe in that crime," unquote. The other day, the editor of the notes from The House of the Dead received information from Siberia that the criminal really was innocent and had suffered 10 years in penal servitude for nothing, that his innocence had been established before a court officially, that the real criminals had been found and had confessed, and that the luckless fellow had been already released from prison. The editor can feel no doubt of the truth of this news. There is nothing more to add. There is no need to enlarge on all the tragic significance of this fact, and to speak of the young life crushed under this terrible charge. The fact is too impressive. It speaks for itself. We believe, too, that if such a fact can be possible, this possibility adds a fresh and striking feature to the description of The House of the Dead, and puts a finishing touch to the picture. Now we will continue. I have already said that I did at last become accustomed to my position in prison. But this came to pass painfully and with difficulty, and far too gradually. It took me almost a year, in fact, to reach this stage, and that was the hardest year of my life. And that is why the whole of it is imprinted on my memory forever. I believe I remember every successive hour of that year. I said also that other convicts, too, could not get used to that life. I remember how, in that first year, I often wondered to myself what they were feeling. Could they be contented? And I was much occupied with these questions. I have mentioned already that all the convicts lived in prison not as though they were at home there, but as though they were at a hotel, on a journey, at some temporary halt. Even men sentenced for their whole life were restless or miserable, and no doubt every one of them was dreaming of something almost impossible. This everlasting uneasiness, which showed itself unmistakably, though not in words, this strange, impatient, and intense hope, which sometimes found involuntary utterance, at times so wild as to be almost like delirium, and what was most striking of all, often persisted in men of apparently the greatest common sense, gave a special aspect and character to the place, so much so that it constituted perhaps its most typical characteristic. It made one feel, almost from the first moment, that there was nothing like this outside the prison walls. Here all were dreamers, and this was apparent at once. What gave poignancy to this feeling was the fact that this dreaminess gave the greater number of the prisoners a gloomy and sullen, almost abnormal expression. The vast majority were taciturn and morose to the point of vindictiveness. They did not like displaying their hopes. Candor, simplicity were looked on with contempt. The more fantastical his hopes, the more conscious the dreamer himself was of their fantastical character, the more obstinately and shyly he concealed them in his heart. But he could not renounce them. Who knows? Some perhaps were inwardly ashamed of them. There is so much sober-mindedness and grasp of reality in the Russian character, and with it such inner mockery of self. Perhaps it was this continual hidden self-dissatisfaction which made these men so impatient with one another in the daily affairs of life, so irritable and sneering with one another. And if, for instance, some one of them, rather simpler and more impatient than the rest, were to make himself conspicuous by uttering aloud what was in the secret mind of all, and were to launch out into dreams and hopes, The others roughly put him down at once, suppressed him and ridiculed him. But I fancy that the harshest of his assailants were just those who perhaps outstripped him in their own hopes and dreams. Candid and simple people were, as I have said already, looked upon generally as the vulgarest fools, and they were treated with contempt. Every man was so ill-humored and vain that he despised anyone good-natured and free from vanity. All but these naive and simple chatterers, all the taciturn, that is, may be sharply divided into the ill-natured and the good-natured, the sullen and the serene. There were far more of the ill-natured and the sullen, and those of them who were naturally talkative were infallibly uneasy backbiters and slanderers. They meddled in everyone's affairs, though of their own hearts, their own private affairs, they showed no one a glimpse. That was not the thing, not correct. The good-natured, a very small group, were quiet, hid their imaginings in their hearts, and were, of course, more prone than the ill-natured to put faith and hope in them. Yet I fancy that there was another group of prisoners who had lost all hope. Such was the old dissenter from the Starodubovsky settlements. There were very few of these. The old man was externally calm. I have described him already, but from certain symptoms I judged that his inner misery was terrible. But he had his means of escape, his salvation, prayer and the idea of martyrdom. The convict whom I have described already, who used to read the Bible and who went out of his mind and threw a brick at the major, was probably one of the desperate class too, one of those who have lost their last hope, and as life is impossible without hope, he found a means of escape in a voluntary and almost artificial martyrdom. He declared that he attacked the major without malice, simply to accept suffering. And who knows what psychological process was taking place in his heart then? Without some goal and some effort to reach it, no man can live. When he has lost all hope, all object in life, man often becomes a monster in his misery. The one object of the prisoners was freedom and to get out of prison. But here I have been trying to classify all the prisoners, and that is hardly possible. Real life is infinite in its variety in comparison with even the cleverest abstract generalization, and it does not admit of sharp and sweeping distinctions. The tendency of real life is always towards greater and greater differentiation. We, too, had a life of our own of a sort, and it was not a mere official existence, but a real inner life of our own. But as I have mentioned already, I did not, and indeed could not, penetrate to the inner depths of this life at the beginning of my time in prison, and so all its external incidents were a source of unutterable misery to me then. I sometimes was simply beginning to hate those men who were sufferers like myself. I even envied them for being, anyway, among their equals, their comrades, understanding one another, though in reality they were all as sick and weary as I was of this companionship enforced by stick and lash, of this compulsory association, and everyone was secretly looking towards something far away from all the rest. I repeat again, there were legitimate grounds for the envy which came upon me in moments of ill humor. Those who declare that it is no harder for a gentleman, an educated man, and all the rest of it, in our prisons and in Siberia than it is for any peasant, are really quite wrong. I know I have heard of theories on the subject of late. I have read of them. There is something true and humane at the back of this idea. All are men. All are human beings. But the idea is too abstract. It overlooks too many practical aspects of the question, which cannot be grasped except by experience. I don't say this on the grounds that the gentleman, the man of education, may be supposed to be more refined and delicate in his feelings, that he is more developed. There is no standard by which to measure the soul in its development. Even education itself is no test. I am ready to be the first to testify that, in the midst of these utterly uneducated and downtrodden sufferers, I came across instances of the greatest spiritual refinement. Sometimes one would know a man for years in prison, and despise him and think that he was not a human being but a brute. And suddenly a moment will come by chance when his soul will suddenly reveal itself in an involuntary outburst, and you see in it such wealth, such feeling, such heart, such a vivid understanding of its own suffering and of the suffering of others, that your eyes are open, and for the first moment you can't believe what you have seen and heard yourself. The contrary happens too. Education is sometimes found side by side with such barbarity, such cynicism, that it revolts you, and in spite of the utmost good nature and all previous theories on the subject, you can find no justification or apology. I am not speaking of the change of habits, of manner of life, of diet, etc., though that is harder, of course, for a man of the wealthier class than for a peasant, who has often been hungry when free, and in prison at least has enough to eat. I am not going to argue about that. Let us assume that for a man of any strength of will, all this is of little consequence compared with other discomforts, though in reality a change of habits is not a trifling matter nor of little consequence. But there are discomforts beside which all this is so trivial that one ceases to notice the filth of one's surroundings, the fetters, the close confinement, the insufficient and unclean food. The sleekest fine gentleman, the softest weakling, will be able to eat black bread and soup with beetles in it, after working in the sweat of his brow, as he has never worked in freedom. To this one can get accustomed, as described in the humorous prison song which tells of a fine gentleman in prison. Cabbage and water they give me to eat, and I gobble it up as though it were sweet. No. What is much more important than all this is that while 2 hours after his arrival an ordinary prisoner is on the same footing as all the rest, is at home, has the same rights in the community as the rest, is understood by everyone, understands everyone, knows everyone, and is looked on by everyone as a comrade. It is very different with the gentleman, the man of a different class. However straightforward, good-natured, and clever he is, he will for years be hated and despised by all. He will not be understood, and what is more, he will not be trusted. He is not a friend and not a comrade, and though he may at last in the course of years attain such a position among them that they will no longer insult him, yet he will never be one of them, and will forever be painfully conscious that he is solitary and remote from all. This remoteness sometimes comes to pass of itself, unconsciously, through no ill-natured feeling on the part of the convicts. He is not one of themselves, and that's all. Nothing is more terrible than living out of one's natural surroundings. A peasant transported from Taganrog to the port of Petropavlovsk at once finds the Russian peasants there exactly like himself, at once understands them and gets on with them, and in a couple of hours they may settle down peaceably to live in the same hut or shanty. It is very different with gentlemen. They are divided from the peasants by an impassable gulf, and this only becomes fully apparent when the gentleman is by force of external circumstances completely deprived of his former privileges, and is transformed into a peasant. You may have to do with peasants all your life. You may associate with them every day for 40 years, officially, for instance, in the regulation administrative forms, or even simply in a friendly way, as a benefactor, or in a certain sense a father. You will never know them really. It will all be an optical illusion and nothing more. I know that all who read what I say will think that I am exaggerating, but I am convinced of its truth. I have reached the conviction not from books, not from abstract theory, but from experience, and I have had plenty of time to verify it. Perhaps in time everyone will realize the truth of this. Events, as ill luck would have it, confirmed my observations from the first and had a morbid and unhinging influence on me. That first summer I wandered about the prison in almost complete loneliness, without a friend. As I have mentioned already, I was in such a state of mind that I could not even distinguish and appreciate those of the prisoners who were later on able to grow fond of me, though they never treated me as an equal. I had comrades, too, of my own class, but their comradeship did not ease my heart of its oppression. I hated the sight of everything, and I had no means of escape from it. And here, for instance, is one of the incidents which from the beginning made me understand how completely I was an outsider, and how peculiar my position was in the prison. One day that summer, early in July, on a bright, hot working day at 1 o'clock, when usually we rested before our afternoon work, the prisoners all got up like one man and began forming in the yard. I had heard nothing about it till that minute. At that time I used to be so absorbed in myself that I scarcely noticed what was going on about me. Yet the prisoners had for the last 3 days been in a state of suppressed excitement. Perhaps this excitement had begun much earlier, as I reflected afterwards when I recalled snatches of talk, and at the same time the increased quarrelsomeness of the convicts and the moroseness and peculiar irritability that had been conspicuous in them of late. I had put it down to the hard work, the long wearisome summer days, the unconscious dreams of the forest and of freedom, and the brief nights in which it was difficult to get enough sleep. Perhaps all this was working together now into one outbreak, but the pretext for this outbreak was the prison food. For some days past there had been loud complaints and indignation in the prison, and especially when we were gathered together in the kitchen at dinner or supper. They were discontented with the cooks and even tried to get a new one, but quickly dismissed him and went back to the old. In fact, all were in an unsettled state of mind.
"They work us hard and they feed us on tripe," someone would growl in the kitchen.
"If you don't like it, order a blancmange," another would reply.
"I like soup made of tripe, lads," a third would put in. "It's nice."
"But if you never get anything else but tripe, is it nice?"
"Now, to be sure, it's time for meat," said a fourth. "We toil and toil at the brickyard. When one's work's done, one wants something to eat. And what is tripe? And if it's not tripe, it's heart."
"Yes, there's that heart too. Tripe and heart, that's all they give us. Fine fare, that is. Is that justice, or is it not?"
"Yes, the food's bad."
"He's filling his pockets, I warrant." "It's not your business." "Whose, then? It's my belly. If everybody would make a complaint, we should get something done."
"A complaint?"
"Yes. It seems you didn't get flogged enough for that complaint, you image."
"That's true,"
another who had hitherto been silent said grumpily.
"It's easy talking. What are you going to say in your complaint? You'd better tell us that first, you blockhead."
"All right, I'll tell you. If all would come, I'll speak with all. It's being poor, it is. Some of us eat their own food, and some never sit down but to prison fare. Ah, the sharp-eyed, envious fellow, his eyes smart to see others well off. Don't covet another man's pelf, but up and earn it for yourself. I'll dispute that with you till my hair is grey. So you are a rich man, since you want to sit with your arms folded. Eroshka is fat with a dog and a cat. But truly, lads, why sit still? We've had enough of putting up with their fooling. They are skinning us. Why not go to them? Why not? You want your food chewed and put into your mouth, that's what you are used to. Because it's prison, that's why. When simple folk fall out, the governor grows fat. Just so, II.I has grown fat. He's but a pair of greys. Yes, and he is not fond of drinking, eh? He was fighting the other day with a veterinary over cards. They were at it all night. Our friend was 2 hours at fisticuffs with him. Fedka said so. That's why we have stewed heart. Ah, you fools, it's not for us to put ourselves forward. But if we all go, then we shall see what defence he will make. We must insist on that. Defence! He'll give you a punch in the face, and that will be all. And then court-martial us afterwards. In short, everyone was excited. At that time our food really was poor. And besides, all sorts of things came simultaneously. Above all, the general mood of depression, the continual hidden misery. The convict is, from his very nature, fault-finding, mutinous. But the mutiny of all, or even of a large number, is rare, owing to the continual dissensions among them. Every one of them is aware of it. That's why they are much more given to violent language than to deeds. But this time the excitement did not pass off without action. They began collecting in groups about the prison wards, arguing. They recalled with oaths the whole of the major's term of office, ferreted out every detail. Some were particularly excited. Agitators and ringleaders always turn up at such times. The ringleaders on these occasions, that is, on the occasion of a complaint being made, are always remarkable men, and not only in prison, but in gangs of workmen, companies of soldiers, and so on. They are of a special type, and everywhere have something in common. They are spirited men, eager for justice, and in perfect simplicity and honesty, persuaded of its inevitable, direct, and above all immediate possibility. These men are no stupider than their fellows. In fact, there are some very clever ones among them, but they are too ardent to be shrewd and calculating. If there are men who are capable of skillfully leading the masses and winning their cause, they belong to a different class of popular heroes and natural leaders of the people, a type extremely rare among us. But those agitators and ringleaders of whom I am speaking now almost always fail, and are sent to prison and penal servitude in consequence. Through their zeal they fail, but it is their zeal that gives them their influence over the masses. Men follow them readily. Their warmth and honest indignation have an effect on everyone, and in the end the most hesitating give their adherence to them. Their blind confidence in success seduces even the most inveterate skeptics, although sometimes this confidence has such feeble, such childish foundations that one wonders, looking on, how they can have gained a following. The great thing is that they march in the front and go forward fearing nothing. They rush straight before them like bulls, with their heads down, often with no knowledge of the affair, no caution, none of that practical casuistry by means of which the most vulgar and degraded man will sometimes succeed, attain his object, and save his skin. They inevitably come to grief themselves. In ordinary life these people are choleric, contemptuous, irritable, and intolerant. Most often they are of very limited intelligence, and that, indeed, partly makes their strength.
What is most annoying in them is that, instead of going straight for their object, they often go off on a side issue into trifles, and it is this that is their ruin. But the people can understand them, and therein lies their strength. I must, however, say a few words to explain what is meant by a complaint. There were some men in our prison who had been sent there for making a complaint. They were the men who were most excited now. Especially one called Martynov, who had been in the Hussars, a hot-headed, restless, and suspicious man, but honest and truthful. Another was Vasily Antonov, a man, as it were, coldly irritated, with an insolent expression and a haughty, sarcastic smile, extremely intelligent, however. He, too, was honest and truthful. But I cannot describe all of them. There were a great many. Petrov, among others, was continually flitting backwards and forwards, listening to all the groups, saying little but evidently excited, and he was the first to run out when they began to assemble in the yard. The sergeant whose duty it was to keep order among us at once came out in a panic. The convicts, drawn up in the yard, asked him politely to tell the major that the prisoners wanted to speak to him in person and to ask him about one or two points. All the veterans followed the sergeant and drew themselves up on the other side facing the prisoners. The message given to the sergeant was an extraordinary one and filled him with horror. But he dared not refuse to take it at once to the major. To begin with, since the prisoners had already come to this, something worse might happen. All the prison officials were extraordinarily cowardly with regard to the convicts. In the second place, even if there were nothing wrong and they should all think better of it and disperse at once, even then it was the duty of the sergeant to report everything that happened to the major at once. Pale and trembling with fear, he hastily went without attempting to question the convicts or reason with them himself. He saw that they would not even talk to him now. Knowing nothing about it, I, too, went out to stand with the others. I only learnt the details of the affair later. I thought that some inspection was going on, but not seeing the soldiers whose duty it was to carry out the inspection, I wondered and began looking about me. The men's faces were excited and irritated. Some were even pale. All looked anxious and silent in anticipation of speaking to the major. I noticed that several looked at me with extraordinary amazement, but turned away in silence. It obviously seemed strange to them that I should have joined them. They evidently did not believe that I had come out to take part in the complaint, but soon afterwards all who were around me turned to me again. All looked at me inquiringly. "What are you here for?" Vasily Antonov, who stood further off than the rest, asked me in a loud, rude voice. Till then he had always addressed me formally and treated me with politeness. I looked at him in perplexity, still trying to understand what it all meant, and beginning to guess that something extraordinary was happening. "Yes, what need have you to stand here? Go indoors," said a young convict of the military division, a quiet, good-natured fellow whom I knew nothing of. "It's nothing to do with you." "But they are all forming up. I thought there was an inspection," I said. "I say, so he has crawled out too," shouted another. "Iron beak," said another. "Fly crushers," said a third with ineffable contempt. This new nickname evoked general laughter. "He sits with us in the kitchen as a favor," answered someone. "There and clover everywhere. This is prison, but they have rolls to eat and buy sucking pig. You eat your own provisions. Why are you poking in here?"
"This is not the place for you, Alexander Petrovitch," said Kulikov, approaching me in a nonchalant way. He took me by the arm and led me out of the ranks. He was pale, his black eyes were gleaming, and he was biting his lower lip. He was not awaiting the major with indifference. I particularly liked looking at Kulikov, by the way, on all such occasions. That is, on all occasions when he had to show what he was. He posed fearfully, but he did what had to be done. I believe he would have gone to the scaffold with a certain style and gallantry. At this moment, when everyone was being rude and familiar to me, he, with evident intention, redoubled his courtesy to me, and at the same time his words were peculiarly, as it were disdainfully, emphatic and admitted of no protest. "This is our affair, Alexander Petrovitch, and you've nothing to do with it. You go away and wait. All your friends are in the kitchen. You go there."
"Under the 9th beam where Antipka Nimbleheels lives," someone put in.
Through the open window of the kitchen I did, in fact, see our Poles. I fancied, however, that there were a good many people there besides. Disconcerted, I went into the kitchen. I was pursued by laughter, oaths, and cries of "II.II.II," the sound which took the place of whistling in prison.
"He didn't like it. II.II.II, at him."
I had never before been so insulted in the prison, and this time I felt it very bitterly. But I had turned up at the wrong moment. In the entry to the kitchen I met T., a young man of strong will and generous heart, of no great education, though he was a man of good birth. He was a great friend of B's. The other convicts marked him out from the rest of us gentlemen and had some affection for him. He was brave, manly, and strong, and this was somehow apparent in every gesture.
"What are you doing, Goryanchikov?" he shouted to me. "Come here!"
"But what's the matter?"
"They are presenting a complaint, don't you know? It won't do them any good. Who'll believe convicts? They'll try to find out the instigators, and if we are there, they'll be sure to pitch on us first as responsible for the mutiny. Remember what we came here for. They will simply be flogged, and we shall be tried. The major hates us all, and will be glad to ruin us. And by means of us he'll save himself. And the convicts would be glad to betray us," added M. as we went into the kitchen. "You may be sure they wouldn't spare us," T. assented. There were a great many other people, some 30 besides us gentlemen, in the kitchen. They had all remained behind, not wishing to take part in the complaint, some from cowardice, others from a full conviction of the uselessness of any sort of complaint. Among them was Akim Akimych, who had a natural and inveterate hostility to all such complaints, as destructive of morality and official routine. He said nothing, but waited in perfect tranquillity for the end of the affair, not troubling himself as to its result, and thoroughly convinced of the inevitable triumph of discipline and the will of the authorities. II.I. Fomitch was there too, looking much perplexed, and with drooping nose listening greedily and apprehensively to our conversation. He was in great anxiety. All the Poles of the peasant class were here too, with their compatriots of the privileged class. There were some other timid souls, perhaps who were always silent and dejected. They had not dared to join the others, and were mournfully waiting to see how it would end. There were also some morose and always sullen convicts who were not of a timid character. They stayed behind from obstinacy and a contemptuous conviction that it was all foolishness, and that nothing but harm would come of it.
But yet I fancy they felt somewhat awkward now. They did not look perfectly at their ease. Though they knew they were perfectly right about the complaint, as they were proved to be in the sequel, yet they felt rather as though they had cut themselves off from their mates, as though they had betrayed their comrades to the major. Another man who was in the kitchen was Yolkin, the Siberian peasant condemned for false coinage, who had carried off Kulikov's practice as a vet in the town. The Starodubovsky old believer was there, too. The cooks to a man had remained in the kitchen, probably convinced that they constituted part of the prison management, and consequently that it was not seemly for them to act in opposition to it. "Almost all have gone out except these, though," I observed hesitatingly to M.
"What, is it true?" muttered B. "We should have run 100 times more risk than they do if we went out. And why should we? Je hais ces brigands. And can you imagine for a moment that their complaint will have any effect? Why should we meddle in this foolishness?"
"Nothing will come of it," put in another convict, a stubborn and exasperated old man. Almatsov, who was present, made haste to agree with him, saying,
"Except that 50 of them will get a flogging, nothing will come of it."
"The major has come," shouted someone, and all rushed eagerly to the windows. The major flew up, spiteful and infuriated, flushed and wearing spectacles. Mutely but resolutely he went up to the front row. On such occasions he was really bold and never lost his presence of mind. Besides, he was almost always half drunk. Even his greasy forage cap with the orange band on it and his dirty silver epaulets had a sinister aspect at this moment. He was followed by Dyatlov, the clerk, a very important person, who in reality governed everyone in the prison and even had an influence over the major. He was a sly man, very cunning, but not a bad fellow. The convicts liked him. He was followed by our sergeant, who had evidently just come in for a fearful wigging, and was expecting something 10 times worse later on. Behind him were 3 or 4 guards, not more. The convicts, who had been standing with their caps off ever since they had sent the sergeant to fetch the major, now all drew themselves up and pulled themselves together. Every man of them shifted from one leg to the other, and then they all stood mute and rigid, waiting for the first word, or rather for the first shout of the major. It followed promptly. At his second word the major bawled at the top of his voice, almost squealed, in fact. He was in a violent fury. From the windows we could see him running along the front rank, rushing up to the men, questioning them. But it was too far off for us to hear his questions or the convicts' replies. We could only hear him shouting shrilly, "Mutineers! Beating! Ringleaders! You are a ringleader! You are a ringleader!" he shouted, pouncing on somebody. No answer was audible. But a minute later we saw a convict leave the general body and walk towards the guardhouse. A minute later another followed him in the same direction, then a third.
"All under arrest! I'll teach you! Whom have you got there in the kitchen?"
he squealed, seeing us at the open windows.
"All come here! Drive them here at once!"
The clerk Dyatlov came to us in the kitchen. In the kitchen he was told that we had no complaint to make. He returned at once and reported to the major.
"Ah, they haven't,"
he repeated 2 notes lower, obviously relieved.
"No matter, send them all here."
We went out. I felt rather ashamed of coming out, and indeed we all walked with hanging heads.
"Ah, Prokofiev, Yokin, too. Is that you, Almatsov? Stand here all together, the Major said to us in a soft but hurried voice, looking at us amicably. You are here too. Make a list of them, Dyatlov. Dyatlov, make a list at once of those who are satisfied and those who are dissatisfied. Every one of them, and bring the list to me. I'll put you all under arrest. I'll teach you, you rascals. The list had an effect. We are satisfied, a grating voice said suddenly from the crowd of the dissatisfied, but he spoke rather hesitatingly. You are satisfied? Who's satisfied? Those who are satisfied, come forward. We are satisfied, several voices chimed in. Satisfied? Men, you've been led astray. So there have been agitators working upon you. So much the worse for them. Good God, what's happening? Said a voice in the crowd. Who's that who shouted? Roared the Major, rushing in the direction from which the voice came. Is that you, Rastorguyev? You shouted? To the guardhouse! Rastorguyev, a tall, puffy-faced young fellow, stepped out and walked at once towards the guardhouse. It was not he who had spoken, but as he had been pitched upon, he went. You don't know when you are well off, the Major howled after him. You fat face! I'll find you all out! Those who are satisfied, step forward! We are satisfied, Your Honor, murmured some dozens of gloomy voices. The rest remained stubbornly silent. But that was enough for the Major. It was evidently to his advantage to end the scene as quickly as possible, and to end it somehow pacifically. Now all are satisfied, he said hurriedly. I saw that. I knew it. It's the work of agitators. There must be agitators among them, he went on, addressing Dyatlov. We must go into that more carefully. But now it's time for work. Beat the drum. He was present himself at the telling off of convicts to their different tasks. The convicts dispersed in mournful silence to their work, glad at any rate to be out of his sight as soon as possible. But after they had gone, the Major at once went to the guardhouse and punished the ringleaders. Not very cruelly, however. He hurried over it, in fact. One of them, we were told afterwards, begged his pardon, and was at once let off. It was evident that the Major was not perfectly at his ease, and was perhaps even a little scared. A complaint is always a ticklish matter, and though the convict's protest could hardly be called a complaint, because it was presented not to a higher authority, but to the Major himself, yet it was awkward. It was not the right thing. What disconcerted him most was that almost all the prisoners had taken part in the protest. He must suppress it at all costs. They soon released the ringleaders. Next day the food was better, but the improvement did not last long. For some days afterwards the Major visited the prison more frequently, and found fault more frequently. Our sergeant went about looking anxious and perplexed, as though he could not get over his amazement. As for the convicts, they could not settle down for a long time afterwards, but they were not so much excited as before. They were in a state of dumb perplexity and bewilderment. Some of them were deeply despondent. Others expressed their discontent, but sparingly. Many, in their exasperation, jeered at themselves aloud, as though to punish themselves for having got up the protest. "Put it in your pipe and smoke it," someone would say. "We had our joke, and now we must pay for it,"
another would add.
"What mouse can bell the cat?" observed a third.
"There's no teaching us without the stick, we all know. It's a good thing he didn't flog us all."
"For the future, think more and talk less, and you'll do better," someone would observe malignantly.
"Why, are you setting up to teach?"
"To be sure I am."
"Who are you to put yourself forward?"
"Why, I am a man so far, and who are you?"
"You are a dog's bone, that's what you are."
"That's what you are."
There, shut up!
"What's the shindy about?"
the others shouted at the disputants from all sides. The same evening, that is, on the day of the complaint, on my return from work, I met Petrov behind the barracks. He was looking for me. Coming up to me, he muttered something, 2 or 3 vague exclamations, but soon relapsed into absent-minded silence and walked mechanically beside me. All this affair was still painfully weighing on my heart, and I fancied that Petrov could explain something to me. "Tell me, Petrov," said I, "are they angry with us?"
"Who angry?"
he asked, as though waking up. "The convicts angry with us, the gentlemen."
"Why should they be angry with you?"
"Because we did not take part in the complaint."
"But why should you make a complaint?"
he asked, as though trying to understand me.
"You buy your own food."
"Good heavens, but some of you who joined in it buy your own food too. We ought to have done the same, as comrades."
But how can you be our comrades?"
he asked in perplexity. I looked at him quickly. He did not understand me in the least. He did not know what I was driving at. But I understood him thoroughly at that instant. A thought that had been stirring vaguely within me and haunting me for a long time had at last become clear to me, and I suddenly understood what I had only imperfectly realized. I understood that they would never accept me as a comrade, however much I might be a convict, not if I were in for life, not if I were in the special division. But I remember most clearly Petrov's face at that minute. His question, "How can you be our comrade?" was full of such genuine simplicity, such simple-hearted perplexity. I wondered if there were any irony, any malicious mockery in the question. There was nothing of the sort. Simply we were not their comrades, and that was all. You go your way, and we go ours. You have your affairs, and we have ours. And indeed, I had expected that after the complaint they would simply torment us to death without mercy, and that life would be impossible for us. Nothing of the sort. We did not hear one word of reproach, not a hint of reproach. There was no increase of ill feeling against us. They simply jibed at us a little on occasions, as they had done before. Nothing else. They were not in the least angry either with the other convicts who had remained in the kitchen and not joined in the complaint, nor with those who had first shouted that they were satisfied. No one even referred to it. This last fact puzzled me especially. Breaking in. The beginning of this chapter, which marks the unnamed frame narrator's brief interjection into the notes of Goryanchikov, was included on the occasion of Dostoevsky himself acquiring information about this accused parricide. Since The House of the Dead was published serially, that opening chapter, where the alleged was introduced, would have been in print for months before this news of his innocence had come to light. So there is a sense in which Dostoevsky is taking a victory lap here, making note of his own prior reluctance to believe in the story of his putative crime, a reluctance which was ultimately vindicated by the facts. Naturally, the story of an innocent man being sent to Siberia on the charge of having killed his father will perk up the ears of anyone familiar with the plot of The Brothers Karamazov. The main episode narrated in this chapter clearly had a major effect on Dostoevsky's understanding of the Russian people. I may say more about this in my concluding comments. Here I will just note that he might be taking gentle aim at some of his colleagues when he insists that the literati who claim to understand the Russian peasant are merely fooling themselves. At the time of writing, both Turgenev and Tolstoy had recently published semi-autobiographical works which highlight the upper-class encounter with the Russian peasantry. In each case, the author claims to have discovered a kind of spiritual beauty there. But neither Turgenev nor Tolstoy was forced to live cheek by jowl with peasants without respite for years on end. And so when Dostoevsky writes, he does so with an authority that his contemporaries lack. End of comments. Chapter 8. Comrades. I was, of course, most attracted to the men of my own sort. The gentlemen, that is, especially at first. But of the 3 Russian convicts of that class who were in our prison, Akim Akimych, the spy A, and the man who was believed to have killed his father, the only one I knew and talked to was Akim Akimych. I must confess that I resorted to Akim Akimych only, so to say, in despair, at moments of the most intense boredom and when there was no prospect of speaking to anyone else. In the last chapter I have tried to arrange all the convicts in classes, but now I recall Akim Akimych, I think that one might add another class. It is true that he would be the only representative of it. That is, the class of the absolutely indifferent convicts. Absolutely indifferent convicts, those, that is, to whom it was a matter of indifference whether they lived in prison or in freedom, one would have supposed did not and could not exist. But I think Akim Akimych was an example of one. He had established himself in prison indeed, as though he meant to spend his life there. Everything about him, his mattress, his pillows, his pots and pans, all were on a solid and permanent footing. There was nothing of a temporary bivouacking character about him. He had many years still to be in prison, but I doubt whether he ever thought of leaving it. But if he were reconciled to his position, it was not from inclination, but from subordination, though indeed in his case it amounted to the same thing. He was a good-natured man, and he helped me indeed at first with advice and kind offices. But I confess sometimes, especially at first, he produced in me an intense depression which still further increased my misery. Yet it was my misery drove me to talk to him. I longed sometimes for a living word, however bitter or impatient or spiteful. We might at least have railed at our destiny together. But he was silent, gumming his paper lamps. Or he would tell me of the review in which he had taken part in such a year, and who was the commanding officer of the division, and what his Christian name was, and whether he had been satisfied with the review, and how the signals for the gunners had been changed, and all in the same even, decorous voice like the dripping of water. He scarcely showed the slightest animation when he told me that he had been deemed worthy to receive the ribbon of St. Anne on his sword for the part he had taken in some action in the Caucasus. Only at that moment his voice became extraordinarily dignified and solemn, It dropped to a mysterious undertone when he pronounced the words Saint Anne, and for 3 minutes afterwards he became particularly silent and sedate. During that first year I had stupid moments when I, and always quite suddenly, began, I don't know why, almost to hate Akim Akimych, and I cursed the fate which had put me with my head next his on the common bed. Usually an hour later I reproached myself for the feeling. But this was only during my first year. Later on I became quite reconciled to Akim Akimych in my heart, and was ashamed of my foolishness. Outwardly, as far as I remember, we were always on good terms. Besides these 3 Russians, there were 8 others, Polish prisoners, of the upper class in the prison while I was there. Some of them I got to know pretty well and was glad of their friendship, but not all. The best of them were morbid, exceptional, and intolerant to the last degree. With 2 of them I gave up talking altogether in the end. Only 3 of them were well educated, B, M, and Z, who had been a professor of mathematics, a nice good-natured old man, very eccentric and not at all clever, I think, in spite of his education. M and B were men of a quite different type. I got on well with M from the first. I respected him and never quarreled with him, but I never could get fond of him or feel any affection for him. He was a profoundly mistrustful and embittered man with a wonderful power of self-control. But this very excess of self-control was what I did not like. One somehow felt that he would never open his heart to anyone. But perhaps I am mistaken. He was a man of strong and very noble character. His extreme and almost Jesuitical skill and circumspection in dealing with people betrayed his profound inner skepticism. Yet his was a soul tormented just by this duality, skepticism and a deep, steadfast faith in some of his own hopes and convictions. But for all his skill in getting on with people, he was an irreconcilable enemy of B, and of the latter's friend, T. B was a man in ill health, of consumptive tendency, nervous and irritable, but at bottom a very kind-hearted and even great-hearted man. His irritability sometimes reached the pitch of extreme intolerance and caprice. I could not put up with his temper, and in the end I gave up having anything to do with B, but I never ceased to love him. With M I never quarreled, but I never was fond of him. It happened that, through cutting off my relations with B, I had also to give up T, the young man of whom I have spoken in the last chapter when I described our complaint. I was very sorry for that. Though T was not an educated man, he was kind-hearted and manly, a splendid young fellow, in fact. He was so fond of B, had such a respect and reverence for him, that if anyone were ever so little at variance with B, he at once looked upon him almost as an enemy. I believe in the end he was estranged even from M on B's account, though he held out for a long time. But they were all morally sick, embittered, irritable, and mistrustful. It was easy to understand. It was very hard for them, much worse than for us. They were far from their own country. Some of them were exiled for long periods, 10 or 12 years, and what was worse, they regarded everyone around them with intense prejudice, saw in the convicts nothing but their brutality, could not discern any good quality, anything human in them, and had indeed no wish to do so. And, as was very easy to understand also, they were led to this unfortunate point of view by the force of circumstance, by fate. There is no doubt that they were very miserable in prison. To the Circassians, to the Tatars, and to Isai Fomitch they were cordial and friendly, but shunned the other convicts with abhorrence. Only the Starodubovsky Old Believer won their entire respect. It is remarkable, however, that all the while I was in prison, none of the convicts ever taunted them with their nationality and their religion or their ideas, as Russian peasants sometimes, though very rarely, do with foreigners, especially Germans. Though perhaps they do no more than laugh at the Germans. A German is always an extremely comic figure in the eyes of the Russian peasant. The convicts treated our foreign prisoners respectfully in prison, far more so than the Russian gentlemen prisoners indeed, and they never touched them. But the latter seemed unwilling to notice and consider this fact. I have spoken of T. It was he who, when they were walking from their first place of exile to our prison, carried B in his arms almost the whole journey, when the latter, weak in health and constitution, broke down before half the day's march was over. They had at first been exiled to U. There, so they said, they were well off, that is, much better off than in our prison. But they got up a correspondence, of a perfectly harmless character, however, with some other exiles in another town, and for this reason it was considered necessary to exile these three to our fortress, where they would be under the eye of a higher official. Their third comrade was Z. Till they came, M was the only Pole in the prison. How miserable he must have been in his first year there. This Z was the old man who was always saying his prayers, as I have mentioned before. All our political prisoners were young, some mere boys. Only Z was a man over 50. He was a man of unquestionable honesty, but rather strange. His comrades B and T disliked him very much. They did not even speak to him. They used to say of him that he was quarrelsome, obstinate, and fussy. I don't know how far they were right. In prison, as in all places where people are kept together in a crowd against their will, I think people quarrel and even hate one another more easily than in freedom. Many circumstances combine to bring this about. But Z certainly was a rather stupid and perhaps disagreeable man. None of his other comrades were on good terms with him. Though I never quarreled with him, I did not get on with him particularly well. I believe he knew his own subject, mathematics. I remember that he was always trying to explain to me in his broken Russian some special astronomical system he had invented. I was told that he had once published an account of it, but the learned world had only laughed at him. I think he was a little cracked. For whole days together he was on his knees saying his prayers, for which all the convicts respected him to the day of his death. He died before my eyes in our hospital after a severe illness. He won the convicts' respect, however, from the first moment in prison after the incident with our major. On the journey from U to our prison they had not been shaved, and they had grown beards. So when they were led straight to the major, he was furiously indignant at such a breach of discipline, though they were in no way to blame for it.
"What do they look like?" he roared. "They are tramps! Brigands!"
Z, who at that time knew very little Russian and thought they were being asked who they were, tramps or brigands, answered, "We are not tramps. We are political prisoners."
"What? You are insolent! Insolent!" roared the major. "To the guardhouse! 100 lashes at once, this instant!"
The old man was flogged. He lay down under the lashes without a protest, bit his hand, and endured the punishment without a cry, a moan, or a movement. Meanwhile, B and T went into the prison, where M, already waiting for them at the gate, fell on their necks, though he had never seen them before. Agitated by the way the Major had received them, they told M all about Z. I remember how M told me about it.
"I was beside myself," he said. "I did not know what was happening to me and shivered as though I were in a fever. I waited for Z at the gate. He would have to come straight from the guardhouse where the flogging took place."
Suddenly the gate opened. Z came out with a pale face and trembling white lips, and without looking at anyone, passed through the convicts who were assembled in the yard and already knew that a gentleman was being flogged. He went into the prison ward, straight to his place, and without saying a word, knelt down and began to pray. The convicts were impressed and even touched.
"When I saw that old grey-headed man," said M., "who had left a wife and children in his own country, when I saw him on his knees praying after a shameful punishment, I rushed behind the prison, and for 2 hours I did not know what I was doing. I was frantic."
The convicts had a great respect for Z from that time forward, and they always treated him respectfully. What they particularly liked was that he had not cried out under punishment. One must be fair, however. One cannot judge of the behavior of the authorities in Siberia to prisoners of the educated class, whoever they may be, Poles or Russians, from this instance. This instance only shows that one may come across a bad man, and of course if that bad man is an independent senior officer somewhere, the fate of an exile whom that bad man particularly disliked would be very insecure. But one must admit that the highest authorities in Siberia, upon whom the tone and disposition of all the other commanding officers depend, is very scrupulous in regards to exiles of the upper class, and is even in some cases disposed to favor them in comparison with other convicts of the peasant class. The reasons for this are clear. These higher authorities, to begin with, belong to the privileged class themselves. Secondly, it has happened in the past that some of the exiles of this class have refused to lie down to be flogged and have attacked the officers, which has led to terrible consequences. And thirdly, I believe the chief explanation is that 35 years ago a great mass of exiles of the upper class were sent to Siberia all at once, and these exiles had succeeded in the course of 30 years in establishing their character throughout Siberia, so that from an old traditional habit the government in my day could not help looking upon political prisoners as very different from ordinary convicts. The subordinate officers were accustomed to look upon them in the same way, taking their tone and attitude from the higher authorities, of course, and following their lead. But many of these commanding officers of inferior rank were stupid and secretly critical of the instructions given them, and they would have been very glad if they could have made their own arrangements without being checked. But this was not altogether permitted. I have good reason for this belief, and I will give it. The second class of penal servitude in which I was serving, imprisonment in the fortress under military command, was incomparably more severe than the other two divisions, that is, servitude in the mines and in government works. It was not only harder for prisoners of the privileged class, but for all the convicts, simply because the government and organization of this division was all military and not unlike that of the disciplinary battalions in Russia. Military government is harsher, the regulations are stricter, one is always in chains, always under guard, always behind bars and bolts. And this is not so much the case in the other two divisions. So at least all our convicts said, and there were some amongst them who knew what they were talking about. They would all gladly have passed into the first division, which is reckoned by the law to be the hardest, and often dreamed of the change. Of the disciplinary battalions in Russia, all who had been in them spoke with horror, declaring that in all Russia nothing was harder than the disciplinary battalions in the fortresses, so that Siberia was paradise compared with the life in them. So if, in harsh conditions as in our prison under military rule, before the eyes of the Governor-General himself, and in spite of the possibility, such things sometimes occurred, of officious outsiders through spite or jealousy secretly reporting that certain political prisoners were favored by officers of doubtful loyalty. If in such circumstances, I repeat, the political prisoners were looked upon somewhat differently from the other convicts, they must have been treated even more leniently in the first and third divisions. So I believe I can judge in this respect of all Siberia by the place where I was. All the tales and rumors that reached me on this subject from exiles of the first and third divisions confirmed my conclusion. In reality, all of us, prisoners of the upper class, were treated by the authorities with more attention and circumspection in our prison. We certainly had no favor shown us in regard to work or other external conditions. We had the same work, the same fetters, the same bolts and bars. In fact, we had everything exactly like the other convicts. And indeed, it was impossible to mitigate our lot. I know that in that town, in the recent but so remote past, there were so many spies, so many intrigues, so many people laying traps for one another, that it was natural that the governing authorities should be afraid of being denounced. And what could be more terrible at that period than to be accused of showing favor to political prisoners? And so all were afraid, and we lived on an equal footing with all the convicts. But as regards corporal punishment, there was a certain difference. It is true they would readily have flogged us if we had deserved it, that is, had committed a misdemeanor. That much was dictated by official duty and equality as regards corporal punishment. But they would not have flogged us at random on the impulse of the moment, and, of course, cases of such wanton treatment of the common convicts did occur, especially with some commanding officers of lower rank who enjoyed domineering and intimidation. We knew that the governor of the prison was very indignant with the major when he knew the story of old Z, and impressed upon him the necessity of restraining himself in the future. So I was told by everyone. It was known also in prison that the Governor-General, too, though he trusted and to some extent liked our major as a man of some ability who did his duty, reprimanded him about that affair. And the major had made a note of it. He would dearly have liked, for example, to lay hands upon M, whom he hated from the tales A told him, but he was never able to flog him, though he persecuted him and was on the lookout for a pretext and ready to pounce upon him. The whole town soon heard of the Z affair, and public opinion condemned the major. Many people reproved him, and some made themselves very unpleasant. I remember at this moment my first encounter with the major. When we were at Tobolsk, the other political prisoner with whom I entered the prison, and myself, they frightened us by telling us of this man's ferocious character. Some old political exiles, who had been in Siberia for 25 years and who met us at Tobolsk with great sympathy and kept up relations with us all the time we were in the forwarding prison, warned us against our future commanding officer and promised to do what they could, through certain prominent persons, to protect us from his persecution. 3 daughters of the Governor-General, who had come from Russia and were staying with their father, did, in fact, receive letters from them, and spoke about us to their father. But what could he do? he merely told the Major to be more careful. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, my comrade and I arrived in the town, and the guards took us at once to the Major. We stood in the entry waiting for him. Meanwhile, they sent for the prison sergeant. As soon as he appeared, the Major too came out. His spiteful, purple, pimply face made a very depressing impression. It was as though a malicious spider had run out to pounce on some poor fly that had fallen into its web.
"What's your name?"
he asked my comrade. He spoke rapidly, sharply, abruptly. He evidently wished to make an impression on us.
"So-and-so?"
"You?"
he went on, addressing me and glaring at me through his spectacles.
"So-and-so?"
"Sergeant, to prison with them at once. Shave them in the guard-house. Half the head as civilian prisoners. Change their fetters tomorrow." "What coats are those? Where did you get them?"
he answered suddenly, his attention being caught by the grey overcoats with yellow circles on the back which had been given us at Tobolsk, and which we were wearing in his illustrious presence.
"That's a new uniform. It must be a new uniform. A new pattern. From Petersburg,"
he added, making us turn round one after the other.
"They've nothing with them?"
he asked the escort.
"They've got their own clothes, Your Honor,"
said the gendarme, drawing himself up suddenly with a positive start. Everyone knew of the Major. Everyone had heard of him. Everyone was frightened of him.
"Take away everything. Only give them back their underlinen, the white things. If there are any colored things, take them away, and sell all the rest by auction. The money for the prison funds. The convict has no property," he added, looking at us sternly. "Mind you behave yourselves. Don't let me hear of you, or corporal punishment. For the least misdemeanor, the lash."
This reception, which was unlike anything I was used to, made me almost ill the whole evening. And the impression was increased by what I saw in the prison. But I have already described my first hours in prison. I have mentioned already that the authorities did not, and dared not, show us any favor or make our tasks lighter than those of the other convicts. But on one occasion they did try to do so. For 3 whole months, B and T used to go to the engineer's office to do clerical work there. But this was done in strict secrecy, and was the engineering officer's doing. That is to say, all the other officials concerned knew of it, but they pretended not to. That happened when G was commanding officer. Lieutenant Colonel G was a perfect godsend for the short time he was with us. Not more than 6 months, if I mistake not, rather less perhaps. He made an extraordinary impression on the convicts before he left them to return to Russia. It was not simply that the convicts loved him. They adored him, if such a word may be used in this connection. How he did it I don't know, but he gained their hearts from the first moment.
"He is a father to us, a father. We've no need of a father,"
the convicts were continually saying all the time he was at the head of the engineering department. I believe he was a terribly dissipated character. He was a little man with a bold, self-confident expression. But at the same time he was kind, almost tender with the convicts, and he really did love them like a father. Why he was so fond of the convicts I can't say, but he could not see a convict without saying something kindly and good-humored to him, without making a joke or laughing with him, and the best of it was there was no trace of the authoritative manner in it, nothing suggestive of condescending or purely official kindness. He was their comrade and completely one of themselves. But although he was instinctively democratic in manner and feeling, the convicts were never once guilty of disrespect or familiarity with him. On the contrary. But the convict's whole face lighted up when he met the lieutenant colonel, and, taking off his cap, he was all smiles when the latter came up to him. And if the officer spoke, the convict felt as though he had received a present. There are popular people like this. He looked a manly fellow. He walked with an erect and gallant carriage.
"He is an eagle,"
the convicts used to say of him. He could, of course, do nothing to mitigate their lot. He was only at the head of the engineering work, which, having been settled and laid down by law once for all, went on unchanged, whoever was in command. At most, if he chanced to come across a gang of convicts whose work was finished, he would let them go home before the drum sounded, instead of keeping them hanging about for nothing. But the convicts liked his confidence in them, the absence of petty fault-finding and irritability, the utter lack of anything insulting in speech or manner in his official relations with them. If he had lost 1,000 rubles, and a convict had picked the money up, I do believe, if it were the worst thief in prison, he would have restored it. Yes, I am sure of that. With intense sympathy, the convicts learnt that their eagle had a deadly quarrel with our hated major. It happened during the first month G was there. Our major had at some time served with him in the past. After years of separation, they met as friends and used to drink together. But their relations were suddenly cut short. They quarreled, and G became his mortal enemy. There was a rumor that they had even fought on the occasion, which was by no means out of the question with our major. He often did fight. When the convicts heard of this, their delight knew no bounds.
"As though old II.X could get on with a man like him. He is an eagle, but the major
And here usually followed a word quite unfit for print. The prisoners were fearfully interested to know which had given the other a beating. If the rumors of the fight had turned out to be false, which was perhaps the case, I believe our convicts would have been very much annoyed.
"You may be sure the colonel got the best of it," they used to say. "He's a plucky one, though he is small, and the major crawled under the bed to get away from him, they say."
But G soon left us, and the convicts sank into despondency again. Our engineering commanders were all good, however. 3 or 4 succeeded one another in my time.
"But we shall never have another like him,"
the convicts used to say.
"He was an eagle and our champion."
This G was very fond of us political prisoners, and towards the end he used to make B and me come to work in his office sometimes. After he went away, this was put on a more regular footing. Some in the engineering department, especially one of them, were very sympathetic with us. We used to go there and copy papers. Our handwriting began to improve even, when suddenly there came a peremptory order from the higher authorities that we were to be sent back to our former tasks. Someone had already played the spy. It was a good thing, however. We had both begun to be fearfully sick of the office. Afterwards, for 2 years, B and I went almost inseparably to the same tasks, most frequently to the workshops. We used to chat together, talk of our hopes and convictions. He was a splendid fellow, but his ideas were sometimes very strange and exceptional. There is a certain class of people, very intelligent indeed, who sometimes have utterly paradoxical ideas. But they have suffered so much for them in their lives, they have paid such a heavy price for them, that it would be too painful, almost impossible, to give them up. B listened to every criticism with pain and answered with bitterness. I dare say he was more right than I was in many things. I don't know. But at last we parted, and I was very sad about it. We had shared so many things together. Meanwhile, M seemed to become more melancholy and gloomy every year. He was overwhelmed by depression. During my early days in prison, he used to be more communicative. His feelings found a fuller and more frequent utterance. He had been 2 years in prison when I first came. At first he took interest in a great deal of what had happened in the world during those 2 years, of which he had no idea in prison. He questioned me, listened, was excited. But towards the end, as the years went on, he seemed to be more concentrated within and shut up in his own mind. The glowing embers were being covered up by ash. His exasperation grew more and more marked. "Je hais ces brigands," he often repeated to me, looking with hatred at the convicts, whom I had by then come to know better, and nothing I could say in their favor had any influence. He did not understand what I said, though he sometimes gave an absent-minded assent, but next day he would say again, "Je hais ces brigands." We used often to talk in French, by the way, and on this account a soldier in the engineers, called Dronishnikov, nicknamed us the Medicals. I don't know from what connection of ideas. M only showed warmth when he spoke of his mother. "She is old, she is ill," he said to me. "She loves me more than anything in the world, and here I don't know whether she is alive or dead. To know that I had to run the gauntlet was enough for her." M did not come of the privileged class, and before being sent to exile had received corporal punishment. He used to clench his teeth and look away when he recalled it. Towards the end he used more and more frequently to walk alone. One morning, about midday, he was summoned by the governor. Our governor came out to him with a good-humored smile. "Well, M, what did you dream about last night?" he asked. "I trembled," M told us afterwards. "I felt as though I had been stabbed to the heart." "I dreamt I had a letter from my mother," he answered. Better than that," replied the governor. "You are free. Your mother has petitioned in your favor, and her petition has been granted. Here is her letter, and here is the order relating to you. You will leave the prison at once." He came back to us pale, unable to recover from the shock. We congratulated him. He pressed our hands with his cold and trembling hands. Many of the common convicts, too, congratulated him and were delighted at his good luck. He was released and remained in our town as a settler. Soon he was given a post. At first he often came to our prison, and when he could, told us all sorts of news. Politics was what interested him most. Besides M, T, B, and Z, there were 2 quite young men who had been sent for brief terms, boys of little education, but honest, simple, and straightforward. A third, A. Tchaikovsky, was quite a simpleton, and there was nothing special about him. But a fourth, B.M., a middle-aged man, made a very disagreeable impression upon all of us. I don't know how he came to be one of the political prisoners, and indeed he denied all connection with them himself. He had the coarse soul of a petty huckster, and the habits and principles of a shopkeeper who had grown rich by cheating over halfpence. He was entirely without education, and took no interest in anything but his trade. He was a painter, and a first-rate one, magnificent. Soon the authorities heard of his talent, and all the town began wanting B.M. to paint their walls and ceilings. Within 2 years he had painted almost all the officials' houses. Their owners paid him out of their own pockets, and so he was not at all badly off. But the best of it was that his comrades, too, began to be sent to work with him. 2 who went out with him continually learnt the trade, too, and one of them, Sochaczewski, became as good a painter as he was himself. Our major, who lived in a government house himself, sent for B.M. in his turn, and told him to paint all the walls and ceilings. Then B.M. did his utmost. Even the Governor-General's house was not so well painted. It was a tumble-down, very mangy-looking 1-story wooden house, but the interior was painted as though it were a palace, and the major was highly delighted. He rubbed his hands and declared that now he really must get married. "With such a house one must have a wife," he added quite seriously. He was more and more pleased with B.M., and through him the others who worked with him. The work lasted a whole month. In the course of that month the major quite altered his views of the political prisoners, and began to patronize them. It ended by his summoning Z one day from the prison.
"Z," said he, "I wronged you. I gave you a flogging for nothing. I know it. I regret it. Do you understand that? I regret it."
Z replied that he did understand it.
"Do you understand that I, your commanding officer, have sent for you to ask you your forgiveness? Do you feel that? What are you beside me? A worm, less than a worm. You are a convict. And I, by the grace of God, am a major. A major, do you understand that?"
Z answered that he understood that too.
"Well, now I am making peace with you. But do you feel it? Do you feel it fully, in all its fullness? Are you capable of understanding it? Only think, I, the major," and so on. Z told me of the whole scene himself. So even this drunken, quarrelsome, and vicious man had some humane feeling. But when one takes into consideration his ideas and lack of culture, such an action may almost be called magnanimous. But probably his drunken condition had a good deal to do with it. His dreams were not realized. He did not get married, though he had fully made up his mind to do so by the time the decoration of his house was finished. Instead of being married, he was arrested, and he was ordered to send in his resignation. At the trial, all his old sins were brought up against him. He had previously been a provost of the town. The blow fell on him unexpectedly. There was immense rejoicing in the prison at the news. It was a festive day, a day of triumph. They said that the major howled like an old woman and was dissolved into tears. But there was nothing to be done. He retired, sold his pair of greys, and then his whole property, and even sank into poverty. We came across him afterwards, a civilian wearing a shabby coat and a cap with a cockade in it. He looked viciously at the convicts. But all his prestige went with his uniform. In a uniform he was terrible, a deity. In civil dress he became absolutely a non-entity, and looked like a lackey. It's wonderful what the uniform does for men like that. Breaking in. Toward the end of this chapter, Dostoevsky himself adds a note regarding the major's use of the expression, "by the grace of God."
He writes, quote, "This expression was literally used in my time, not only by the major, but by many petty officers, especially those who had risen from the lower ranks." Unquote. The idea is that many of the officers would speak as though their rank was by divine appointment. When he refers to an event of some 35 years prior that flooded Siberia with political prisoners, Dostoevsky is referring to the famous Decembrist Revolt of 1825. On the first day of the reign of Nicholas I, a group of military officers attempted to overthrow the Tsar in favor of a representative government. The revolt was swiftly put down, and the population of political prisoners swiftly exploded. That change in the population of Siberia, our author suggests, partly explains the kinder treatment of the politicals when it came to corporal punishment. The most significant feature of this chapter, however, concerns his relationship with the Polish prisoners M and B. Our narrator is circumspect about the origins of the rift between himself and B. We know that it concerns a disagreement in ideas, but have no clear signs here of what those ideas were. Other sources complete the picture. B, like most of his compatriots, was in the prison due to his opposition to the Russian occupation of Poland. But Dostoevsky supported that occupation and argued for it. Later on, T, B's close comrade, would report that Dostoevsky's enthusiasm on this score would reach such a pitch that he seemed, quote, affected by insanity, unquote. Related to this political disagreement would be a religious one. You may have noted the use of the adjective Jesuitical in describing M. In his later work, Dostoevsky would often make reference to the Catholics in general, and particularly to the Jesuits, as though they were a force for evil. Perhaps the greatest example of this is his famous Legend of the Grand Inquisitor from the Brothers Karamazov. In her book on the subject, Elizabeth Blake traces the origins of this trend to Dostoevsky's encounter with the Polish prisoners, who were allied with the Jesuits. Their revolutionary activities would have received support from the Catholic clergy, and Dostoevsky would come to see the methods of the Jesuits as conniving and manipulative. Even here we see the Jesuits being associated with M's distant, calculating, and mistrustful tone toward others. Connected to all this is one more thing. The Poles, and especially M's, disdain for the Russian peasant convicts by whom they were surrounded. We will see more on this theme a bit later with the brief story, The Peasant Marey. End of comments. Chapter 9. An Escape. Soon after our major was removed, there were fundamental changes in our prison. They gave up using the place as a prison for penal servitude convicts and founded instead a convict battalion, on the pattern of the Russian disciplinary battalions. This meant that no more convicts of the second class were brought to our prison. It began to be filled at this time only with convicts of the military division, men, therefore, not deprived of civil rights, soldiers like all other soldiers except that they were undergoing punishment in the prison for brief terms, 6 years at the utmost. At the expiration of their sentence, they would go back to their battalions as privates, just as before. Those, however, who came back to the prison after a second offense were punished as before by a sentence of 20 years. There had been, indeed, even before this change, a division of convicts of the military class, but they lived with us because there was no other place for them. Now the whole prison became a prison for this military section. The old convicts, genuine civil convicts who had been deprived of all rights, had been branded and shaved on one side of the head, remained, of course, in the prison till their full terms were completed. No new ones came, and those who remained gradually worked out their terms of servitude and went away, so that 10 years later there could not have been a convict left in our prison. The special division was left, however, and to it from time to time were sent convicts of the military class who had committed serious crimes, and they were kept there till certain penal works were established in Siberia. So in reality, life went on for us as before. The same conditions, the same food, and almost the same regulations. But the officers in command were different and more numerous. A staff officer was appointed, a commander of the battalion, and 4 superior officers who were on duty in the prison in turns. The veterans, too, were abolished, and 12 sergeants and a quartermaster were appointed. The prisoners were divided into tens, and corporals were appointed from the convicts themselves, nominally, of course, and Akim Akimych at once became a corporal. All these new institutions and the whole prison, with its officials and convicts, were as before left under the control of the governor of the prison as the highest authority. That was all that happened. The convicts were, of course, very much excited at first. They talked, guessed, and tried to read the characters of their commanders. But when they saw that in reality everything went on as before, they calmed down and our life went on in its old way. But the great thing was that we were all saved from the old major. Everyone seemed to breathe freely and to be more confident. They lost their panic-stricken air. All knew now that in case of need one could have things out with the authorities, and that the innocent would not be punished for the guilty except by mistake. Vodka was sold just as before and on the same system, although instead of the veterans we had sergeants. These sergeants turned out to be, for the most part, a good sort of sensible men who understood their position. Some of them, however, at first showed an inclination to domineer, and, of course, in their inexperience thought they could treat the convicts like soldiers. But soon even these realized the position. Those who were too slow in understanding had it pointed out to them by the convicts. There were some sharp encounters. For instance, they would tempt a sergeant and make him drunk, and afterwards point out to him, in their own fashion, of course, that he had drunk with them, and consequently... It ended in the sergeants looking on unconcerned, or rather trying not to see, when vodka was brought in bladders and sold. What is more, they went to the market as the veterans had done before, and brought the convicts rolls, beef, and all the rest of it. That is, anything that was not too outrageous. Why all these changes were made, why convict battalions were formed, I don't know. It happened during my last years in prison. But I had 2 years to spend under these new regulations. Shall I describe all that life, all my years in prison? I don't think so. If I were to describe in order, in succession, all that happened and all that I saw and experienced in those years, I might have written 3 times, 4 times as many chapters as I have. But such a description would necessarily become too monotonous. All the incidents would be too much in the same key, especially if, from the chapters already written, the reader has succeeded in forming a fairly satisfactory conception of prison life in the 2nd Division. I wanted to give a vivid and concrete picture of our prison and of all that I lived through in those years. Whether I have attained my object, I don't know. And indeed, it is not quite for me to judge of it. But I am convinced that I can end my story here. Besides, I am sometimes depressed by these memories myself, and I can hardly recollect everything. The later years have somehow been effaced from my memory. Many circumstances, I am quite sure, I have entirely forgotten. I remember that all those years, which were so much alike, passed drearily, miserably. I remember that those long, wearisome days were monotonous, as drops of water trickling from the roof after rain. I remember that nothing but the passionate desire to rise up again, to be renewed, to begin a new life, gave me the strength to wait and to hope. And at last I mastered myself. I looked forward and I reckoned off every day, and although 1,000 remained, I took pleasure in ticking them off one by one. I saw the day off. I buried it, and I rejoiced at the coming of another day, because there were not 1,000 left, but 999 days. I remember that all that time, though I had hundreds of companions, I was fearfully lonely, and at last I grew fond of that loneliness. In my spiritual solitude I reviewed all my past life, went over it all to the smallest detail, brooded over my past, judged myself sternly and relentlessly, and even sometimes blessed fate for sending me this solitude, without which I could not have judged myself like this, nor have reviewed my past life so sternly. And what hopes set my heart throbbing in those days! I believed, I resolved, I swore to myself that in my future life there should be none of the mistakes and lapses there had been in the past. I sketched out a program for myself for my whole future, and I firmly resolved to keep to it. The blind faith that I should and could keep these resolutions rose up in my heart again. I looked forward eagerly to freedom. I prayed for it to come quickly. I longed to test myself again in fresh strife. At times I was overcome by nervous impatience. But it hurts me to recall now my spiritual condition at that time. Of course, all that concerns no one but me. But I have written all this because I think everyone will understand it, for the same thing must happen to everyone if he is sent to prison for a term of years in the flower of his youth and strength. But why talk of it? I had better describe something else that I may not end too abruptly. It occurs to me that someone may ask, was it really impossible for anyone to escape from prison, and did no one escape in all those years? As I have said already, a prisoner who has spent 2 or 3 years in prison begins to attach a value to those years, and cannot help coming to the conclusion that it is better to serve the rest of his time without trouble and risk, and leave the prison finally in the legal way as a settler. But this conclusion can only occur to a convict who has been sentenced to a brief term. The man with many years before him might well be ready to risk anything. But somehow this did not often happen in our prison. I don't know whether it was that they were very cowardly, whether the supervision was particularly strict and military, whether the situation of our town and the open steppes was in many ways unfavorable. It is hard to say. I imagine all these considerations had their influence. Certainly it was rather difficult to escape from us. And yet one such case did happen in my time. 2 convicts ventured on the attempt, and those 2 were among the most important criminals. After the major had gone, A, the convict who had played the spy for him in the prison, was left quite friendless and unprotected. He was still young, but his character had grown stronger and steadier as he grew older. He was altogether a bold, resolute, and even very intelligent man. Though he would have gone on spying and making his living in all sorts of underhand ways if he had been given his freedom, he would not have been caught so stupidly and imprudently as before, and have paid so dearly for his folly. While he was in prison, he practiced making false passports a little. I cannot speak with certainty about this, however, but I was told so by the convicts. It was said that he used to work in that line at the time when he frequented the major's kitchen, and of course he picked up all he could there. In short, he was capable of anything to change his luck. I had an opportunity of reading his character and seeing to some extent into his mind. Cynicism in him reached a pitch of revolting impudence and cold mockery, and it excited an invincible repugnance. I believe that, if he had had a great desire for a glass of vodka, and if he could not have got it except by murdering someone, he would certainly have committed the murder, if he could only have done it in secret so that no one could discover it. In prison he learnt prudence, and this man caught the attention of Kulikov, a convict in the special division. I have already spoken of Kulikov. He was a man no longer young, but passionate, vital, vigorous, with great and varied abilities. There was strength in him, and he still had a longing for life. Such men feel the same thirst for life up to extreme old age. And if I had wondered why none of the convicts escaped from prison, the first I should have thought of would have been Kulikov. But Kulikov made up his mind at last. Which of them had the most influence on the other, A on Kulikov or Kulikov on A, I do not know, but they were a match for one another and well suited for such an enterprise. They became friends. I fancy Kulikov reckoned on A's preparing the passports. A was a gentleman, had belonged to good society. That promised something different from the usual adventures, if only they could get to Russia. Who can tell how they came to an agreement and what hopes they had? But it is certain that they were hoping for something very different from the usual routine of tramping in Siberia. Kulikov was an actor by nature. He could play many and varied parts in life. He might hope for many things, at least for a great variety of things. Prison must weigh heavily on such men. They agreed to escape. But it was impossible to escape without the help of a guard. They had to persuade a guard to join them. In one of the battalions stationed in the fortress there was a Pole, a man of energy, deserving perhaps of a better fate. He was middle-aged and serious, but he was a fine-spirited fellow. In his youth, soon after he had come as a soldier to Siberia, he had deserted from intense homesickness. He was caught, punished, and kept for 2 years in a disciplinary battalion. When he was sent back to serve as an ordinary soldier again, he thought better of it and began to be zealous and to do his best in his work. For distinguished service he was made a corporal. He was an ambitious, self-reliant man who knew his own value. He spoke and looked like a man who knows his own value. I met him several times during those years among our guards. The Poles, too, had spoken of him to me. It seemed to me that his homesickness had turned to a hidden, dumb, unchanging hatred. This man was capable of doing anything, and Kulikov was right in choosing him as a comrade. His name was Kohler. They agreed and fixed on a day. It was in the hot days of June. The climate was fairly equable in our town. In the summer there was hot, settled weather, and that just suited tramps. Of course they could not set off straight from the fortress. The whole town stands on rising ground open on all sides. There was no forest for a long distance round. They had to change into ordinary dress, and to do this they had first to get to the edge of the town, where there was a house that Kulikov had long frequented. I do not know whether his friends there were fully in the secret. One must suppose that they were, though the point was not fully established when the case was tried afterwards. That year, in a secluded nook at the edge of the town, A very prepossessing young woman, nicknamed Vanka Tanka, who showed great promise and to some extent fulfilled it later on, was just beginning her career. Another nickname for her was Fire. I believe she, too, had some share in the escape. Kulikov had been spending lavishly upon her for a whole year. Our heroes went out as usual into the prison yard in the morning and cleverly succeeded in being sent with Shilkin, a convict who made stoves and did plastering, to plaster the empty barracks, which the soldiers had left some time before to go into camp. A and Kulikov went with Shilkin to act as porters. Kohler turned up as one of the guards, and as 2 guards were required for 3 convicts, Kohler, as an old soldier and a corporal, was readily entrusted with a young recruit that he might train him and teach him his duties. Our fugitives must have had great influence on Kohler, and he must have had great confidence in them, since after his lengthy and in latter years successful service, clever, prudent, sensible man as he was, he made up his mind to follow them. They came to the barracks. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. There was no one there except them. After working for an hour, Kulikov and A said to Shilkin that they were going to the workshop to see someone and to get some tool, which it seemed they had come without. They had to manage cleverly, that is, as naturally as possible with Shilkin. He was a Moscow stove-maker, shrewd, clever, full of dodges, and sparing of his words. He was frail and wasted-looking. He ought to have been always wearing a waistcoat and a dressing-gown in the Moscow fashion, but fate had decreed otherwise, and after long wanderings he was settled for good in our prison in the special division, that is, in the class of the most dangerous military criminals. How he had deserved such a fate I don't know, but I never noticed any sign of special dissatisfaction in him. He behaved peaceably and equably, only sometimes got as drunk as a cobbler, but even then he behaved decently. He was certainly not in the secret, and his eyes were sharp. Kulikov, of course, winked to him, signifying that they were going to get vodka, of which a store had been got ready in the workshop the day before. That touched Shilkin. He parted from them without any suspicion and remained alone with the recruit, while A, Kulikov, and Kohler set off for the edge of the town. Half an hour passed. The absent men did not return, and at last, on reflection, Shilkin began to have his doubts. He had seen a good deal in his day. He began to remember things. Kulikov had been in a peculiar humor. A had seemed to whisper to him twice. Anyway, Kulikov had twice winked to him. He had seen that. Now he remembered it all. There was something odd about Kohler, too, as he went away with them. He had begun lecturing the recruit as to how he was to behave in his absence, and that was somehow not quite natural, in Kohler at least. In fact, the more Shilkin thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Meanwhile, time was getting on. They did not come back, and his uneasiness became extreme. He realized thoroughly his position and his own danger. The authorities might turn their suspicions upon him. They might think that he let his comrades go knowingly and had an understanding with them, and if he delayed to give notice of the disappearance of A and Kulikov, there would seem to be more grounds for suspicion. There was no time to lose. At that point, he recollected that Kulikov and A had been particularly thick of late, had often been whispering, and had often been walking together behind the prison out of sight of everyone. He remembered that even at the time he had thought something about them. He looked searchingly at his guard. The latter was leaning on his gun, yawning and very innocently picking his nose. So Shilkin did not deign to communicate his suspicions to him, but simply told him that he must follow him to the engineer's workshop. He had to ask whether they had been there. But it appeared that no one had seen them there. Shilkin's last doubts were dissipated.
"They might have simply gone to drink and have had a spree at the edge of the town, as Kulikov sometimes did," thought Shilkin. "But no, that could hardly be it. They would have told him. They would not have thought it worth while to conceal that from him."
Shilkin left his work, and without returning to the barracks, he went straight off to the prison. It was almost 9 o'clock when he presented himself before the chief sergeant and informed him of what had happened. The sergeant was aghast, and at first was unwilling to believe it. Shilkin, of course, told him all this simply as a guess, a suspicion. The sergeant rushed off to the commanding officer, and the latter at once informed the governor of the prison. Within a quarter of an hour all the necessary steps had been taken. The governor-general was informed. The criminals were important ones, and there might be serious trouble from Petersburg on their account. Correctly or not, A was reckoned a political prisoner. Kulikov was in the special division, that is, a criminal of the first magnitude, and a military one, too. There had never been an instance of a prisoner's escaping from the special division before. It was incidentally recalled that every convict of the special division should be escorted to work by 2 guards, or at the least have 1 each. This rule had not been observed. So it looked an unpleasant business. Messengers were sent to all the villages through all the surrounding country to announce the escape of the fugitives and to leave their description everywhere. Cossacks were sent out to overtake and catch them. Neighboring districts and provinces were written to. The authorities were in a great panic, in fact. Meanwhile, there was excitement of a different sort in prison. As the convicts came in from work, they learnt at once what had happened. The news flew round to all. Everyone received it with extraordinary secret joy. It set every heart throbbing. Besides breaking the monotony of prison life and upsetting the ant-hill, an escape, and such an escape, appealed to something akin in every heart and touched on long-forgotten chords. Something like hope, daring, the possibility of changing their luck stirred in every soul.
"Men have escaped, it seems. Why, then—"
And at this thought everyone plucked up his spirit and looked defiantly at his mates. At any rate, they all seemed suddenly proud and began looking condescendingly at the sergeants. Of course, the authorities swooped down on the prison at once. The governor of the prison came himself. Our convicts were in high spirits, and they looked bold, even rather contemptuous, and had a sort of silent, stern dignity, as though to say, "We know how to manage things." Of course, they had foreseen at once that all the authorities would visit the prison. They foresaw, too, that there would be a search and got everything hidden in readiness for it. They knew that the authorities on such occasions are always wise after the event. And so it turned out. There was a great fuss. Everything was turned upside down. Everything was searched, and nothing was found, of course. The convicts were sent out to their afternoon work and escorted by a larger number of guards. Towards evening, the sentries looked into the prison every minute. The men were called over an extra time, and mistakes in the counting were made twice as often as usual. This led to further confusion. All the men were sent out into the yard and counted over again. Then there was another counting over in the prison wards. There was a great deal of fuss. But the convicts were not in the least disturbed. They all looked extremely independent, and, as is always the case on such occasions, behaved with extraordinary decorum all that evening, as though to say, "There's nothing you can find fault with." The authorities, of course, wondered whether the fugitives had not left accomplices in prison, and gave orders that the convicts should be watched and spied upon. But the convicts only laughed. "As though one would leave accomplices behind one in a job of that sort. A thing of that sort is done on the quiet and no how else. And as though a man like Kulikov, a man like A, would leave traces in an affair like that. They've managed in a masterly way, every sign hidden. They're men who've seen a thing or two. They'd get through locked doors." In fact, the glory of Kulikov and A was vastly increased. Everyone was proud of them. The convicts felt that their exploit would be handed down to the remotest generation of convicts, would outlive the prison. "They're master hands," some would say. "You see, it was thought there was no escaping from here. They've escaped, though," others added. "Escaped," a third would pronounce, looking round with an air of some authority. "And who is it has escaped? The likes of you, do you suppose?" Another time the convict to whom this question referred would certainly have taken up the challenge and defended his honor. But now he was modestly silent, reflecting. "Yes, really, we are not all like Kulikov and A. We must show what we can do before we talk." "And why do we go on living here after all, brother?" said a fourth, breaking the silence. He was sitting modestly at the kitchen window with his cheek propped on his hand. He spoke in a rather sing-song voice, full of sentimental but secretly complacent feeling. "What are we here for? We are not alive, though we are living, and we are not in our graves, though we are dead. Ah! It's not a shoe, you can't cast it off. What's the use of saying, eh?" "But you see, Kulikov," a green youth, one of the impulsive sort, tried to interpose. "Kulikov!" Another cut him short at once, cocking his eye contemptuously at the green youth. "Kulikov!" This was as much to say, "Are there many Kulikovs here?" "And A too, lads. He is a cute one. Oh, he is a cute one." "Rather. He could turn even Kulikov round his finger. You won't catch him." "I wonder whether they've got far by now, lads. I should like to know." At once there followed a discussion of whether they had gone far, and in what direction they had gone, and where it would have been best for them to go, and which district was nearer. There were people who knew the surrounding country. They were listened to with interest. They talked of the inhabitants of the neighboring villages and decided that they were not people to rely upon. They were too near a town to be simple. They wouldn't help a convict. They'd catch him and hand him over. "The peasants hereabouts are a spiteful set, mates, that they are. There's no depending on them. They're Siberians, the beggars. If they come across you, they'll kill you. Well, but our fellows... To be sure, there's no saying which will get the best of it. Our men are not easy customers either. Well, we shall hear if we live long enough." "Why, do you think they'll catch them?" "I don't believe they'll ever catch them," another of the enthusiasts pronounces, banging the table with his fist. That's all a matter of luck." "And I tell you what I think, lads," Skuratov breaks in. "If I were a tramp, they'd never catch me." "You?" There is laughter, though some pretend not to want to listen. But there is no stopping Skuratov. "Not if I know it," he goes on vigorously. "I often think about it and wonder at myself, lads. I believe I'd creep through any chink before they catch me."
No fear, you'd get hungry and go to a peasant for bread.
General laughter.
For bread? Nonsense! But why are you wagging your tongue? Uncle Vasya and you killed the cow plague. That's why you came here.
The laughter was louder than ever. The serious ones looked on with even greater indignation.
That's nonsense, shouted Skuratov. That's a fib of Mikita's, and it's not about me, but Vaska, and they've mixed me up in it. I'm a Moscow man, and I was brought up to tramping from a child. When the deacon was teaching me to read, he used to pull me by the ear and make me repeat, "Lead me not into temptation in thy infinite mercy," and soon I used to repeat, "Lead me to the police station in thy infinite mercy," and so on. So that's how I used to go on from my childhood up.
Everyone burst out laughing again. But that was all Skuratov wanted. He could not resist playing the fool. Soon the convicts left him and fell to serious conversation again. It was mainly the old men, authorities on such affairs, who gave their opinions. The younger and humbler prisoners looked on in silent enjoyment and craned their heads forward to listen. A great crowd gathered in the kitchen. There were, of course, no sergeants present. They would not have spoken freely before them. Among those who were particularly delighted, I noticed a Tatar called Mametka, a short man with high cheekbones, an extremely comic figure. He could hardly speak Russian at all and could hardly understand anything of what was said, but he, too, was craning his head forward out of the crowd and listening with relish.
"Well, Mametka, yakshi?"
Skuratov, abandoned by all and not knowing what to do with himself, fastened upon him.
"Yakshi! Oh, yakshi!"
Mametka muttered in great animation, nodding his ridiculous head to Skuratov.
"Yakshi!"
"They won't catch them, Yok."
"Yak, yak!"
And Mametka began babbling, gesticulating as well.
"So you lie, me not understand, eh?"
Yes, yakshi!"
Mametka assented, nodding.
"Yakshi, to be sure."
And Skuratov, giving the Tatar's cap a tweak that sent it over his eyes, went out of the kitchen in the best of spirits, leaving Mametka somewhat perplexed. For a whole week there was strict discipline in the prison, and search and pursuit were kept up vigorously in the neighborhood. I don't know how, but the convicts got immediate and accurate information of the maneuvers of the police outside the prison. The first few days the news was all favorable to the fugitives. There was no sight or sound of them. Every trace was lost. The convicts only laughed. All anxiety as to the fate of the runaways was over.
"They won't find anything. They won't catch anyone," was repeated in prison with complacency. "Nothing. They've gone like a shot. Goodbye, don't cry, back by and by."
It was known in prison that all the peasants in the neighborhood had been roused. All suspicious places, all the woods and ravines were being watched.
"Foolishness," said the convicts, laughing. "They must have some friend they are staying with now." "No doubt they have," said the others. "They are not fools. They would have got everything ready beforehand."
They went further than this in their suppositions. They began to say that the runaways were still perhaps in the outskirts of the town, living somewhere in a cellar till the excitement was over and their hair had grown, but they would stay there 6 months or a year and then go on. Everyone, in fact, was inclined to romance. But suddenly, 8 days after the escape, there was a rumor that a clue had been found. This absurd rumor was, of course, rejected at once with contempt. But the same evening the rumor was confirmed. The convicts began to be uneasy. The next morning it was said in the town that they had been caught and were being brought back. In the afternoon further details were learnt. They had been caught about 50 miles away at a certain village. At last a definite piece of news was received. A corporal, returning from the major, stated positively that they would be brought that evening straight to the guardhouse. There was no possibility of doubt. It is hard to describe the effect this news had on the convicts. At first they all seemed angry, then they were depressed. Then attempts at irony were apparent. There were jeers, not now at the pursuers, but at the captives. At first from a few, then from almost all, except some earnest and resolute men who thought for themselves and who could not be turned by taunts. They looked with contempt at the shallowness of the majority and said nothing. In fact, they now ran Kulikov and A down, enjoying running them down as much as they had crying them up before. It was as though the runaways had done them all some injury. The convicts, with a contemptuous air, repeated that the fugitives had been very hungry, that they had not been able to stand, and had gone to a village to ask for bread from the peasants. This is the lowest depth of ignominy for a tramp. These stories were not true, however. The fugitives had been tracked. They had hidden in the forest. The forest had been surrounded by a cordon. Seeing that they had no hope of escape, they had surrendered. There was nothing else left for them to do. But when in the evening they really were brought back by the gendarmes, their arms and legs tied, all the convicts trooped out to the fence to see what would be done with them. They saw nothing, of course, except the carriages of the major and the governor outside the guardhouse. The runaways were put in a cell apart, fettered, and next day brought up for trial. The contempt and the jeers of the convicts soon passed off. They learnt more fully the circumstances. They found out that there was nothing for them to do but surrender, and all began following the course of the proceedings sympathetically. "They'll give them 1,000, said some of them. 1,000 indeed, said the others. They'll do for them. 1,000 perhaps, but Kulikov will be beaten to death, because he is in the special division. They were mistaken, however. A got off with 500 blows. His previous good behavior and the fact that it was his first offense were taken into account. Kulikov, I believe, received 1,500, but the punishment was administered rather mercifully. Like sensible men, the fugitives implicated no one else at the trial, gave clear and exact answers. They said they had run straight away from the fortress without staying anywhere in the town. I felt sorriest of all for Kohler. He had lost everything, his last hopes. His sentence was the worst of all, I believe 2,000 sticks, and he was sent away to another prison as a convict. Thanks to the doctors, A's punishment was light and humane, but he gave himself airs and talked loudly in the hospital of his being ready for anything, of his sticking at nothing now, and of doing something much more striking. Kulikov behaved as usual, that is, with dignity and decorum, and when he returned to prison after the punishment, he looked as though he had never left it. But the convicts looked at him differently. Though Kulikov always and everywhere knew how to stand up for himself, the convicts had somehow inwardly ceased to respect him and began to treat him with more familiarity. In fact, from this time Kulikov's glory greatly declined. Success means so much to men. Breaking in. Dostoevsky adds a note regarding the opaque comment by one of the prisoners that Skuratov and Uncle Vasya killed the cow plague. He writes, quote, "That is, killed a man or woman, suspecting that he or she had put a spell on the cattle, causing their death. We had one such murderer amongst us." Unquote. The taunt sent Skuratov's way, then, is that he became a prisoner out of his own idiocy, and therefore couldn't possibly have enough brains to survive while on the lam. End of comments. Chapter 10. How I Left Prison. All this happened during my last year in prison. The last year was almost as memorable as the first one, especially the last days in prison. But why go into detail? I only remember that year, in spite of my impatience for the end of my time, I found life easier than during all my previous years in prison. In the first place, I had by then in the prison a number of friends and well-wishers who had quite made up their minds that I was a good man. Many of them were devoted to me and loved me sincerely. The pioneer almost shed tears when he saw me and my comrade off on the day we left the prison, and when, after leaving, we spent a month in the town, he came almost every day to see us, with no object except to have a look at us. There were some of the convicts, however, who remained morose and churlish to the end, and seemed, God knows why, to grudge having to speak to me. It seemed as though there existed a kind of barrier between us. I enjoyed more privileges towards the last than in the early years of my life in prison. I discovered among the officers serving in the town some acquaintances and even old schoolfellows of mine. I renewed my acquaintance with them. Through their good offices, I was able to obtain larger supplies of money, was able to write home, and even to have books. It was some years since I had read a book, and it is difficult to describe the strange and agitating impression of the first book I read in the prison. I remember I began reading in the evening when the ward was locked up, and I read all night long till daybreak. It was a magazine. It was as though news had come to me from another world. My former life rose up before me full of light and color, and I tried from what I read to conjecture how far I had dropped behind. Had a great deal happened while I had been away? What emotions were agitating people now? What questions were occupying their minds? I pored over every word, tried to read between the lines and to find secret meanings and allusions to the past. I looked for traces of what had agitated us in my time. And how sad it was for me to realize how remote I was from this new life, how cut off I was from it all. I should have to get used to everything afresh, to make acquaintance with the new generation again. I pounced with special eagerness on articles signed by men I had known and been intimate with. But there were new names, too. There were new leaders, and I was in eager haste to make their acquaintance. And I was vexed that I had the prospect of so few books to read, and that it was so difficult to get hold of them. In old days, under our old major, it was positively dangerous to smuggle a book into prison. If there had been a search, there would immediately have been questions where the book had come from, where one had got it from. It would be surmised that one had acquaintances in the town. And what could I have answered to such inquiries? And therefore, living without books, I had unconsciously become absorbed in myself, set myself problems, tried to solve them, worried over them sometimes. But there's no describing all that. I had entered the prison in the winter, and therefore I was to leave it and be free in the winter too, on the anniversary of my arrival. With what impatience I looked forward to the winter! With what enjoyment at the end of the summer I watched the leaves withering and the grass fading in the steppes! And now the summer had passed. The autumn wind was howling. At last the first flakes of snow fluttered down. At last the winter I had so long looked forward to had come. At times my heart began throbbing dumbly at the great thought of freedom. But strange to say, as time went on and the end came nearer, the more and more patient I became. In the last few days I was really surprised and reproached myself. It seemed to me that I had become quite unconcerned and indifferent. Many of the convicts who met me in the yard in our leisure time would speak to me and congratulate me.
"You'll soon be going out to freedom, Alexander Petrovitch. Soon, soon. You'll leave us all alone, poor devils."
"And you, Martynov, will your time soon be up?" I would respond.
"Me? Oh, well, I have another 7 years to pine away."
And he would sigh to himself, stand still and look lost in thought, as though staring into the future. Yes, many joyfully and sincerely congratulated me. It seemed to me as though all of them began to be more cordial to me. They had evidently begun to think of me as no longer one of themselves. They were already taking leave of me. Kaczynski, one of the educated Poles, a quiet and gentle young man, was, like me, fond of walking about the yard in his leisure time. He hoped by exercise and fresh air to preserve his health and to counteract the evil effect of the stifling nights in the prison ward.
"I am impatiently looking forward to your release," he said with a smile, meeting me one day as we walked. "When you leave the prison, I shall know that I have exactly a year before I leave."
I may mention here parenthetically that our dreams and our long divorce from the reality made us think of freedom as somehow freer than real freedom, that is, than it actually is. The convicts had an exaggerated idea of real freedom, and that is so natural, so characteristic of every convict. Any officer's servant was looked on by us almost as, in his own way, a king, almost as the ideal of a free man compared with the convicts, simply because he was not shaven and went about unfettered and unguarded. On the evening before the last day I walked in the dusk, for the last time, all round our prison by the fence. How many thousands of times I had walked along that fence during those years! Here behind the barracks during my first year in prison I used to pace up and down, alone, forlorn, and dejected. I remember how I used to reckon then how many thousand days were before me. Good God, how long ago it was! Here in this corner our eagle had lived in captivity. Here Petrov often used to meet me. Even now he was constantly at my side. He would run up and, as though guessing my thoughts, would walk in silence beside me, seeming as though he were secretly wondering. Mentally I took leave of the blackened, rough-timbered walls of our prison. How unfriendly they had seemed to me then, in those first days! They, too, must have grown older by now, but I saw no difference in them. And how much youth lay uselessly buried within those walls! What mighty powers were wasted here in vain! After all, one must tell the whole truth. Those men were exceptional men. Perhaps they were the most gifted, the strongest of our people. But their mighty energies were vainly wasted, wasted abnormally, unjustly, hopelessly. And who was to blame? Whose fault was it? That's just it. Who was to blame? Early next morning, as soon as it began to get light, before the convicts went out to work, I walked through the prison wards to say goodbye to all the convicts. Many strong, horny hands were held out to me cordially. Some, but they were not many, shook hands quite like comrades. Others realized thoroughly that I should at once become quite a different sort of man from them. They knew that I had friends in the town, that I was going straight from the prison to the gentry, and that I should sit down with them as their equal. They understood that, and although they said goodbye to me in a friendly and cordial way, they did not speak to me as to a comrade, but as to a gentleman. Some turned away from me and sullenly refused to respond to my greeting. Some even looked at me with a sort of hatred. The drum beat and all went out to work, and I remained at home. Sochaczewski had got up almost before anyone that morning and was doing his utmost to get tea ready for me before he went. Poor Sochaczewski! He cried when I gave him my convict clothes, my shirts, my fetter wrappers, and some money.
"It's not that I want, not that,"
he said, with difficulty controlling his trembling lips.
"It's dreadful losing you, Alexander Petrovitch. What shall I do here without you?"
I said goodbye for the last time to Akim Akimych, too. "You'll be going soon, too?" I said to him.
"I've long, very long to be here still," he muttered as he pressed my hand.
I threw myself on his neck, and we kissed. 10 minutes later, after the convicts had gone out, we, too, left the prison, never to return. My comrade had entered prison with me, and we left together. We had to go straight to the blacksmith's to have our fetters knocked off. But no guard followed us with a gun. We went accompanied only by a sergeant. Our fetters were removed by our convicts in the engineer's workshop. While they were doing my comrade, I waited, and then I, too, went up to the anvil. The blacksmiths turned me round so that my back was towards them, lifted my leg up and laid it on the anvil. They bestirred themselves, tried to do their best, their most skillful.
The rivet, turn that first of all," the senior commanded. "Hold it, that's right. Hit it with a hammer now."
The fetters fell off. I picked them up. I wanted to hold them in my hand, to look at them for the last time. I seemed already to be wondering that they could have been on my legs a minute before.
"Well, with God's blessing, said the convicts in coarse, abrupt voices,
in which, however, there was a note of pleasure. Yes, with God's blessing. Freedom, new life, resurrection from the dead. What a glorious moment! This concludes The House of the Dead. I will, however, be adding 2 more installments to this Let's Read project. The first is a brief autobiographical anecdote which would appear in Dostoevsky's Diary of a Writer more than a decade later, entitled The Peasant Marey. This story serves as a sort of unofficial epilogue to The House of the Dead, and provides some further perspective on the ideas presented there. Finally, I will be appending my own final thoughts on the book to wrap up the project. You are welcome to join me for one or both of these features. Otherwise, I thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed the experience. The Peasant Marey. Excerpted from The Diary of a Writer, Volume 1, by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Kenneth Luntz. But reading all these professions de foi is a bore, I think, and so I'll tell you a story. Actually, it's not even a story, but only a reminiscence of something that happened long ago, and that for some reason I would very much like to recount here and now, as a conclusion to our treatise on the people. At the time I was only 9 years old. But no, I'd best begin with the time I was 29. It was the second day of Easter week. The air was warm, the sky was blue, the sun was high, warm and bright, but there was only gloom in my heart. I was wandering behind the prison barracks, examining and counting off the pails in the sturdy prison stockade, but I had lost even the desire to count, although such was my habit. It was the second day of marking the holiday within the prison compound. The prisoners were not taken out to work. Many were drunk. There were shouts of abuse, and quarrels were constantly breaking out in all corners. Disgraceful, hideous songs. Card games in little nooks under the bunks. A few convicts already beaten half to death by sentence of their comrades for their particular rowdiness lay on bunks covered with sheepskin coats until such time as they might come to their senses. Knives had already been drawn a few times. All this in 2 days of holiday had worn me out to the point of illness. Indeed, I never could endure the drunken carousals of peasants without being disgusted, and here in this place particularly. During these days even the prison staff did not look in. They made no searches, nor did they check for alcohol, for they realized that once a year they had to allow even these outcasts to have a spree. Otherwise it might be even worse. At last anger welled up in my heart. I ran across the Pole Emke, a political prisoner. He gave me a gloomy look, his eyes glittering and his lips trembling. "Je hais ces brigands," he muttered, gritting his teeth, and passed me by. I returned to the barrack, despite the fact that a quarter-hour before I had fled half-demented when 6 healthy peasants had thrown themselves as one man on the drunken Tatar Gazin and had begun beating him to make him settle down. They beat him senselessly with such blows as might have killed a camel, but they knew that it was not easy to kill this Hercules, and so they didn't hold back. And now when I returned to the barracks I noticed Gazin lying senseless on a bunk in the corner, showing scarcely any signs of life. He was lying under a sheepskin coat, and everyone passed him by in silence. Although they firmly hoped he would revive the next morning, still, with a beating like that, God forbid you could finish a man off. I made my way to my bunk opposite a window with an iron grating and lay down on my back, my hands behind my head, and closed my eyes. I liked to lie like that. A sleeping man was left alone, while at the same time one could daydream and think. But dreams did not come to me. My heart beat restlessly, and Emke's words kept echoing in my ears. Je hais ces brigands. However, why describe my feelings? Even now at night I sometimes dream of that time, and none of my dreams are more agonizing. Perhaps you will also notice that until today I have scarcely ever spoken in print of my prison life. I wrote Notes from the House of the Dead 15 years ago using an invented narrator, a criminal who supposedly had murdered his wife. I might add, by the way, that many people supposed, and are even now quite firmly convinced, that I was sent to hard labor for the murder of my wife. Little by little I lost myself in reverie and imperceptibly sank into memories of the past. All through my 4 years in prison I continually thought of all my past days, and I think I relived the whole of my former life in my memories. These memories arose in my mind of themselves. Rarely did I summon them up consciously. They would begin from a certain point, some little thing that was often barely perceptible, and then bit by bit they would grow into a finished picture, some strong and complete impression. I would analyze these impressions, adding new touches to things experienced long ago, and the main thing was that I would refine them, continually refine them, and in this consisted my entire entertainment. This time, for some reason, I suddenly recalled a moment of no apparent significance from my early childhood when I was only 9 years old, a moment that I thought I had completely forgotten. But at that time I was particularly fond of memories of my very early childhood. I recalled one August at our home in the country. The day was clear and dry, but a bit chilly and windy. Summer was on the wane, and soon I would have to go back to Moscow to spend the whole winter in boredom over my French lessons, and I was so sorry to have to leave the country. I passed by the granaries, made my way down into the gully, and climbed up into the dell. That was what we called a thick patch of bushes that stretched from the far side of the gully to a grove of trees. And so I make my way deeper into the bushes and can hear that some 30 paces away a solitary peasant is ploughing in the clearing. I know he's ploughing up the steep side of a hill and his horse finds it heavy going. From time to time I hear his shout, "Gee up!" I know almost all our peasants, but don't recognize the one who's ploughing. And what difference does it make anyway, since I'm quite absorbed in my own business? I also have an occupation. I'm breaking off a switch of walnut to lash frogs. Walnut switches are so lovely and quite without flaws, so much better than birch ones. I'm also busy with bugs and beetles, collecting them. Some are very pretty. I love the small, nimble, red and yellow lizards with the little black spots as well, but I'm afraid of snakes. I come across snakes far less often than lizards, however. There aren't many mushrooms here. You have to go into the birch wood for mushrooms, and that's what I have in mind. I liked nothing better than the forest with its mushrooms and wild berries, its insects and its birds, hedgehogs and squirrels, and with its damp aroma of rotting leaves that I loved so. And even now, as I write this, I can catch the fragrance from our stand of birches in the country. These impressions stay with you all your life. Suddenly, amid the deep silence, I clearly and distinctly heard a shout. "There's a wolf!" I screamed, and, beside myself with terror, crying at the top of my voice, I ran out into the field, straight at the ploughing peasant. It was our peasant Marey. I don't know if there is such a name, but everyone called him Marey. He was a man of about 50, heavy-set, rather tall, with heavy streaks of gray in his bushy, dark brown beard. I knew him, but had scarcely ever had occasion to speak to him before. He even stopped his little filly when he heard me cry, and when I rushed up to him and seized his plough with one hand and his sleeve with the other, he saw how terrified I was. "It's a wolf!" I cried, completely out of breath. Instinctively he jerked his head to look around, for an instant almost believing me. "Where's the wolf?" "I heard a shout. Someone just shouted, 'Wolf!'" I babbled. "What do you mean, lad? There's no wolf. You're just hearing things. Just take a look." "What would a wolf be doing here?" he murmured, reassuring me. But I was all a-tremble and clung to his coat even more tightly. I suppose I was very pale as well. He looked at me with an uneasy smile, evidently concerned and alarmed for me.
"Why, you took a real fright, you did," he said, wagging his head. "Never mind now, my dear. What a fine lad you are."
He stretched out his hand and suddenly stroked my cheek.
"Never mind now, there's nothing to be afraid of. Christ be with you. Cross yourself, lad."
But I couldn't cross myself. The corners of my mouth were trembling, and I think this particularly struck him. He quietly stretched out a thick, earth-soiled finger with a black nail and gently touched it to my trembling lips.
"Now, now," he smiled at me with a broad, almost maternal smile. "Lord, what a dreadful fuss! Dear, dear, dear."
At last I realized that there was no wolf, and that I must have imagined hearing the cry of wolf. Still, it had been such a clear and distinct shout. 2 or 3 times before, however, I had imagined such cries, not only about wolves, and I was aware of that. Later, when childhood passed, these hallucinations did as well.
"Well, I'll be off now,"
I said, making it seem like a question and looking at him shyly.
"Off with you then, and I'll keep an eye on you as you go. Can't let the wolf get you," he added, still giving me a maternal smile. "Well, Christ be with you. Off you go."
He made the sign of the cross over me and crossed himself. I set off, looking over my shoulder almost every 10 steps. Marey continued to stand with his little filly, looking after me and nodding every time I looked around. I confess I felt a little ashamed at taking such a fright. But I went on, still with a good deal of fear of the wolf, until I had gone up the slope of the gully to the first threshing barn. And here the fear vanished entirely, and suddenly our dog Volchok came dashing out to meet me. With Volchok I felt totally reassured, and I turned toward Marey for the last time. I could no longer make out his face clearly, but I felt that he was still smiling kindly at me and nodding. I waved to him, and he returned my wave and urged on his little filly.
"Gee up!"
came his distant shout once more, and his little filly once more started drawing the wooden plough. This memory came to me all at once, I don't know why, but with amazing clarity of detail. Suddenly I roused myself and sat on the bunk. I recall that a quiet smile of reminiscence still played on my face. I kept on recollecting for yet another minute. I remembered that when I had come home from Marey, I told no one about my adventure. And what kind of adventure was it anyway? I forgot about Marey very quickly as well. On the rare occasions when I met him later, I never struck up a conversation with him, either about the wolf or anything else. And now, suddenly, 20 years later, in Siberia, I remembered that encounter so vividly, right down to the last detail. That means it had settled unnoticed in my heart, all by itself with no will of mine, and had suddenly come back to me at a time when it was needed. I recalled the tender, maternal smile of a poor serf, the way he crossed me and shook his head.
"Well, you did take a fright now, didn't you, lad?"
And I especially remember his thick finger, soiled with dirt, that he touched quietly and with shy tenderness to my trembling lips. Of course, anyone would try to reassure a child, but here in this solitary encounter something quite different had happened, and had I been his very own son, he could not have looked at me with a glance that radiated more pure love. And who had prompted him to do that? He was our own serf, and I was his master's little boy. No one would learn of his kindness to me and reward him for it. Was he maybe especially fond of small children? There are such people. Our encounter was solitary, in an open field, and only God, perhaps, looking down, saw what deep and enlightened human feeling, and what delicate, almost feminine tenderness could fill the heart of a coarse, bestially ignorant Russian serf, who at the time did not expect or even dream of his freedom. Now tell me, is this not what Konstantin Aksakov had in mind when he spoke of the advanced level of development of our Russian people? And so, when I climbed down from my bunk and looked around, I remember I suddenly felt I could regard these unfortunates in an entirely different way, and that suddenly, through some sort of miracle, the former hatred and anger in my heart had vanished. I went off, peering intently into the faces of those I met. This disgraced peasant with shaven head and brands on his cheek, drunk and roaring out his hoarse drunken song. Why, he might also be that very same Marey. I cannot peer into his heart, after all. That same evening I met Emke once again. The unfortunate man. He had no recollections of any Mareys, and no other view of these people but "Je hais ces brigands." No, the Poles had to bear more than we did in those days. In this final installment of this Let's Read project, I will be commenting on the major themes of The House of the Dead. This book is a tale of an encounter between a man and a world he had never before experienced. As such, it is also about how that encounter challenged and enriched his understanding of the world and the people in it. In these remarks, I will be attempting to trace that development of thought, while pointing out relevant points of influence on the author's later work. As I noted once before, many years later, in his Diary of a Writer of the 1870s, Dostoevsky would say that the experience in Siberia marked the beginning of, quote, "the regeneration of my convictions," unquote. We have another source from immediately after his release in the mid-1850s, which speaks of one of these convictions with surprising force. This is a letter that he wrote one of his former benefactresses, one Natalia Fonvitsina, concerning his religious faith. This letter contains one of the most significant passages of any of Dostoevsky's correspondence, and it is worth quoting at length. Quote, "I will tell you that I am a child of the century, a child of disbelief and doubt. I am that today, and I know it, will remain so until the grave. How much terrible torture this thirst for faith has cost me and costs me even now, which is all the stronger in my soul the more arguments I can find against it. And yet God sends me sometimes instants when I am completely calm. At those instants I love and feel loved by others, and it is at these instants that I have shaped for myself a credo, where everything is clear and sacred for me. This credo is very simple. Here it is. To believe that nothing is more beautiful, profound, sympathetic, reasonable, manly, and more perfect than Christ. And I tell myself with a jealous love, not only that there is nothing, but that there cannot be anything. Even more, if someone proved to me that Christ is outside the truth, and that in reality the truth were outside of Christ, then I should prefer to remain with Christ rather than with the truth." Unquote. That such a strongly worded pronouncement should emerge so shortly after his release might seem a little out of keeping with the rather measured tone of The House of the Dead. We do not see in its pages any clear and explicit statement of the regeneration of his convictions, or of any grand religious conversion experience. In fact, we might think that the use of a fictitious narrator might serve as a kind of buffer from being too candid in his autobiography. He intimates as much in The Peasant Marey, which is composed some 15 years after The House of the Dead. Nevertheless, the impact of prison on the thinking of Dostoevsky is not hard to find for anyone who cares to look. We should begin with the kinds of ideas that he swiftly had to abandon. The most striking clash with his prior ideas concerns his earlier naive romanticizing of the plight of the poor. We see this pretty clearly with Poor Folk, his first novel, but perhaps the strongest point of contrast comes when we place House of the Dead back to back with An Honest Thief, a short story of 1848. In that story, we hear of an impoverished drunkard who steals from his friend in order to buy drink, but suffers from pangs of guilt over the deed and confesses in the final scene, just before his death. These notions are blown to bits before we finish Goryanchikov's first chapter in The House of the Dead. The convicts, most of whom are peasants, would constantly steal from each other without the slightest stab of conscience over it. Even Petrov, who develops an attachment to Goryanchikov, steals from him without any remorse. And then the constant fighting, the verbal abuse, the prostitution, the drunken outbursts, all of it accosts Goryanchikov's senses within the first few days of his arrival. Perhaps the most striking demonstration of what was facing him in those early chapters is when Gazin bursts through the door in a drunken rage, ready to bludgeon our narrator for no reason, and no one lifts a hand to help him. These are not his brothers, he is forced to conclude. Even if misfortune has landed them all in the same situation, there will be no solidarity there. The only words of solidarity in that scene come from M, and we know that M has nothing but disdain for the peasant convicts. Throughout much of the book, that disdain receives justification. Dostoevsky closes his description of the Christmas holiday with a depressing depiction of the moral agony of his environment, as fighting and drunken carousal breaks out everywhere. He is always running off to the hospital to escape this kind of scene. And while there, he hears the kind of story that would explode the myth of the noble peasant. The story of Akulka's husband, who himself seems to exemplify a depravity intense enough not even to recognize a need for redemption. Anyone who waxes eloquent about humanity in the abstract is destined to be disappointed when confronted with the real thing. So it was with Dostoevsky, and we might consider this to be the primary conflict moving the book, namely, whether human beings are worth loving when observed for what they really are. Early on, it may be hard not to take M's view of things. Later, we get the more developed picture. An outgrowth of the younger author's naive views of human nature were his naive political notions. He never was an enthusiastic socialist, and yet his circle of acquaintances were virtually all in that camp. And, as noted in my introductory comments, Dostoevsky himself was deeply involved in a revolutionary plot to overthrow serfdom. That plot rested on the assumption that the peasant population would actually follow the direction of members of the noble class. But as Gazin stood over him with the tray, and no one uttered a word in his defense, the depth of the peasantry's dislike of the gentry became clear to him. We see this feature throughout the book, and obviously it is a source of torment for our narrator, but nowhere is it more apparent than in the episode described in Part 2, Chapter 7. As the complaint against the prison food gains momentum, and our narrator finds himself in the prison yard, Kulikov gently but assertively drives him away, telling him it's no business of his, and jeers from the peasant convicts accompany his departure. Afterwards, Petrov, a man seemingly devoted to Goryanchikov, a man who gently guided his every step during his first trip to the bathhouse, washing him even, the man who was often helping him because he couldn't help feeling sorry for him, that Petrov would be sincerely baffled by the prospect of being Goryanchikov's comrade. Eventually things would change, but for the rest of Dostoevsky's life, he would be convinced that any call to revolt from the literati to the peasant population would be a fool's errand. The worlds of the peasant and of the nobility were simply too far apart. But even if some socialist society could be effected in Russia, the result would not be desirable. Several themes emerge in the book that demonstrate the author's ideological departure from the leading principles of his former companions. Consider first what he describes as one of the greatest tortures of the camp: the complete lack of privacy, compulsory life in common. Right in the first chapter, as our narrator describes the greatest challenges he faced, this feature takes priority of place. Yet life in common is the dominant feature of the phalanstery of Charles Fourier and other prominent socialists of the 1840s. Consider also his strong words on the importance of personal property. All the convicts have some sort of trade, and without work and normal, lawful property, man cannot live, he tells us. Man goes crazy otherwise. Elsewhere, he tells us that money is coined liberty, and it is this that the convict craves more than anything. Working towards its acquisition with his own trade is his release valve on the psychic pressures he endures every day. Connected with these comments are his words on the importance of free labor and its contrast with forced labor. The forced labor of the camp, he says, was hard precisely because it was forced, even if in other respects it was easier work than the peasant might have faced in his own fields. A related object lesson on this score comes from Part 1, Chapter 6, where the convicts only find happiness in their work when they are set a task, that is, given a particular task to accomplish, after which they can return to their own barracks. They gain only half an hour by their labors, but because it is their time that they earn, they invest themselves in their work. The values of privacy, free industry, and private property, these simply cannot be the priorities of a socialist. House of the Dead is not really an ideological work, and yet it seems clear that he has left his socialism firmly behind. If his first impressions involve horror at the disgusting behavior of his fellow convicts, by the final chapter, Goryanchikov is saying something rather different. Quote, "After all, one must tell the whole truth. These men were exceptional men. Perhaps they were the most gifted, the strongest of our people." Unquote. How do we move from disgust to such high praise? Who are these people really? One of the most vivid pictures we get of this crowd of convicts is the famous bathhouse scene. There we see this seething mass of humanity stacked on top of each other, sloughing off filth, battered, the scars of past floggings marring the flesh, sometimes jockeying for position, stepping over each other, entangled in each other's chains, and over all, mad II.I. Fomitch singing triumphantly at the top of his lungs. It really does seem like a scene out of Dante. But more, it gives the feeling of a crowd of human beings writhing in some communal, hapless mass, all having been caught up in a swirl of forces much greater than themselves. At the end of Part 1, I listed off a roster of convicts, matching each one with his crime. For many of those prisoners, it really did seem like they were simply swept up in other forces, and the common title applied to them by the townspeople of Omsk, that is, the unfortunates, really does seem like the apt description. Prisoners like Sirotkin or Sushilov or Ale really were simply unfortunate. There were, on the flip side, some truly wicked villains in their midst, but many had some peculiar or interesting backstory which presents the convict in revolt against some real or perceived oppressor. In Part 1, Dostoevsky presents us with 3 such cases in successive chapters. One of them is Baklushin, who murders a rich but odiously disdainful German out of romantic jealousy. Another is Luka Kuzmich. We don't get to see Luchka's initial crime, but the context suggests that he murdered some overbearing authority figure, and then became addicted to the role in a sort of delirium. By the time he is in Siberia, he is bragging about having laid out a despotic supervisor of a former prison, desperate to be perceived as an extremely dangerous man. And then there is Petrov. He has no desire to be perceived as dangerous. He is dangerous, arguably the most dangerous man in the camp. But he is not malevolent. Far from it, in fact, as evidenced by his care for Goryanchikov. He is simply a man without inhibitions. What he chooses to do, he will do, inexorably and without fear. When he decides that it is time to kill his commanding officer, that is what he does. When he decides that it is time to kill Major II.I, that is precisely what he sets out to do, until chance rescues the major before the plan can be executed. When in the final chapter Dostoevsky calls the convicts exceptional men, he is not to my mind at that point giving a moral description. He is describing their strength of will. When other peasants bent under the weight of their oppressors, they did not. That is why many of them are there. Considered as a mass, one of the defining features of the convicts is their care for their own dignity. That seems to be the root of much of the fighting and bickering that dominates life in the camp, and it explains their disdain for those who don't follow suit, either because of submissiveness, as we get with Sushilov, or because of buffoonery, as we observe with Skuratov. And it also explains why they have more respect for officers who know their own worth. While their life on top of each other day after day leads to all kinds of bickering and depravity, Dostoevsky often describes them as being like children. They will eagerly compete over who has the most knowledge of generals, or debate which officer would give the other a beating, or gush over the genius of the 2 escapees, or what have you. But the clearest instance of this kind is the theatricals, which they take on with such naive enthusiasm, both in their preparations and in their eager consumption of the product. And the theatricals are revealing in at least 2 other ways as well. They astonished Dostoevsky with a wealth of talent that had simply been entirely unnoticed by the cultural elites of Petersburg or Moscow. And they afforded a rare moment where the peasant convicts would show special consideration to a gentleman, seeing in him a connoisseur of the arts, and thus giving him a preferred seat. This, too, struck Dostoevsky. Despite the grudge that the peasants bore against the upper class, it wasn't a mindless hatred, and they were happy to show respect where they recognized it was due. And these moments of moral brilliance come through here and there throughout the book, and not only with especially kind or good individuals, but with the convicts as a whole. The convicts are always fighting and stealing from one another, but when they receive alms from the local townspeople, they are very deliberate about sharing what they receive equally. The fact that the poor townspeople of Omsk are so naturally inclined to give alms to the prisoners is itself notable. And for all their coarse and disgusting behavior, you can see a deep reverence in them when it comes to the holy services at Christmas and Easter. The description of the Easter service in Part 2, Chapter 5 is particularly striking, as we see the convicts in chains at the back of the church, bowing down to the ground when the priest says, "Accept me, O Lord, even as the thief." These glimpses give some credence to Dostoevsky's occasional hints that the penal system can actually make people much worse than they were to begin with. Among the convicts is a lot of very good raw material, and much of their aberrant behavior may well be the effect of the very justice system in which they are trapped. Naturally, when our author takes to criticizing the authorities, he always has a guarded tone, emphasizing that he is really describing the situation under the prior reign of the deceased Nicholas I, even at one point describing the time of his imprisonment with the phrase, "in the recent but so remote past," that is, remote from the new and enlightened reign of the then-current Aleksander II. It is hard to find officers like Major II.I's today, he assures us, or anyone who would use such tyrannical slogans as, "I am your God, your Tsar too." Perhaps some of his concerns about corporal punishment had also ceased to be pertinent by 1862. Perhaps. But some of his criticisms seem to stretch to his present day, and some may even present timeless problems that admit of no solution. The senseless policies in the hospital regulating the use of the privy apparently were in place at the time of writing, for instance, as well as the regulations forbidding property and personal trade. The latter are vexing in another sense as well, as they are among the many ways in which the authorities seem to distort the incentives for those under them, as chronicled throughout the book. The convicts are much better behaved when their energies are directed toward a trade. By prohibiting private property, the authorities undercut their own interests. We see in Sirotkin's story and elsewhere that military life was so onerous that some might commit crimes precisely in order to get into prison. And floggings were so terrifying that convicts would commit crimes to change their luck, delaying the moment of the flogging, even though the sentence would be increased after the trial. All of these are ways in which punitive policy seemed almost to encourage rather than discourage bad behavior. But one of the problems of the criminal system as diagnosed by Dostoevsky may defy any solution. That is the problem of matching the punishment with the crime. The problem is twofold. On the one hand, the book chronicles in just how many different ways a particular crime, such as murder, may be committed. Some are done out of pure villainy, others out of desperation. How can the penal law be sensitive to the varying degrees of blameworthiness for the same kind of act? On the other hand, different people are affected differently by the same punishment. Just as slapping a baby is much worse than slapping a horse, so too is hard labor for the gentleman worse than hard labor for the peasant. Both ends of this issue come up time and time again in the book. But no matter how badly the justice system may be arranged, regardless of how distorted the incentives may be and how complicit the authorities are in the moral degradation of these prisoners, at no point is Dostoevsky willing to absolve the prisoners of moral responsibility. In fact, at one point he argues explicitly in the opposite direction. This would go against the grain of what some of his peers were saying in the late 1850s and early 1860s, most notably Nikolai Chernyshevsky. Chernyshevsky and his allies would argue that humans were merely the product of their environment, and that all human behavior could be explained according to the motive of self-interest, the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain. Appropriate policy in governing both societies and individual lives is to leverage this simple feature wisely, and so morality is a matter of rational egoism. In the following year, Chernyshevsky would develop these ideas in a very influential novel entitled What is to be Done, which became a favorite of Vladimir Lenin half a century later. But this perspective Dostoevsky is arguing is simply not true to the facts of human nature. The egoistic principle is unable to explain the acts of kindness that pepper the pages of the book, as he at one point states explicitly. And the idea that we could somehow harness mankind's impulses in a rational way so as predictably to generate some socially approved result is just blind to the forces lurking in the depths of the human soul. Time and again we see these people breaking out in unexpected and seemingly irrational actions, which would confound any utopian's goals of systematizing human behavior. What are these forces? One, as noted already, is fear. Often, terrified of the lash, the convicts will do anything to postpone it, even if they know in advance that the net result will be a stiffer sentence. Another is the thirst for dignity and justice. The unwritten rules of social interaction in the camp revolve around this principle. But sometimes it explodes in ways that are unpredictable. The prison authorities are sometimes surprised, he writes, that after leading a quiet, exemplary life for some years, a convict with no apparent reason suddenly breaks out into a spree of misbehavior or even serious crime. Why? His answer, quote, "The poignant hysterical craving for self-expression, the unconscious yearning for himself, the desire to assert himself, to assert his crushed personality." Unquote. Similarly, something about the need for dignity is at the root of Dostoevsky's claim concerning what he imagines to be the worst of all conceivable punishments: forcing someone to do something utterly useless, such as moving a pile of dirt from one location to another and back again. This, he says, would destroy a man utterly. And why? In his words, because of its, quote, "senselessness, humiliation, and shame," unquote. A man needs a sense of dignity. And so the convict also thirsts after freedom, some indication of his own power. So he will do any sort of irrational thing to get a sense of it, even if the thing he gets is a mirage. The best example here is the description of the vodka binge. Nothing good comes of it. A man scrimps and saves day after day with hard labor, and then blows it all on a single day of drinking, with nothing but a headache and more poverty to look forward to in the morning. And he knows all this ahead of time. Why all this useless waste? Dostoevsky tells us, the man simply wants the illusion of freedom, the feeling as of having power over his life, if only for a moment. And then there are his comments on hope. The prisoner is a dreamer, he says, irrationally talking about his future life outside of prison, as though he will be in the prime of life upon his release. Some of these speakers have sentences that stretch for decades yet, and will probably never survive to see the end of them. He has a surreal description of prisoners chained to the wall at Tobolsk, who hang on day after day, waiting in anticipation for the opportunity merely to walk in the prison yard. And in the latter stages of the book, as he is classifying the prisoners into various categories, he reserves one special category for prisoners who had lost all hope. When a person has lost all hope, he becomes a monster in his misery. Without some goal and some effort to reach it, he tells us, no man can live. So, the model according to which human beings merely seek after pleasure and avoid pain is hopelessly naive. What we really crave, what we hope for, is freedom and dignity. This leads us back to the issue with which we began. In what way can we say that Dostoevsky's experience led to the renewal of his convictions? And what explains his remarkable statement, penned so swiftly after his release, that if Christ and truth do not coincide, he would choose Christ over the truth? The House of the Dead does not contain anything quite like a description of a conversion experience. The closest we get to a moment like that comes from the Peasant Marey, which was written much later. But in the volume of 1862, we do get a sense of the gradual discovery of the goodness of the people around him, and the depth of humanity that lies beneath the revolting, coarse exterior of these convicts. The author of the 1840s encouraged his readers to develop a love and sympathy for the poorer classes. The author of the 1860s recognized all the defects of these people, but loved them for the moral wealth beneath. The younger Dostoevsky considered the poor to be hapless victims of forces beyond their control. The mature Dostoevsky recognized the cruel extent to which those forces could turn a man into a morally withered mummy, but also firmly believed in the moral responsibility of individuals. The younger author believed in God, but appeared to associate the work of God with social reform. The older one believed in God, but took the domain of faith to lie in deep places of the human psyche beyond the reach of social policy. These are his regenerated convictions, and they take much stronger form since they were forged through suffering. The Peasant Marey tells of this renewal as though it were a sudden epiphany. He could, like the Polish prisoner M., look upon all these prisoners as so much human excrement. But the memory of the saintly Marey flooded his mind, and he realized that the people he was encountering may well be Mareys at rock bottom. All the occurrent empirical evidence of the moment testified to the loathsomeness of these people. But Dostoevsky was given the ability to do a sort of gestalt shift of the mind when he looked at them, to see the face of Marey, or perhaps the face of Christ, in the faces of these fallen men. When he writes his famous credo in 1855 that he would rather remain with Christ than the truth if the two should part ways, I believe he is choosing to engage in a similar sort of gestalt shift when observing the world as a whole. Perhaps all the occurrent empirical evidence testifies to the utter indifference of a deeply flawed, occasionally loathsome universe. But Dostoevsky nevertheless chooses to see something more when he looks at it. And perhaps it is the deep waters of human nature itself that lead him back to Christ. How that would unfold over the next 2 decades would present the world with some of its most compelling literature. Finally, it would be good to explore a few of the many ways in which the episodes described here have their echoes in later writings. Thematically, we might say with Joseph Frank that the matrix of the entire mature Dostoevsky is contained in these pages, but it would be good to note a few of the more particular harbingers of things to come. A number of these influences can be observed in minor details, and even as early as his Siberian novellas of 1859. In his treatment of peasants in the village of Stepanchikovo, for instance, we see the Kamarinsky. We hear characteristic scraps of peasant dialogue. We observe the author lampooning the idea of turning peasants into gentlemen. We hear the threat of conscripting a peasant into the military, and so on. In Uncle's Dream, we see a character who commits suicide by drinking vodka laced with snuff, which is an echo of Ustyantsev's action in the prison camp. By 1861, Dostoevsky feels confident enough to write of the criminal underworld, and his Insulted and Injured includes a character who drinks away his father's inheritance, like more than one figure we observe in House of the Dead. And the list goes on. Naturally, his years in prison acquainted Dostoevsky with many different varieties of and motives for murder. All of his great full-length novels contain murder. At least one of the initial readers of Crime and Punishment found the description so vivid that he couldn't help but wonder if Dostoevsky had once killed someone himself. As noted in earlier comments, the accused parricide served as an inspiration for one of the Karamazov brothers. Another of his characters finds an origin in the prisoner A. Svidrigailov is one of the most detestable figures in Crime and Punishment, and when we look into Dostoevsky's notes for the novel, the character is labeled Aristov. That is our prisoner A. Those familiar with the novel will see the comparison. Of special thematic importance is the narrator's encounter with the bandit Orlov. Orlov, you will remember, was the notorious criminal who had murdered countless innocents in his various raids, and stayed briefly in the prison hospital in between sessions before the lash. He was in one sense heroic, mostly indifferent to his floggings as a mere inconvenience separating himself from his attempted escape. In the brief conversation between Goryanchikov and Orlov, our narrator attempts to probe at the man's conscience, to discover whether he could find any lingering sense of remorse. The response he provoked was simply derisive laughter, and Orlov looked at him as an innocent little boy. Joseph Frank suggests that Orlov may be forerunner of the kinds of ideas that motivate Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment, where certain people may be thought to be elevated above the simple, slavish morality of the masses. Certainly Nietzsche was himself an avid consumer of the House of the Dead, and it is not hard to imagine him considering the indomitable will of Orlov when developing his idea of the Übermensch. And last, we should take note of the story Akulka's Husband. The two villains of the story have little in the way of redeeming quality, although we do discover that sexual jealousy is at the root of their behavior. The more fascinating figure is Akulka herself. She utters only a few words in the story, but they are poignant. She suffers horribly, from her own parents, from Filka Morozov, and then from Shishkov, the story's narrator. She is beaten routinely, both before and after the ill-advised marriage. She is slandered and yet virtuous, beaten and yet faithful. And after all this, most all of which was originally caused by Filka Morozov, when Filka makes his confession on the day of his departure, her only words are to forgive him, and then to say that she now loves him more than all the world. Akulka may just be the purest instance of an idea that runs through much of Dostoevsky's work, the theme of the meek one. And indeed there is a short story with precisely that title in his corpus. Often we see this with his female characters, woman pure of heart who meekly endures suffering at the hands of others. Sonia from Crime and Punishment comes to mind. When it comes to the purity of the image, I think Akulka may be rivaled only by the vision of the suffering horse in Raskolnikov's fever dream. And perhaps here we get an iteration of the infinitely gentle, infinitely suffering thing that we read about in T.S. Eliot's poem. And there is more to mine from the House of the Dead, but these remarks have gone on more than long enough already. I expect I will be taking a little bit of a break before tackling another project on this channel, but my next port of call will likely be a lesser-known short story entitled An Unpleasant Predicament, which is sometimes translated as A Nasty Anecdote. This was another of Dostoevsky's works from the year 1862. But our current Let's Read is at an end. Per usual, if you find these comments to be inaccurate or incomplete, please feel free to improve upon them in the comments section below. I thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoyed the experience.